All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this first City Commission meeting of the decade. We appreciate you all being here, and we're excited to get back to business. I hope everybody had a little bit of a break and was able to refocus their energy and attention. We've got a lot of work ahead of us both today and for the rest of this year. So there's no time like the present to get started. With that, I will, before we go to adoption of the agenda, just remind everybody that this will be the first meeting where we have some expanded opportunities for public comment. So I will explain those when we get to them, and then we'll be sort of evolving and rolling those out each meeting as technologically we're able to, and we get some of our processes in order. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Our first item is a moment of silence.
Okay, if you would all please join me for a moment of silence, and especially keeping in our minds, our thoughts, and our prayers today, the passing of Ed Jennings Sr., former mayor commissioner and outstanding civil rights activist and community leader. We will miss him, and we will definitely feel his presence today. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is adoption of the consent agenda with 3 modifications. File 190793, city to negotiate with community relationship manager vendor, change text file. File 190758, bid award West Side Park improvements, added item. File 190768, authorization for the construction of electrical improvements at Depot Park, added item.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull 2 items for discussion. That would be the general government budget calendar, item number 190791. I'd also like to pull for consent for discussion the First Amendment to agreement with EDSA for planning services, item number 190801. Yep, those are my suggestions. Okay.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt the consent agenda with 3 modifications that we see there, and pulling the item on the EDSA amendment as well as the general government budget calendar. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Is the adoption of the regular agenda with modifications. File 190790, appointments to the Historic Preservation Board, RTS, Student Community Relations, and UAB, new backup. File 190804, GRU Generation Transition Plan 2020 to 2022, change text file and revised PowerPoint. File 170427, order application to rezone certain property owned by the warehouser in our company, additional backup and move to the evening session under public hearings. File 180816, immigration policy for GPC, added item. I believe that should read GPD. File 190802, GCRA, draft reinvestment plan, added item. File 190797, John Henry Spencer Day, remove item.
Okay, and that was because the receiver of the proclamation was not able to be here. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you. I would like to remove item number, the immigration policy for GPD. I don't believe that the community group was given enough notice for them to be here.
Okay. Is there anything tremendously time sensitive about that item, or could we postpone that to the next meeting? Okay. Okay, we will remove that. Commissioner Warren?
I was going to make a motion to adopt the agenda, and I'll go ahead and make that motion to adopt it as modified.
Is there a second? Motion and a second to adopt the agenda with the modifications we see up there, except we will remove number 7, file 180816. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak to that? All right, back to the commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The GCRA draft reinvestment plan was just added recently. To be able to says we need to get feedback on it, and I haven't even had a chance to read it because it was just added. I don't think I can give actual feedback. I haven't actually had a chance to.
Okay, it was discussed about being added at the agenda review, but Mr. Feldman, do you have any input on that?
I do. We're not asking the commission to do anything more than see where we were at in the process and what our approach is going to be. So this is more of a check-in.
It's an update with no action being requested.
Correct.
So I guess maybe it's press for a clerk's office or somewhere to make sure these items get added to the it wasn't in the agenda until like even online for yesterday or 2 days ago. So to be able to, if you're not add agenda review, to be able to actually see it, see the backups as well.
Understood.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, sure. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-1. We have Ariola absent right now. Oh, there's Ariola. And Commissioner Hayes Santos in dissent. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that anytime items are received by our office, we upload them as they are received. Even if they are mentioned at agenda review, they don't always meet our 5 p.m. deadline on Friday. So as they are added, we do republish the agenda and typically send out an email alerting you all to that.
Okay, thank you. So if you are a regular reader and follower of our agendas, you will notice something new on there today titled Early Public Comment. This is one of our expanded opportunities for people to participate in our deliberations. And the effort here is to allow people who have busy lives and busy days who would like to speak on items on our agenda to come at the beginning of the afternoon portion of the meeting or the beginning of the evening portion of the meeting and voice their thoughts on particular agenda items and then be able to leave. So we are incorporating a new element into our meetings called early public comment. If a member of the public would like to speak to an agenda item but is unable or does not wish to wait for the item to be called in the regular course of business, you may use the early public comment period to share your thoughts and opinions. Members of the public may have the customary 3 minutes to speak on one agenda item or a total of 5 minutes to speak on multiple agenda items. Please begin your comments by sharing what item or items you will be speaking about. This helps the clerk set the clock for the appropriate amount of time and allows the commission to follow along with you as to which items you're addressing. Any speaker that speaks during early public comment waives your ability to speak at any point later in the meeting. And so this is the old no 2 bites at the apple. So basically, if you choose to speak at the afternoon or the evening early public comment, then your opportunity to participate for the rest of the day is done, except for one thing. If any new item gets brought up by the commission that wasn't on our agenda at all, you will be, and a motion is made, you'll be able to speak to that item. So basically during like commission comment or something like that, if something comes up, you'll still have an opportunity to speak to that, just not any of the other items on the agenda. So with that, we're excited to start this new process, and I will recognize anybody that wishes to speak for early public comment. Again, let us know whether you're speaking to one item or multiple, and then which items those are. Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish, I'll take the 5-minute choice, and I would like to deal with Dignity Village, so-called, and Bilarski's latest disastrous plan.
I don't believe Dignity Village is on our agenda.
No, it's not, but the transmission lines are.
Okay, so that'd be one item.
Well, am I confined to one item with the 5 minutes?
They have to be on our agenda. So you can have 3 minutes for one item or 5 minutes for multiple items, but they have to be on our agenda.
So there's no general comment on anything not on the agenda.
For early public comment, correct. We still have general public comment.
Oh, I see. Now I understand.
It's not in lieu of, it's in addition to.
Oh, so we're going to do early public comment first.
Correct.
Well, could I have 2 minutes for the agenda item and then reserve my 3 minutes?
It's not a negotiation. It's in our rules this way.
Your rules, sir, are probably not legal, and they're certainly incomprehensible, but we'll go by it.
Well, they're the rules adopted by the commission, so those are the ones I
Yeah,
have
but that
to
doesn't mean it's
follow.
legal, sir.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak during early public comment to items on our agenda?
Tom Lane.
Welcome.
2 things. I'd like to know who are the names of the human beings at FP&L and GRU who initiated this particular plan working with FP&L. I'd like to not hear a committee but I'd like to know who are the names of the individuals at GRU and who are the names of the individuals at FPNL, like, for an example, a name there would be Eric Sigley. I'm not saying it's him, but just a name. And two, I would like to know, with 150 megawatts of transmission available coming in now, and every sign is showing that Gainesville will actually go down in usage as people get more and more energy efficient and add solar to their home. Why are we doing this now, and why we can't have people like at the University of Florida take a hard look at this? And look at this before a decision's made. Those are basically the three things. The individuals' names who initiated this at this end of the city and at FP&L. And the other two, I think you've already written down. I've seen you written them down. Is that correct?
I believe so. Have someone from UF take a hard look, and why are we doing it at this point in time?
Well, have the University of Florida take a hard look
Right.
before we do anything. And also, with 150 megawatts of transmission coming in, and every indication is that power usage by people will continue to go down as they're forced to get better air conditioners, LED lights, add solar systems to their home, etc., that every sign is showing that it's going down. Why do we need more power when we've got 150 megawatts coming in now?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Franzen, for early public comment, just tell us which item you're speaking towards.
Adele Franson,
Right.
Gainesville.
And can you tell us which item you're speaking towards on the agenda?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, so this is early public comment time, not general public comment. So are you speaking to an item on the agenda?
If the item on the agenda is what is happening with our GRU proposal,
Yes, that is. Okay.
Okay.
So very good. And just that item?
yes.
Okay, so 3 minutes. Okay, very good. You get 3
Yeah,
minutes.
thank you. Yes, my question is, I would like more information as to how this proposition is going to affect the public's rates. Any of the information that I have read or heard about doesn't address this. The Gainesville Sun seems as though the answer to that question is very general in that, well, we think that, the rates are not going down. There's no specifics. And I think we're entitled to know how this is going to affect us. The minute details of how this is going to affect the people of Gainesville and any that are ratepayers to GRU. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, we'll be sure to answer those in the course of the presentation, Mr. Pilarski, right? Anybody else wish to speak to any items on our agenda? Welcome.
Jeremiah Tattersall, I want to speak on item 190804, the GRU Generation Transition Plan. Thank you first for the opportunity for early public comment. I have 2 meetings later on today, and I have no clue when this is coming up, so this is very conducive to that. I have a lot of concerns about this policy. I have concerns about what it says to the IRP and how it contradicts it in some places. I have concerns about what is happening with the transition, building these lines right now. I mean, it seems like we're paying Florida Light and Power to build lines to hook up to our grid so we can purchase power from them so they don't have to go around Alachua County to Levy County, and that concerns me a lot too. But really the big concern I have, besides the 50 to 100 jobs that we might lose because of this, and how we can have a just transition there, is how quickly this is happening. I'm not sure exactly why this is happening so quickly. This is a commitment to $9 million a year for 30 years. This is a really, really, really big deal. Is this an opportunity that's passing us by? Because we're just digesting this information. I understand people have been working on this for a year. The union has not been informed about this for the last year. Obviously, we don't have to be informed about everything. That's management's rights. But it would be good if the public, the union, were brought into this process and had more time to digest this. Some documents have been going around from mid-level managers through rank and file workers about their feelings about this. And honestly, I mean, it just seems like this is happening very, very suddenly. And I would like to request on behalf of the Florida AFL-CIO and the North Central Florida Central Labor Council that we delay this vote for a year. The conversation happening now is not a year. I'm sorry, a month. The conversation happening now is great. I'm happy that it's starting now, but we can't start a conversation and finish that conversation in one meeting. I don't think that's enough time for the public and the union to really digest everything that's happening here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to any items that are on our agenda for early public comment period? Welcome. And because you weren't here at the beginning, I explained the new.
Yeah, because I don't know the new one.
Yeah, so this is our first meeting where
Yeah.
we have 2 early public comment opportunities. And so
Okay.
During this time, you may comment on any item on our agenda
Okay.
with the customary 3 minutes. Or if you want to comment on multiple items on the agenda, you'll get up to 5 minutes. But you also waive your right to speak to any items later in the meeting.
Okay,
So it's basically
so
for people
it's
that
an
need to leave.
either or. If I
Correct.
wanted to speak on one thing later in the agenda, I should do it now or do it?
If you're only going to speak on one thing, you can do it now. If you want to speak on something later, you're going to need to wait because you're waiving your right to speak on
Anything
yeah,
later?
right.
Okay, but there will be an opportunity later.
Absolutely. That part of our rules have not changed. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me here. Appreciate the commission, Mr. Mayor. It may come as a shock as the union, but I'm going to be here to talk about Deer Haven. Okay.
And if you'll just remind our fans at home who you are.
Robert Arnold,
Thank you.
CWA local president, 3170.
Thank you.
So, I've got some points here that have been brought forward from a great cross-section of our organization. Looking at there isn't any backup for this potential agreement being a part of the competitive bargaining or bidding process. That was one of the issues. There should be some more discussion if it's a $270 million item. Another issue that was brought to us, since this is a 30-year contract with a cost of at least $270 million, that will lock the city in without an exit clause. This shouldn't be a regular agenda item, but it should require a public hearing. City employees are proud of the work that they do for Gainesville community, but GRU employees can face criticism outside of their workplace because of decisions made by the commission that adversely affect rates. We have looked at the IRP and at the presentation offered by GRU management, and we have a hard time wrapping our heads around all of the possible scenarios. It's important to have options, but we want you to keep in mind, these were some of the things that were brought to our attention. The Parker Road tie will have its load increase this fiscal year from 200 megawatts to 300 megawatts, a 50% increase. GR looked at doing additional work at the Hampton tie to increase the transmission line. GRU management says it wants options, but what options are we leaving open if we commit $270 million or more to this project, which doesn't generate power? And how often will the tariff rate increase with permission from FERC? Isn't there already a quest to increase the tariff rates in progress? How will this affect the cost of the contract? Is there a ceiling that caps future rates that GRU will pay, or are completely at the mercy of how often and how much FP&L will raise the tariff rate? Got a couple more. Isn't there already a already a plant planned and permitted or at or near Deer Haven? How might this affect the transition from fossil fuels to green or renewable energy sources? Will the overall transition plan possibly endanger the GFT, the citizens' return on the utility that is a large part of the general fund revenues? We need assurances from the commission that There is a dedication to maintaining a fair GFT to support general government programs and services.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Is that it?
Thank you for sharing
Thank
those.
you.
And yeah, we'll try to, all of these we'll try to address as the presentation comes and we have discussion. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak at this time to any items on our agenda? Early public comment. Again, waiving your right to speak at a later time in the meeting. Please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mark Van Soesbergen. It's my first early public comment. Wow. I know. Ed, I love you. I really do. But it's time for you to go. The ties, I mean, your demeanor, everything you stand for emotionally, I'm totally there. But you're like the Kmart CEO.
Mark, if you could
10 years
address your
ago.
comments through the chair, please.
Oh, sorry.
Just, yeah, address
Oh,
them through me. There you
okay.
go.
I love him.
Very good.
I think he's a great person and has nothing to do with the human himself. He's now the chair of Kmart 10 years ago. Kmart didn't know it was going to be out of business. Neither did Sears. So this is Kmart CEO coming to you saying, hey, man, Sears and I were getting together, man. And for the next 30 years, we're going to go get all our stuff from Sears. All I need is $250 million, dude. Just give me $250 million, yeah, man. I need to answer today. It's that moment. So it's like the age of Amazon, but for utilities, where it's going to be super diversified. I'm sure you've all heard of the Powerwall, where you get a car, it comes with this battery. And so you don't have to go to Kangaroo anymore. Basically, you power up your car at home. Well, that's kind of like rare right now, even though you see more and more people in hybrids. But 10 years from now, like every other car is going to come with its own battery. It's going to be at home, so you don't have to go to Kangaroo anymore. So about, let's say about 10 or so years ago, we had about 30 people that supplied their own power in this grid. Today we have over 300 in 10 years. 10 years from now, we'll have 3,000. 10 years from that, we'll have 30,000. It's going to be so common to have solar on your roof, on your carport, on your business, on your Kmart, bad example, Walmart. It's going to be everywhere. So what we need to actually focus on is the grid diversifying with lots of batteries and lots of power suppliers. That is our focus. And I understand to be replicating what you're trained in, I understand, totally get it. And this feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So somebody in FB&L is like laughing their ass off because they should be paying us to put their infrastructure here. But they figured out this would be an easier way to get us to commit, to make it look like it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No. We need to get ready for a diversified grid. It's a completely different story. So, Mr. Ed, I love you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for participating in early public comment.
Different CD player.
Would anybody else like to make any comments to items that are on our agenda? Okay. Thank you all for participating in that early public comment. We appreciate it, and I'm glad it was useful and successful. Just remember that you will not be able to speak on the items later in the agenda, but I think that was your point. So now we will move on, Madam Clerk.
To general public comment.
Okay, so these are for any items that are not on our agenda. And Mr. Conish, you're familiar with this process, so I won't belabor the point.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish, this is a state forest, sir, and you have maintained and created a nuisance going on 5 years. I had an interview with a local TV station. They're going out there because, yet again, a meth lab, I repeat, a meth lab, exploded Monday at your facility, sir. And we were told this is going to close, but instead, it's actually expanding. And I don't know what you're waiting for, but we all make mistakes, but we all don't double down on them with millions of dollars of taxpayer money, leaving behind a trail of victims of all sorts of different violence. And it's time to face the reality of this failure and do something about it, or like in other areas, the state's going to come in and take care of it themselves, because this is a state forest where you have created and continue to maintain a nuisance that's a obvious threat to public safety, and it's also a disservice to homeless people trapped in this pathetic situation. Hey Santos wants to dominate broadband internet, but we don't do that with fiber optic. We use Belarsi's catapult, and we launch satellites. But beyond that, Mr. Belarski increasingly makes bizarre public comments that make absolutely no sense. He recently claimed that GRU is a BMW. GRU is a piñata. Belarski's friends and your partners beat on it, and our money falls onto the ground. That's what it is. And that's why the state of Florida is sending the Auditor General in to investigate the city of Gainesville and GRU. And despite this ominous investigation that will not be a whitewash like Navigant, you continue to put forth proposals that are irrational, irresponsible, indefensible, and Belarski's on TV saying, don't worry, they're my friends. They're not my friends. They're not our friends. We don't live in the Hermitage. We don't make $300,000 a year. We can't afford Belarski's bad ideas or his savings. Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments for items not on our agenda? Come on down. Mr. Shepherd, come on. How you doing? Welcome. Happy New Year.
Pretty good. My comment, first comment of the year is going to be about our MTV van. We need to address insight on that. The upkeep of the vehicles are not being done. The route planning is not being done. When an individual has to wait an hour and a half to 2 hours to receive a pickup or a drop-off ride, this is not a plan. This has been talked about in our prior meetings a year and a half ago about how this would work. I see it not working. When you sit inside an MTV vehicle and then you see the built of the vehicle and the unrepair of the vehicle, this tells me if you can't take and maintain your vehicles, it don't belong on the road. And so I'm asking for an inside look to that company, MTV, to take and clean up their vehicles in operation and get drivers that really care about the elderly. When an elderly person, such as my wife and the other people that we were riding on a bus and seen being dropped off on the side of the road in public oncoming traffic, and the drivers and does not do nothing to look at the safety of the individuals. This need to be looked at. So the other thing is they bought. Well, I can talk about this later. That exhausts her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Mayor, commissioners, city manager, everyone represented today. My name is Virginia Grant. I am the executive director at Gainesville Black Professionals, and we have been in the community for about 4 years now, and most of you guys know me personally, but I wanted to let you all know that we have released our second edition of Synergy, a collaborative guide to economic discovery. I brought enough for you all to have them yourselves. I felt that it was worthy of presenting it to you all today because I feel like this magazine is not your typical magazine. I feel like it promotes diversity in our community, unity, and collaboration. And I think it does that. Yes, sir?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if can we get the overhead?
Oh.
Because we have Captain Owens on there. No,
Yes,
put the book
yes.
there.
Just lay it down like
That's
that.
not a brag. That's our own
Yeah.
right there. That just
And there's copies here. Can I
Very
get
good.
them to you all or leave
if
them
you
with
give them to
someone?
the clerk, she'll make sure we get them.
Definitely. And like I say, I feel like this magazine is more than just a magazine because, like I say, it promotes diversity, unity, collaboration, and most importantly, it promotes inspiration. When a young black girl looks at this magazine and they see Captain Owens on it, they know what they can achieve in our community. And when they flip through the pages and you see the diversity and the features and the showcase of various professionals throughout our community, I believe that it motivates all of us and it reassures all of us as a community that that diversity is here, that it's supported, it's loved, and we want to continue to promote it. So that's all I wanted to share.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We can't congratulate Captain Owens enough. We look for those opportunities. Anybody else wish to speak to items that are not on our agenda? Welcome.
Hello, Khalid Blount. I'm going to use this point to get a head start on the office appointment I'm going to have individually with each of you. Gainesville Housing Authority was founded in 1966 per the PHA, that's Public Housing Authority, authorizing legislation from the federal and state government. It was chartered by the city of Gainesville, but then it became its own autonomous organization with only the board members appointed officially by the mayor, but every mayor has submitted that to the rest of the commission for approval as well. Back then, the philosophy of Gainesville Housing Authority was to warehouse poor black people out of sight and out of mind. Where Woodland Park is now, where Forest Pines is up in the northeast of Duval, those were truly out in the country back then. Thankfully, that philosophy has changed under the new leadership of Pam Davis. She's done a lot to elevate the residents, to empower them, to help them find training and become economically self-sufficient. The philosophy toward the residents is 180% different today, thankfully. When I was on that board in the early aughts, I only 2 times in the years I was on that board ever heard any positive or optimistic statement about the residents. All the time before that, all the times other than that, it was, oh, these people can't do that. Oh, they don't deserve this. It was totally negative and oppressive language. In fact, I worked at GHA on special projects in '95, and we did a comprehensive door-to-door satisfaction survey. The results came back so negative that the administration buried it. They never compiled and shared the results. In 1977, they spun off Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation Incorporated. That was meant to be a funnel to receive federal funds under less restrictive categories than what the housing authorities themselves receive. And that made it possible to create the Oak Park Senior High Rise behind the Siegel Building and Seminary Lane Apartments. But as soon as the CO, as the certificate of occupancy was given, when Phil Emmer finished constructing those, it was handed over to Gainesville Housing Authority. Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, Inc. was and is a paper tiger. It met once a year or less just to sign off the decisions by GHA in their minutes. The expertise on that board today has nothing to do, then and today, has nothing to do with creating or managing public housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. We look forward to that meeting. Anybody else wish to speak on items not on our agenda? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Sandra Braden. 4.5 years ago, a rain of hell came down on me. And it's lasted that 4.5 years. It seems to be ended, maybe. Some of the people have moved out. They were moving today. But I don't know where my son is. My son, he calls himself Michael Braden. His real name is Son Braden. Was involved in something, and everyone here knew it. I wasn't living here. I was forced to move from where I lived for 7 years when my younger son, Jason, had something to do with a girl named Shakari Bashirs. They decided, because they knew about all of the stuff that my son, my oldest son, was doing, they decided to say, get her to say that that I held a knife on her for my son to do something to her. That was a total, complete, absolute lie. I had seen her twice. I saw her standing outside my door talking to my son at the screen door, and I saw her walking into a room with my son's real girlfriend. And like I said, hell rained down on me. They made that lie. She lied and said that I held a knife on her for my son to rape her. The FBI was all over the place. I couldn't believe that it was the FBI, but they got away with everything they did. I would go to the police, they would laugh at me. They would change what I said on the reports. I got raped. The man that raped me is now in the police department. His real name is Charles Levington Smith Jr. His father is the one that helped me move. Charles Levington Smith helped me move. There are rape reports on, I can't find anything on the son. He changed his name to his wife's father's name. Now he's called John Alexander. And
ma'am, thank you. I'm afraid your time has expired. I'm very sorry for all the difficulty you've gone through, and I hope, along with you, that this
my
episode is
nephew
over.
was murdered because of the
Ma'am,
craziness of those people.
I'm very sorry
and
to hear that.
they also made the
Ma'am,
drugs
ma'am,
that my son
I'm
taught them
very
how
sorry to hear
make.
that. I'm afraid your time has expired, and if you need to follow up with any other information that might help you, I suggest
Venus
that you contact me.
Bashirs is an evil, perverted man.
Ma'am,
the FBI are
I'm sorry, your
also
time has
just as
expired.
perverted.
Ma'am, your
They
time has
did things
expired.
that you won't believe.
Ma'am, I need you to conclude your comments. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm very sorry to hear all of that. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to items not on our agenda? Yes, sir.
I would just like to make a reminder.
If you'll pull the mic up, sir, just so we can, yeah, there you go.
I would just like to make a reminder, I'm working with the county in that the bus stops now, the RTS bus stops just south of Williston Road. And there's a lot of people that live as far down as where 63rd Street comes into on 13th Street, 63rd Street down there where Prairie View Villages are, and there needs to be an organization with the city and county to agree to send the bus down there. Personally, a lot of these very poor people at Prairie View Village, I see them in the summer trying to walk from all the way up, and some of them collapsing and passing out on the road. There isn't even a place to walk. And there's a lot of cottonmouths around that road, but sometimes I'm coming with my car and I'll pick them up and take them down to Prairie View Village. I've actually seen somebody pushing a wheelchair all the way from Prairie View Village up to a mile to try to get the bus. So I'd just like to try to remind all of you that when the county commission gets together with you, because it takes the county and the city to get the bus line to extend down there and help a lot of these really poor people that need the bus to go that far, both off of Rocky Point Road and Prairie View Village and everything. And I'm just to remind you that when you come to a meeting with the county, you need to remember that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Anybody else wish to make any comments, items not on our agenda? Tom Lane.
My name is Elizabeth Hawk. I am the Vice Chair of the RTS Advisory Board.
Ma'am,
I
ma'am,
would
we
like
can't have
to
outbursts, please.
let all citizens know, especially you, sir, that on Wednesday, the 22nd of January at 5:30 at RTS headquarters, we have our City Advisory Board meeting. RTS is very responsive to customer complaints and suggestions. So if any of the public have suggestions for RTS, if you want to learn about your public transportation, if you want to know about the many programs that RTS has and is trying to expand, like the First Mile, Last Mile program, please come to our advisory board meeting at 5:30 at 34 Southeast 13th Road. We love to hear from you. You will find that the RTF staff is incredibly responsive to public requests and complaints, so please come see us. If you want public transportation in Gainesville, you really have to show up and advocate for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to make any comments to items not on our agenda?
Hi, I feel like it's a 2-for-1, so, and I didn't know this was the whole new thing, but Mark van Soesbergen. This year I got all the tenants to, when they sign an annual lease, to opt into a program called Grew Green. And the Grew Green is where they're okay with GRU charging them $5 a month extra, with the explicit objective, in this case, to support the community. It's kind of broad. And then when we started this idea about 3 years ago, it was about creating a fund, and the fund would be available for anybody that had an older toilet. From the 70s, it would be 7 gallons. From the 80s, it would be like 5 gallons. From the 90s, it would be 3 gallons. But you may not have the $300 laying around, $200 to buy it, and $100 for somebody to install it, or whatever general price is. But so basically, make the funds available for anybody. It really doesn't matter if it's a homeowner or whether a person is a rental property, so you may not live there, but maybe you're renting it out, or maybe you have a small business or whatever. The thing is, we need to get rid of the old toilets. The new toilets work fine, in spite of what our dear president thinks. Sorry. They work fine. But they only use like 1.6 gallons per flush, which is a huge savings. And if you have a family, maybe 4 people, you might use the bathroom, or toilet like 10, 12, 14 times a day. So that adds up. And we already did the math. I think you might have copies of it already. We presented it to the UAB. And they eventually, so this after 26 months, by the way, since he's not here, excuse me, it was 26 months, and I did make 8 presentations to the UAB. And in the end, Mary, the then chairperson, said, "Oh, this is not the right venue." And what she explained to me is that the UAB takes instructions from you guys, so they'll process whatever it is. Oops, my. Well, that's her impression anyway of how the UAB is set up. So anyway, the story stays the same, but I guess maybe this is like, I don't know, since the UAB is not processing this as something to do, where does it leave the idea? Like, do you guys, you know the basic idea, right? There's funds available. Anybody with an old toilet gets some money back, incentivizes them to change out the toilet. And then I do it with a rental contract because there's a bunch of those. And so the program is up and running as far as I'm concerned. And you can charge the funds because they have agreed to it. And then just a matter of like, do you process this information or what happens next? But just to let you know that it's up there. I did my part. And I know a bunch of other people that own property, and we can get all those contracts to read that language. And then you would have funds available in order to retrieve all those old toilets. That's as far as I've gotten. Peace.
Very good. And just as real quick answer to appropriate venue, really that's a budget process question. So every year when we go through budget, whatever we want to allocate to efficiency programs or that kind of thing, that's where we discuss that, allocate a certain amount of funds, and then give staff direction to do it. So we can definitely have that conversation this year. Anybody else wish to speak to items not on the agenda? Welcome.
Hey. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Hesh. I'm an advocate for the Dignity Village and a former resident. I still kind of consider it my home. I have a bunch of things. I would do my best to get through this. First of all, the fence going around Dignity Village is far behind schedule, which is why Dignity Village is not closed yet. Apparently, Stage 2 has been complete, and Stage 3 should be complete by about February 15th, barring any other problems with delays. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the closing of Dignity Village, but the residents and myself, I feel that we would all benefit from a clear, transparent process, and let us know up front what's going on. John's fairly good about it. He does have meetings. Most people are really in the dark and really, really scared, you know. Now, October 1st was supposed to be, well, what? January 31st. I'm getting confused. All right. Do you think there's going to be any more delays in the completion? As it is right now, the completion is supposed to be February 15th, and approximately 30 days to 45 days after that, about the end of March, we should have the close of Dignity Village for those that are in the confused area. I have some other comments. First of all, if you saw the news article on Sunday's paper with that big, huge pile of trash, I could not give you a logical explanation as to what that pile of trash is, but it is absolutely no representation whatsoever of Dignity Village, and shame on Gainesville Sun. Shame on them. And their article was just so negative. It really, really was. Now, fortunately, they actually asked two residents about their opinion, and both these residents were spot on. If you didn't read it, you should, because they really hit the head on the nail. Now, I'm a little confused with your new rules. So you can speak on agenda items and off-agenda items, or can't you with these new rules?
I'll let you finish your comments, and then I'll answer your. I don't want to use your time up.
I know I had some other stuff to say, but I just wanted to mention that a pillar of our community, Arupa, has passed away.
Yes, thank you.
She passed away the 22nd of December, and yesterday was her funeral.
Thank you, Mr. Hash. I should have mentioned her in my a moment of silence, and I neglected to do so.
However, I also wanted to mention Pat Fitzpatrick, since we haven't
Thank you,
heard
Mr.
his
Hash. Your
name
time
in
has
such a long
expired.
time.
The difference between general public comment and early public comment. General public comment is what you've always known as the comment at the beginning of the meeting. Early public comment is brand new. It allows our guests to speak to items on our agenda, but then waive the right to speak later in the meeting. The idea is that if you have to go to work or you have something else to do, you can come at the beginning of the meeting, speak to the item, let us know what you think, and then be on your way. So the early public comment is for anything on the agenda. The general public comment is for anything else that's not on the agenda, what you're used to typically. Does anybody else have any comments to items not on our agenda? General public comment. Oh, okay. Thought he was coming up. This is the old fake left, go right. Anybody else? Okay, we will close general public comment. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your thoughts with us. And I want to thank the officer for, it looks like he's trying to assist our guest here who had some issues that she needed taken care of. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is 190790, appointments to the Historic Preservation Board, Regional Transit System Advisory Board, Student Community Relations Board, and the Utility Advisory Board.
Okay, so let's take these one at a time. We will start with Historic Preservation Board, and I'd like to invite anybody in attendance today who is an applicant for the Historic Preservation Board to come and introduce themselves briefly. Tell us why you're interested in the position and what you would bring to the board. The applicants for this are Elizabeth Hawk, Angelina Lewis, and Marilyn Prado. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. We are so lucky to live
Introduce
in
yourself, please.
We are so lucky to live in a unique city like Gainesville.
It's like, will you introduce yourself so people know?
Oh, I said, my name is Elizabeth Hawk.
Very
that
good,
was the
thank
first
you.
thing I said, but I think I talked over you, so I apologize. We are so lucky to live in a city as unique as Gainesville, with our mix of mid-century modern homes, duck pond estates, our places like the Thomas Center, and our historically Black neighborhoods. Gainesville has shown its commitment to historic preservation through ordinance and also the Historic Preservation Board, which has become a vitally important entity in our city as our historic areas such as Pleasant Street and Porters come under intense pressure from development, aging properties, and absentee landlords. The Historic Preservation Board is a very important voice in not only preserving and protecting our history and our stories of our Gainesville neighborhoods, but also planning for the resiliency of our neighborhoods for the future. And for our historic areas like Porters and Pleasant Street, it's very much going to take resilient efforts to save them. I believe that some of the greenest buildings we have, to quote Mary Alford, are the ones that already exist, and that with proper retrofitting, remodeling, and repurposing, we can have historic neighborhoods that are also sustainable. I would like to be on the Historic Preservation Board because I currently work at the College of Design, Construction, and Planning, where I'm considering pursuing a degree in historic preservation. I have an understanding of our historic neighborhoods, a deep love and commitment to our city, and I feel that my voice would be a very added benefit to this vitally important Gainesville institution. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your interest. Are any of the other applicants here? Ms. Lewis or Ms. Prado? Okay, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we appoint Elizabeth Hawk to the Historic Preservation Board.
Motion and second that we appoint Elizabeth Hawk to the Historic Preservation Board. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Mr. Shepherd?
This is about Historical Preservation Board, correct?
This is appointing a member to serve on the Historical Preservation Board, correct?
The members that we have brought about, I feel that they are doing their just and their advocate towards bringing the Historical Preservation Board back. I think that's an additional and exceptional ideal. When I become mayor, I'm running for mayorship, and I will take and put that item on the agenda to take and be funded in our funds for the upcoming years of 2021 and 23, so that we get those addressed and back in the swing of our history of Gainesville, because this has been a lacking item and has stripped our city of things that houses and buildings that should never have been touched. So I'm a great representative for that, and I thank those individuals who came forward to be on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and thank you, Ms. Hawk. Our next board is the Regional Transit Advisory Board. We have three applications for one seat. Our applicants are Daniel Clift, Angela Crawford, and forgive me any mispronunciation, Ramon Tocabins, perhaps? Are any of those members here to introduce themselves? Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to appoint Daniel Clift to the one full term. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Back to the commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Our next board is the Student Community Relations Advisory Board. There are three applicants for one non-voting post-secondary administrator. And it's a partial term that will expire at the end of December of next year. Our applicants are Matthew Diaz, Megan Lopez, and Christina Ramos. Are any of those applicants here to introduce themselves? Okay, back to the commission. Is there any discussion or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola? So, motion and second to appoint Megan Lopez to the Student Community Relations Advisory Board for a partial term expiring of September of next year. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Excuse me. A little rude. Okay, our final board is the Utility Advisory Board. There are 4 applications for 2 partial terms ending of March of this year. The applicants are Armando Grundy Gomez, Wesley Hoy, Ruben Ramos, and Adrian Thick, I think, or Thiki. And so, Commissioner Ward, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was told this morning, and I haven't verified this, but I was told this morning that there were some folks who tried to apply but weren't able to get through the application. I don't know. I don't know if any of the folks are here, but
Ms. Bryant, do you know anything about that? Madam Clerk, do you mind? Okay, thank you.
It's the first I'm hearing of a difficulty with the application process. I'm not sure what the issue was. I do know that once the application cycle is over, I close it, so nobody is able to then enter, so I don't know if they tried late. We also have paper applications available in the clerk's office, so if there is difficulty with the online application, we do have paper ones available. And certainly anyone, I have had folks who've had some issues with the online system reach out to me, and I've been able to step them through the process and help them through it. So I'm not aware personally of any issues. I did want to also bring up that there is a memo from GRU about, since the upcoming partial term expiration is so quickly coming upon us, to do it for the partial term plus the full term. So it's a request by GRU.
Right, okay. And that was Kristen Bryant, by the way, who handles all of our advisory board applications. Commissioner?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bryant. I don't think anybody was trying to bring up any criticism. I had heard this morning that there were some folks who were unable to do it for whatever reason. I didn't have a chance to follow through with them. But that being the case, and there being a small number of applicants, I would be comfortable with reopening the application process for this.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to extend the application period for another month. Okay, one more month. To, I think, both allow anybody who wasn't able to apply or missed the deadline to do so, but also I think as we get closer to that March 3rd date, if we're appointing right before that, it makes it a lot more sense to appoint for the full 4-year term. Ms. Bryant?
Kristen Bryant, staff. So our application process is monthly, so I could potentially open the new application cycle as of February 1st and just advertise for the new full term, since they're the appointees, we could have them start with the start date of the full term instead of doing just the shortened partial term and the full term. We'll just advertise the month of February for the full term.
And then those would be on our first meeting in March.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that is the motion on the floor right now. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. My concern is if this would be okay with the UAB current board members, if this is any way a hindrance to their ability to make decisions, or would this hinder any forward movement if we delay this another month?
Not wanting to speak for them, I don't think that there are any enormous decisions between now and the beginning of March that they would need to weigh in on. The only thing that's starting, but going to be actually delayed a little bit compared to last year is the budget discussions. But that's not, Mr. Bielarski, not going to start until into March anyway, correct?
Yeah, we have some philosophical discussions that we'll have, but I don't see that entering into
The fray until later date.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that the idea of reopening is not a reflection to me on the 4 people who have already applied. There are some very good choices here. Given that we're looking for longer terms here and that sort of thing, I just feel like it's a better choice at this time to get as large a pool as possible. And it may be that a couple of these folks are chosen anyway. There's some great choices already here, but I want as broad a pool as possible. So thank you.
Thanks. And I think, Ms. Bryant, the assumption is that these 4 applicants would remain, but we might want to verify with them to make sure they want their names to continue to be on the list, not assume that, but I think that's our assumption that they would stay on there. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, I'm concerned with, Ms. Bryant, if possibly you're able to come up for the questions I had with, you were talking about the opening of the application process being
Correct.
on a monthly cycle. And what I was hoping for, if we were going to extend the process to get that started and see who was able to apply by the end of this month, with the consideration that we're on the 16th, that's almost 2 full weeks.
We could do a special opening, absolutely. I could open it today, try to get communications on board to getting those notices out, and run it through either the 2nd or 3rd week of February. And I was thinking in my head, actually, I wouldn't be able to get it for the early meeting in March. It would be to be able to pull all of those and get them on the agenda timely. So doing it this way actually would facilitate me being able to do it for the early meeting in March.
I'd like to consider the timing of getting this done, because as we've heard from when we were having the previous conversation about needing to fill these spots, the general manager had identified that he puts everybody who's on the UAB through a lot of training to get them to catch up to the conversations, and especially with the budget then being started in March, to me, it's crucial to get the UAB together and ready to go sooner than later. So if the colleagues agree to...
we can definitely facilitate that for sure.
Okay. So has the motion been made to open it up?
Makers of the motion, if we could maybe designate the advertisement from January 20th to extend for 4 weeks.
Yes.
That'll work.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Does it have to be a month? Because
Not
my
from-
concern
if-
is that there's been people...
I will obey the commission.
There's been, what we're doing is extending it, so I don't know if we have to do it for a full month. Again, I'm trying to bring the date up if possible, and if there were people who have just missed... Can I finish? If there were people who had just missed the window closing, I feel like, they should be available to respond within 2 weeks.
Regardless, the first meeting in March is when it's going to be on our agenda to handle. So whether we have 2 weeks or 4 weeks, it's still going to be on that first meeting in March. And so it seems logical to give people more time to get more applicants, to have a broader field to choose from, rather than shortening the period of time.
I thought there was a possibility that we were moving that up too, and that we might be able to see them by the last meeting in February.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Well, when I say as soon as possible, I'm talking about everything being
I
able to move
apologize.
forward.
So for agenda purposes, I need to be able to pull the applications the previous week.
And I totally
So-
want to respect the load, because you've been doing a great job.
No problem.
But I'm just talking about if we're
Absolutely.
moving the date from one point to the other.
So if you want to make a motion that allows for a particular, even abbreviated application cycle that complies with agenda deadlines to be able to meet the second meeting in February, I can make sure that the calendar aligns and get and open the
what I'm
cycle
trying to
within that.
propose is that we extend it briefly for the end of the month of January, and then to have your input as to what would be reasonable for you to be able to get that material
Correct.
together for whatever commission schedule is appropriate. And
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know what the next date is in February, so. So that would be the 20th of February, which would be the second Thursday of the month, which would be 20 days. for you to go through?
Correct. And then I would need, I would have to pull the applications on the 7th to have them submitted for the agenda by the 10th. So if we can,
If that's
we could,
unreasonable, I totally,
it's honestly, it's switching a switch in the computer. So
it depends on how many apply.
Exactly. So we could, again, I can turn on the applications today, get with communications about promoting that it's been extended and send out the notices, and then we'll run it through February 7th. And then we would be able to meet the deadlines that we need to be on the February 20th commission meeting.
Really, if it works for you.
Yes.
Again, I'm just coming back to my interest is getting the team together sooner than later, and what works for you at your schedule. But I don't think we need a full month to open it up.
Okay, that sounds good.
But that, there's 4 others that need to be on board with that, 3 others.
I'm comfortable with 2 weeks.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
I'd like to do the month and have it in the first meeting in March. I call the question as well. Motion.
Okay. I did not hear in the motion, but I think it's important to clarify. As we go back out to re-advertise this, are we re-advertising for the full 4-year term plus the balance of these terms?
I would like to, if it's available, that they can start before.
Well, I just need to know it's in the motion, so Ms. Bryant knows what to advertise.
The full 4-year terms was my intent.
Okay. Plus the remainder of the existing.
balance is
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is the motion on the floor, you made the motion, Commissioner Ward.
I move that we reopen for a period of, if we open it for 2 weeks, you would be able to bring it back to us on the 20th. Is that accurate?
Correct,
I'm
to February 20th.
Trying to, my intent, by the way, is to reopen it for anyone who had trouble getting in.
Recently.
And then giving them the full 4-year terms plus the balance of these terms, whoever is chosen. That is my intent. So I will restate the motion, that we re-advertise for a period of 2 weeks to make a choice on February 20th, and those 2 choices will have the opportunity to serve full 4-year terms plus the balance of the existing terms.
I'll second.
Commissioner Hayes Santos, you are the seconder. Do you accept those amendments?
No, I want the month.
Okay, so the motion dies for lack of a second.
Well,
Do you want
isn't somebody else allowed to second if the first one doesn't?
Hold on.
Yes, we have to there needs to be a new motion. That motion is dead. Okay?
Okay.
So we need a new motion, since that failed or the amendments failed for lack of a second.
Let me vote on that.
Will the original motion, was
We advertised for a month.
Yeah.
That's all it was. We advertised for a month and then
okay.
that's all it was. Include the ones here. That was
Okay, so that is not going to include advertising for the 4-year terms, because the original advertisement was just the completion of these terms. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? And that was very confusing unnecessarily. So I believe right now the motion on the floor is to open this back up for the period of 1 month to fill the remainder of the 2 terms that were vacated by Mr. Sylvester and Ms. Alfred. Mr. Shepard?
Yes, my name is Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and I say that I would like to also hear whether this is going to, if the Florida Power and Light takes over, what is the transaction as far as their job? Are they going to take and guarantee him this position or what? So I think that this should have been held after the Florida Power and Light amendment so that we could get all this info illustrated, so that she knows where they're going and what they're going to allow in the procedures of them being in power of the GRU. That's my comment, sir.
Okay,
Question.
Florida Power and Light's not taking over anything. They will have no authority over us. They'll have no authority over this body, and they'll have no authority over the UAB. It will not be any change whatsoever. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Nancy Darren. I thought that Commissioner Ward's motion made more sense. I totally agree with the general manager that given the amount of training and the budget season coming up, that to have to go through just setting up new full 4-year terms makes a lot of sense. I think to reopen for a couple of weeks and not extend it too long makes a lot of sense. And not knowing what would happen today, I do want to express my support for Adrienne Thieke. Not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but I think she brings the combination of education, science, and engagement in a way that would be a good addition to the current folks there. So,
thank you.
I don't know if you can vote one and move the other, but are they in a clump? But 4-year term, not 1 month, and then.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Elizabeth Hawk, quick comment. The UAB is such an important board, and I believe many citizens think it's become politicized, that I think opening and extending the application is the best choice the City Commission can make to ensure that it's, an open, transparent process. Second comment, I've applied for several boards in my time in Gainesville. This was the first time that I've actually been contacted by the clerk's office, completely communicated with the process by the clerk's office, so I commend Ms. Bryant and the clerk's office and City Hall for engaging more with applicants in this process. And I encourage anyone who has applied, if you're having trouble, to reach out to Ms. Bryant. She will help you navigate the application. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Okay, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Mr. Mayor, if maker of the motion be okay amending it to both the partial term but also the full term as well.
But still 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna vote for it.
Okay, so the motion is to extend the advertisement for 4 weeks and to include the next full 4-year terms with the applicants. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what I'm hoping for. I'm not in support of this motion. I do question the availability. We haven't had many of these type of situations, so that's why I'm a bit in question of the process. That if a person makes a motion and it was one thing and there was a second to approve that, but then if the motion is changed and a person doesn't approve that, then I feel it should have been opened up for another person to approve and second that motion. Being that that isn't the process that we went through, again, I'm not a big Robert's Rules of processes, but I hope that there will be support to, again, what I'm hoping to see is the intent of getting somebody on board as soon as possible, sooner than later. And that 1 month is an opportunity for that individual to get more training so that they're ready to go sooner. So I'm not in support of the motion, but I will be supporting a second motion afterwards if the vote allows, that we allow for the application process to be opened until the end of this month and then get a new person selected as soon as possible in February. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is that we extend the application period for 1 month and to include the full 4-year terms following the expiration of these current terms in those. I'm just going to quickly say I'm going to vote against the motion. I do believe we should open it up for a month. I believe the more time we have to reach out to our residents and allow them an opportunity to see what the job's about and consider applying is important. But this application process advertised for a partial term, and there may be people who would have applied if they knew it was for the full 4-year next term, and I think that's unfair to people who might have applied that we change it at this point. And so I'm going to vote against it. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, that motion fails 2-4. We had Simmons and Hayes Santos in support, and then Ariola absent. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, I'd like to move forward with a motion very similar to what Commissioner Ward was making, that we extend the application process through the end of January, short period. Make sure that all the individuals who are currently on this list get noticed, that the process is just being extended another 2 weeks, and that it is going to cover the remainder of the term that is currently through March, and that will be starting with an expectation for their service commitment to 4 years.
There's a motion and second that we extend the advertisement through the end of the month and include both the partial term and the next 4-year term in the advertisement for the applicants. Commissioner Simmons?
Okay, you answered the question. I just wanted to make sure that in the advertisement it states the half month plus an additional years.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ariola absent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is 190803, Canvassing Board appointment with the recommendation that the commission appoint a city commissioner to the 2020 Canvassing Board if a runoff election is required. And in the absence of a commissioner, that the city appoint the city auditor to the 2020 Canvassing Board.
Okay, thank you very much. So this election, because it's being conducted under the umbrella of the presidential preference primary, will be primarily overseen by the county, and they'll appoint the canvassing board. However, if there is a runoff necessary, there will be no county involvement, and so we'll have to have our own canvassing board for that runoff. So this is a sort of contingency plan. Commissioner Warren?
I'd like to offer to run
to serve on it?
nominate, yeah, to serve on the canvassing board.
Okay, you want to, okay, there's a motion to have Commissioner Warren serve on the canvassing board in the circumstance of a runoff, seconded by Commissioner Santos.
I did have a question about that.
Sure.
Since I'm often, my term ends in May, and they're talking about this being on through to the summer, does that fill the qualification request for it to be a commissioner?
It will, yeah. I mean, you can still be on the canvassing board after your term is up. There's no, I mean, you're on it.
Okay, just wanted to
Right.
make sure that
And
that's
until the new candidate is sworn in, you still hold the seat.
Yep.
Yeah, there's just some closeout stuff, but I don't know why that would go beyond the term switching. Yeah. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, so the motion is for Commissioner Warren to serve on the canvassing board in case of a runoff. All in favor say aye. There meant to be more enthusiasm with those ayes, I think. All opposed? Okay,
if you want to do it, you can do it.
That motion passes unanimously.
I did
Thank
not
you
vote,
for your
just to
willingness
say.
thank you for your willingness to serve.
So that was 5. I abstained.
You cannot abstain.
I can't abstain to vote for
Not
myself?
legally, no.
Okay.
No.
I thought that
No,
just
no, no.
by
Not
virtue
unless
of-
the only way you can abstain if you fill out a bunch of paperwork and recuse yourself because you have special benefit from, and you.
Okay,
This
then
is the
because I did
opposite
say
of
that,
special
please
benefit.
record me as voting.
Silence gives consent.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the opposite of special benefit. This is special work and with no compensation. And just a reminder to everybody out there, especially candidates, because Commissioner Warren will be on the canvassing board, she cannot endorse or support any of the candidates, and so don't ask her for money or to put a sign in her yard or anything else. Okay, so Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is 190816, City Auditor Employment Agreement with the recommendation that the Commission approve the employment agreement with Virginia Bigby for the Charter Office of the City Auditor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jefferson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Lisa Jefferson, HR Director. The Commission directed the HR Department to initiate a search firm, or select a search firm to conduct the search for the City Auditor. Interviews were completed on December 18th. The Commission selected their top candidate, Virginia Bigby, and authorized the Mayor to engage in the negotiations. The Mayor successfully negotiated a contract with the candidate, and the recommendation is for the Commission to approve the employment agreement. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just let the Commission know I had very cordial and professional negotiation with Ms. Bigby. She is incredibly excited to start work and can't wait to get down here. I want to just a little bit of a heads up for all of you on the commission that have been following the sort of difference between our total rewards ranges for all of our employees and what was advertised. Coming in to this contract, Ms. Bigby will be approximately $16,000 below the market mean. It was my desire to start her out at the midpoint so we didn't have to, after the fact, go and do adjustments with her contract like we are others. And she'd sort of be starting out in the place that she's supposed to be. But I didn't feel like I had the authority to do that because the range was advertised. And, you know, it's the same thing. Some people might have applied for the job if the range was different. And it was just sort of sticking to our commitment that we put out in the language for the application. So she understands that. She's fine with that. You know, I told her we will deal with her compensation and contract just as we will the other charter officers in our annual performance evaluation and budget discussions. And she understood that. So with that, are there any questions for me, or is there a motion? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel the need to say this because we are working on equity within the city of Gainesville. That doesn't just mean racial equity, but it means gender equity as well. And I've noticed that, you know, with our male charter officers, they are either at or above the midpoint, and for our female charter officers, they are not. And I think it's important to say that out loud as we continue to negotiate our contracts, as we continue to give charter officer raises. It's important to say that out loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Thank you very much for making that comment. I was just wondering the start date.
February 2nd, I think? 24th, okay.
Of February, okay.
Okay, any other questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I'm not gonna, is there a motion? Okay. I'll let the motion be made.
I'll make a motion to approve the employment agreement with Virginia Bigby for the Charter Office of City Auditor.
Okay, is there a second? We don't want to approve the contract, the person we hired? Was there a second? Okay, thank you, a second. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to be in support of the motion because I believe that we should start Virginia Bigby at midpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
And piggybacking off of Commissioner Johnson, when will, if we start her at the level that we're considering starting her at, when will an opportunity be for her to get to the midpoint? What does that process look like, and how long will it take?
Ms. Jefferson, you can say, but it's the same as the other charter officers that we just went through.
It'll be an annual review?
Yeah, it's a budget decision, exactly. We can put all of our charter officers there in 1 year if we want. We can do it over 3 years as we've promised, or now 2 years with the rest of our workforce. It's a policy decision, a budget decision by the commission.
That's correct.
I would like to withdraw my motion because I'm in agreement with Ms. Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson, I think you need to weigh in here because I was told that's where I wanted to start, but because we advertised it up to 150, that I was under an obligation to make that as part of the offer.
So that is correct. We advertised a particular range that the commission recognized when I had discussions with them regarding the total rewards results in relation to where we were with a few of our other charter officers from an internal equity perspective. It certainly is within the commission's purview to extend an offer outside of what was recommended. So if that is the commission's desire in which to do that. Yep.
I'd like to request clarification on what is that midpoint number?
164.
Yes.
And I also think that if this is the direction of the commission, we do not have a valid negotiation because her and I agreed tentatively to the terms that I negotiated. This is different than that, so I will need to go back and renegotiate with her.
Okay, well, this is worthy of the discussion. I'm sorry to appear to be doing this, fluctuating, but I think it's important to get her in, and I will go back to my first motion to accept, to approve the employment agreement. And I appreciate that you went to the top of what was allowed in that range. I wasn't paying attention in the first discussion, evidently.
And I'll just, again, reiterate that I had this discussion with her. She understands, and was willing to go through that process along with the other charters to get to where she, where she ultimately will end up. Commissioner, oh, that's you. Commissioner Jesus? There is. It's the motion to approve the contract. Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. Any further questions or comments? Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a comment that moving forward, now that we know where we are as far as the reward study, and we need to do a better job in making sure that whoever we bring on board, that they're at the midpoint. And if we're going to continuously talk about equity in the city of Gainesville, we need to stay true to just that and make sure that the lines of communication are open in our human resource department, within all our departments, to make sure that whoever comes on board, that they feel equal and as a partner. Commissioner Johnson is absolutely right. As we look at our charter officers, particularly our male officers, they're at midpoint or above. And that should not be taken lightly. I'm in total agreement with Commissioner Johnson, but because you were in a situation where you took information to her based on the knowledge that you had, Mayor, and she accepted that, I'm going to vote for this. But I want everyone to know that I'm not comfortable with this. I don't agree with this. I think that we should get to a point where we are equitable at some point. But because you had a conversation with her and she understands and she's in agreement with it, and we need to have someone on board, I will vote for it. But I just want to let everybody here know that if we're going to continue to talk about equity within the city, we need to practice that. Thank you.
I agree. This was the language and the advertisement that the commission approved unanimously, and so that's the reason that it was in there. Commissioner Jesus?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted against the increases last time because I think we're paying our charter officers too much, to be honest. And looking at other cities and seeing kind of, I want to get deeper into the midpoints and how those were done for the charter officers, because I don't know, they seem very high compared to other cities that I've looked at and what they pay their charter officers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on the total reward study. And I do, too, some of those points of, what it equates to. When we look at the number of applicants that we have with this salary range being provided, we had no shortage of people who were interested in coming to Gainesville. And, we heard their passion for wanting to be here in Gainesville. And so I do wonder how those numbers are identified. And I know the process of the consultants who do that work really hard to try to make it equitable to the city in comparison of all the other costs of living things. But to the point that Commissioner Simmons had mentioned, now that we do have those numbers in a report, I'm sure that our HR department will be able to find that point to the advertisings to modify and update it to include whatever we're saying that midpoint is, that we're consistent with it, and not having to come back to a discussion such as this the next time we hire somebody because we didn't incorporate what the total rewards had identified as a midpoint to base our wage on when we advertise. Right. We live and we learn, but I think we got a really good one in on this, and I'm really excited to see her come on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. We're going to take just a quick 5-minute recess before we get to our main event, so everybody can stretch their legs, get a little drink of water if they want. So we're going to reconvene at 2:35. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you were able to get the blood circulating and keep the clots away. Madam Clerk, can you please introduce our next item?
Absolutely. Item 190804, GRU Generation Transition Plan 2020 to 2022, with a lengthy recommendation that the Commission authorize the General Manager of the utility to submit a request to FP&L for transmission interconnection, negotiate the terms of and execute the System Impact Study Agreement and cost reimbursement subject to approval by the City Attorney as to form and legality. If required, negotiate the terms of and execute the Facility Study Agreement subject to approval by the City Attorney as to form and legality. Negotiate the terms of a Network Services Agreement and Network Operating Agreement with FP&L, provided there are no increases or additions to the cost or rates described in this agenda item, and in the responses by an FP&L and GRU included in the backup. If there are additional or increased costs, or if the General Manager cannot successfully negotiate the terms of the network agreements, the General Manager will bring the network agreements back to the Commission for consideration. The network agreements are subject to approval by the City Attorney as to form legality. And 5, direct GRU to use the savings resulting from the network agreements to reduce GRU debt, which would be the basis for future base rate reductions and or reduce GRU's fuel adjustment, depending on the classification of the network services agreement payment as a base cost or a fuel cost, and the UAB recommendation is listed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Bolarski, tastes and ties notwithstanding, we welcome you and ask you to please introduce us to this item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. I'm here today to talk about a subject that's deeply embedded in GRU and the community. It's about a generation transition plan that we've been working on as an executive team for a while. And it is, and I'm going to steal something that our wastewater guy, Mr. Cunningham, has come up with. He has the 3 Ps. Well, it's really based in the 3 Cs. It's about community, it's about customers, and it's about the company. We are looking as a company to pay down our debt. We need to come up with a new approach to be able to pay down debt. We need to take care of our customers by reducing rate pressure. And as a community, we need to lessen our reliance on fossil fuels. The challenge, we identified the challenge. We've worked with the Commission over an extended budget process over the past couple years. We resolved a lot of things. We accepted challenges, confronted challenges. One of the challenges that we're faced with, given where we are in the maturity of the utility, is that we have 5 generating plants that are over 39 years of age that produce 446 megawatts of electricity out of an available 634. That's a lot of age for units that back the system. And I want to be clear here. The slide is transitioning because they're older. It doesn't mean that they're not properly run, they're not adequately staffed, and that they're not bad units. You know, people in the community have taken part of this and used it to denigrate the way we've operated, what we've done, and that's not that at all. We're responding to challenges, as I've said, in the 3 Cs. And that's just the important takeaway from this. So these plants can continue to operate indefinitely. We have great staff that can keep them running. They've kept them running for many years. But they face technical obsolescence, like the issues we had with the Kelly plants, 6 months of challenges and operations. There's been some back and forth as to how many hours it operated, how many it didn't, but the reality is we had challenges for 6 months where we couldn't get full availability out of that unit when it was important to us from an operational perspective. The other thing is, quite frankly, they're uneconomical compared to alternatives in the marketplace. And that's the conundrum that we have right now. It currently costs us, on average, $35 to $45 a megawatt. There's some plants that are higher, some can be lower. In fact, some of the fossil fuel plants, like Deer Haven 1, can run a lot higher than that, depending on the length of the run, the circumstance, and the price of gas. And the market is $20 to $30. Now, that's a daily market. It's not with a PPA, but it indeed is how you could operate getting full access through a transmission line backed by generation. And then the other thing, quite frankly, is that it challenges us to get to 100% renewable. The board, I'll call you the board, the commission, has set the renewable goal of 100% by 2045. And then in addition, we're in a climate emergency. So we have a window of time here where we must choose. Do we build something to replace what we have, or do we operate the way we always have, or do we take this, so do we come up with a transition so we aren't stuck with plants that we can't replace or that we have replaced? That's really the ultimate challenge. So understanding that as a group, as a team, we envisioned a solution. How did we envision the solution? Well, we got experts to look at what the replacement costs would be for those aging units and how we could get to 100% renewable. We did an integrated resource plan. It was conducted by the Energy Authority, which we're a partner in. This is an organization that conducts power marketing for us, natural gas prices, purchases. It's a great tool for the organization, and we've used them in the past. We use them on a regular basis. This study called the Integrated Resource Plan, the IRP, showed that we would have capital expenditures of between $895 million and $1.95 billion over the next 20 years in today's dollars, 2018 dollars, to replace those aging units and move toward the 100% goal. Now, there's been some question about those numbers as well, and I want to address these as I'm going along because this is a complicated subject. Can I have the overhead, please? Oh, boy, we can all see that one. Can you go right to the figure 3 right there? I think some of the confusion has been, if you look at the bottom of that chart, you see the NPVRR. That's the net present value of revenue requirements. And there's 3 columns there. There's a reference case, and then there's another case, and then there's a renewable case. We're looking at that far column, and we're not looking at the NPVRR, which includes operating costs and O&M and those types of things. We're looking at the one that's bracketed CapEx numbers. It would cost us $895 million if we go with solar PPAs. It would cost $1.948 billion if we do a self-build of solar. And by the way, that comes with another biomass plant to do that, to accomplish that. So let's get back to the slides. So after we got that RFP, we conducted our business analysis or industrial discussions surrounding, how we could get additional power off the grid, because that was a huge dilemma for us to realize there was that much money involved in moving toward our goal. And so we realized that we could expand through FP&L, we could expand through Duke. We had numbers from the days when Dave Bolio was here that it was $400 million to get to Duke. In our discussions with FP&L, that number was 180 to 220 for an average of $200 million. And that was for 450 megawatts of access, which would be able to cover our peak load, which is much different than any of the studies that had been done before that included beefing up those lines, but it didn't give the full capabilities. So what are the options that we're looking at, or what are the options that we did look at? Well, first off, GRU can maintain the status quo. Number 2, we could proactively retire or replace the generating fleet, which is part of that $894 to $1.9 billion. We could exit the generation business. We could create a hybrid solution would take the best of all those worlds. Now, the one that I don't have up there that I also want to address is that folks in the community say, well, you can always sell the utility. And I will tell you that there's not a price based on the assets that we have and the customers we have that would put us in the same situation or better than what we already have. So I dismiss that. It's not appropriate for the city. And as a charter officer, I'm not only responsible, have a fiduciary responsibility for the utility, but for general government and the city as well. So that would have reduced the general fund transfer. It would have reduced other capabilities of the utility, and I didn't see that as an option. So let's go through that maintain the status quo option. The reality is, you've seen it in each budget year. We come back. We should have higher fuel costs. We have more outage work. We have higher O&M costs, and as well as increasing personnel costs. We have the increased frequency of these outages like we've experienced at Kelly. And quite frankly, the longer you go in the status quo, the more expensive the replacement of the fleet becomes while your financial metrics decline. That's not a good formula. And so base rates and fuel adjustment necessarily increase. To me, that's not an option, and it wasn't to the team. Number two is that you proactively replace aging plants. Based on that IRP, we'd be incurring up to $2 billion a little sooner than later. So you lose the net present value to the organization. The level of CapEx is quite frankly challenging. I don't believe GRU could borrow that level of money and replace its fleet. The general fund transfer, other CapEx, ability to maintain current levels of services would be impacted. And again, our electric rates would necessarily increase. So that's really not an option. The other thing that's been talked about is you could exit the generation business. You could retire the GRU units that are actually, 38, they're 39 years of age, with substantial decommissioning costs. We'd have to upgrade the tie lines to the 450 megawatts, which brings in that $200 to $400 million cost estimates that we've had in the past. The other thing that would happen is when you start retiring these assets earlier, you lose the remaining economic useful life that you had, that you paid for earlier without any payback. And again, during that transition, electric rates will necessarily increase. Quite frankly, that's not an option either. So what we worked on was this hybrid solution. I mean, you could think of it as generation light, because it is maintaining our generating capabilities, but it's supplementing it. It's working not on one front, but on multiple fronts. It's giving us optionality. And one of the reasons this has become very important to us is one of the key elements is being able to partner with FP&L. Let me be really clear. This isn't about FP&L buying us. This is about partnering with FPL, because today, folks, ding, 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 we already do partner with them. We buy power from them. We have an access point with them. We're in the electric generation, distribution, transmission community. So we do partner with them. This is another layer that we would add to that. So they could upgrade GRU's tie line to create transmission capacity of 450 megawatts, which is projected to be available in 2022. And one of the basic reasons for that is they acquired Gulf Power this past year, and it connects the regions that they have. In fact, I'll go over that real quick. There's Little Gainesville, is a little blue island in Florida, and the rest of it being turquoise. See Gulf Power in that left corner. Well, the connect point is pretty close to where we are, and there's a broad span across the panhandle that makes this important at this point in time. And we'll go back over that a little later. Oops. So in exchange for that, they want us to sign what they call Network Service Agreement, an NSA, allowing us access to their generation. We'd be getting transmission services, and we could get generation throughout FP&L's territory. That NSA would be for 30 years, an initial cost of approximately $9 million a year, escalated by their cost of transmission service. In addition to that, or contemporaneous with that, we would still develop the final plan to convert Deer Haven coal plant to natural gas, because we could get immediate greenhouse gas emission reductions. We could also run the plant cheaper with natural gas. And so we're going through that analysis right now. This plan doesn't stop that process. We're also talking about expanding the scope of the previous IRP to consider alternative generation within FP&L's territory. Quite frankly, we don't have to buy power from FP&L. We could buy it from FMPA. We could provide it from other people that generate into their territory. And finally, develop a timeline and analysis which GRU will mothball, retire fossil fuel generation, and recognize savings through our GRU generation transmission plan. So to give you kind of a visual here, we already have a transmission line that takes power in to the Deer Haven station. And what this one would do is have a second transmission line that would also come down and deliver to the McMeekin station. So it's already served by FP&L. It would be constructed based on the terms of the NSA, and it could save us up to $400 million, compared to if we decided to do it with Duke. So what's the impact? What are we talking about here? First off, we could avoid future CapEx of doing it ourselves, of beefing up that transmission line of $200 to $400 million. If you accept that we wouldn't do it with Duke, it would save us $200 million. If you didn't want to deal with FP&L, it would cost you $400 million. We'd avoid future CapEx of between approximately $1 billion and $2 billion. That's the biggie. That's the big elephant in the room. It would avoid us having to build our plants or replace the plants that we now have. That's money we don't have. That's money we'd have to borrow, and that customers would have to pay us back. So funding the $9 million of annual payments would come through this $10 to $14 million reduction in fuel costs. What's that? How are you saving $10 to $14 million? We've run GenTrader models that show that if you remember, we were talking about the $20 to $30 you could buy on the market and the daily market. We'll compare that to our marginal cost of production. We'd be buying more power from FP&L or somebody off their territory at a cheaper price. That directly reduces our fuel costs. And under the $10 million scenario, the basis for that was, it was attached. You had the scenario as one of the attachments, but the $10 million was based on lifting all the import restrictions, because that's what hurts us now. We can only import so much. So in a lot of cases, because we have to maintain reliability, in all cases we have to maintain reliability, we can't run our plants to their full potential. For example, we have a 252 megawatt coal plant. Do we run it at 252? No. Do we ever? No. Why not? Because the reliability standards, it says you have to satisfy an N-1 contingency. If that biggest unit goes out, you have to have the ability to provide for it. We can't in our system, but through this, we could provide it. So we would immediately get, if we gave up balancing authority in addition to the transmission access, we'd be able to pick up 130 megawatts of generation capacity immediately. What did we pay for that capacity at the biomass plant? What did we pay when we had the Progress Power Agreement? This would immediately make our generating facilities more. They would increase their capacity or what we could use them for. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it gives you that optionality. If we can't get prices that we want, you then have the ability to even operate your own at a higher level, which is more in their sweet spot. So the other thing is that there's a $5 to $8 million reduction in fixed costs at the fossil fuel plants, which is why all the folks are back here now, because most of that is personnel costs. And what we've done is say, this is 2 years at least in the future. We'll probably run for a while in terms of trying to iron out the system. They're going to be affected. There will be some people that will be displaced with reductions in the costs at the organization. So that's why they're here. I talked about the shedding of the balancing authority, possibly reducing $2 million a year in cost and substantial non-compliance risks. We have staff that have to maintain compliance with NERC. We have folks that manage our generating side of bringing in, the transmission side of bringing in that generation. That would be something that FP&L could possibly do for us. So overall, there's an anticipated savings of $17 to $24 million in variable costs, which are the fuel costs, plus the fixed costs, which are the maintenance personnel on those fossil fuel plants, before the $9 million payment to FP&L. And quite frankly, I anticipate the $9 million going to FPL growing, that will grow slower than what I anticipate our own costs would be. It's the nature of the animal. It's the nature of the beast. So you have a net savings of $8 to $15 million a year that we would use to pay down debt or reduce the fuel adjustment. And quite frankly, it's the only economical sustainable plan to transition our fleet. This is the these are the numbers that I just talked about in kind of a chart. The 10 to 14 million. You got the fixed plan of 5 to 8 million. You got balancing authority of 2. That's your 17 to 24 million dollars. The NSA payment resulting in the 8 to 15 million dollars in savings. So what does this do to us organizationally? As I open off the discussion, this reduces our dependence on fossil fuels with the ability to hasten the retirement of some of the fossil plants. And part of that is gaining greater access to green generation outside our territory. Let's go to that picture again. Today, we can build green generating facilities in our little blue island. In the future, we could build green generating assets in the turquoise areas. We have access to that. We could partner with people to put facilities up. You've heard the questions from the community. You know, GRU, what aren't you doing? Oh, there's these big solar arrays that are being built in and all around us. They're not in our territory. We can't access those other areas because of the transmission constraints. We could at that point. So it incredibly expands our ability to get into other green generation. The other thing is that we'd be able to utilize the strength of FP&L, not become part of FP&L, but utilize their strength. And every organization has strength. And it will allow us to transition to 100% renewable. It's the hardest thing when I'm talking to folks about this and how that works. They look at it and go, well, geez, FP&L has less than 3% green assets. Well, you know, that's not what we're using. And shame on you, Matt, for only having 3%. I joked with them before about that. People took it the wrong way, but it is what it is. So it gives us also a multi-year window, allows us to work on an effective, affordable, equitable plan to move from one to the other. Because that's been the discussion at the UAB. You all were talking about the UAB, appointing another member. For the past 2 years, what we've talked about is how do you move from the old technology to the new? Everyone knows where they want to go. You want to get to 100% renewable. But how do you move from something that's the status quo to that? This becomes a tool for GRU to move from one to the other. Again, we've talked about this GRU territory and FP&L territory. And I know the folks back there, they want to see it all turquoise. So that's the basis of the plan. That's what we're looking at. I think it's viable financially. I think it's viable economically. I think it's viable organizationally, environmentally. But there's questions, and that's what you heard today. Oh my God, what are you doing? FP&L. You know, So, and why do you need this so quick? So let's talk about that. Why do we need it so quick? First off, it's not quick. We've been talking about this for a while. And we've had numerous times where we could talk about this, but in the current situation, opportunities don't come where someone is willing to build that transmission interconnect for $200 million in exchange for getting transmission access that you would have to pay for anyway. If we built it ourselves, we still have to pay that $9 million a year. So we could spend the $200 million, then we do the $9 million a year. Or we can do the $9 million a year and let them pay if we agree to do it for 30 years, which I see us doing. We're going to transition away from these fossil fuel plants. So isn't $9 million a lot to spend? Do you realize that we're committed today for $90 to $100 million every year for providing the fuel for the assets that provide power to the community in perpetuity? We can't decide next year, no, we're not going to buy the fuel. We got to generate that power. We got to deliver it to the community. So we already have these obligations. We have tremendous obligations. And as part of that obligation, spending $9 will be able to reduce that $90 million to $100 million by $10 to $14 million. So quite frankly, I think it's cheap. So why is GRU asking for an NSA obligating the utility for 30 years? Well, would you build an interconnection for $200 million and say, yeah, just get on it for 1 year. You pay back your $9 million. Of course not. You'd want some payment, so they do it in terms of the years. If it wasn't for 30 years, we'd somehow have to pay for a significant portion of that up front. The other one is this is kind of the, is this the camel's nose under the tent? Is this the first step in FP&L, buying the utility? And quite frankly, the way I look at it is you take away their economic incentive to buy us because they're in the business of selling electrons. They want to sell as much electricity through their 7,000 BTU heat rate units as they can. So this allows them to compete to sell that to us. Why do they need to own a water asset? Why do they need to own a gas asset? Why, quite frankly, why do they want to own the assets that we have in Gainesville that can't compete against their assets? There's not value for them to do that. The next question is, wouldn't GRU be devalued by giving up its generating assets? And quite frankly, no. I mean, recognizing what your strategic advantage is increases the value. Being able to charge the customer lower rates adds value and still adds the ability to reduce the debt. We'd be much more valuable with reduced debt. And that's what part of this is going to do, is reduce the debt. And then people have said, what about the language in the NSA? We all went through the biomass contract. We understand it wasn't transparent. Well, you can't get any more transparent than this. It's a FERC document. It's on the website. It's standard boilerplate language. It's a tariff. It's been determined over the years in practice. And it's governed by FERC as well. So wouldn't this action diminish GRU's exemplary storm response? We hear it all the time. We come back sooner. We have crew that work with the police, fire, first responders. Nope, doesn't affect it at all. Distribution is still distribution. Transmission is transmission. So the other question is, it's got to slow our ability to get to the renewable goal. It's counterintuitive. We get access to the territory. We're going to have to build generation. We can partner with people to build that generation. It gives us more access to put plants on additional land mass. What if GRU doesn't see the savings that they estimate? Well, for that to happen, we have to believe that our units that are out there that have heat rates that are 40 to 50% higher, which is bad, than FP&L, for whatever reason, will have their heat rates go down to the level of the new plants. Technologically, it's not possible. So there's savings is embedded in those heat rates. And people will say, well, you're speculating on gas. You're speculating on this. We buy gas now. We buy coal now. We buy these things now. But we'd be swapping one fossil fuel for somebody else burning a fossil fuel to give you the same generation. I make the analogy of a car that gets 10 miles to the gallon to one that gets 20 miles to the gallon. That's the differential we're talking about. You spend less on fuel going the same amount of distance with a 20-mile-per-hour car than you do with a 10-mile-an-hour car. At some point in the future, it's not going to swap unless you change the car. So those savings aren't up in the air. They're there. So what happens to the employees that are working at the fossil fuel plants? I've said it to various folks throughout the organization. I've communicated with the employees. I will be having meetings with them up at Deer Haven next week. We are not about reducing employees. We're talking about reducing positions. We have 2 years to work on plans so that we can give them possible first preference to openings and vacancies across the organization. We can cross-train so they can get better trained to move into some of those new positions. FP&L has a lot of jobs across the community that will work with some displaced people, workers, as well. There's a host of things that we can present to the employees with the City Commission's approval so that we can take the pain out of that potential future displacement. You have folks saying, how many of these employees will lose their jobs? I don't know, but I hope as few as possible. I hope they stay with the organization. I hope they stay with the city in another role. There's also the ability to possibly have early exits on retirement. Whether you're at 18 years, maybe you get to 20. And that was done before within the city so that there wasn't that harm and damage done to the employee's personal situation. And then the other question that was asked here today, what about the customer's impact on this plan? What are the customers going to see? Well, I'll tell you what they will see. If we continue down this road and we have to spend $2 billion, you're going to see your rates double over that period of time. Yeah, that's right. It's going to double. We don't have the ability to absorb as a small utility that type of huge debt and leverage. This will reduce that substantially. And that's why we're doing it. We also need to reduce the debt, which will have positive impacts on rates. But first, we have to reduce the debt because we are highly leveraged. So let's talk about, in summary, what I've laid out here today. Under the left column, that's where the status quo is. That's what we're looking at. On the right side, that's the GRU transition plan. What we're looking at is between $895 million to $1.95 billion over the next 20 years that we'll have to spend in capital expenditures. Second transmission line, $200 million to $400 million if we went that route. More debt, lower bond ratings. Lower bond ratings, higher interest rates, higher operating costs, increase as assets age, higher base rates. Increased outages, they're covered in our base rates. We've got to increase base rates if there's higher outages. There's going to be continued upward pressure on our electric rates. And I think it's an unsustainable business model. Under the transition plan, we've got 30 years at $9 million a year. That's paid with the variable operating cost and fuel cost savings. FP&L is going to absorb the cost of the upgraded interconnection. Creates 450 megawatts of capacity. We can reduce fixed operating costs on fossil fuels from $5 to $10 million a year. We get reduced rate pressure on electric, and we can develop staffing plans for employees potentially impacted by the change. I'm already talking to the union reps. Robert has been here, talked with Russell as well as Don. I mean, these are difficult things for employees to absorb. I get it. But we will work in a collaborative way toward solutions. So the recommendation, and I have the UAB's concurrence or change in that recommendation. But number one, we want to have the City Commission authorize the general manager to submit a request to FP&L for transmission interconnection. UAB concurs. To negotiate the terms of and execute the system impact study agreement and cost reimbursement subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. The UAB concurs. If required, negotiate the terms of and execute the facility study agreement subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. The UAB concurs. Next one's a longer one, but it's negotiate the terms of the network service agreement and network operating agreement with FPL, provided there's no increases in the additions to the costs or rates described in the agenda item and in the responses by FPL and GRU included in the backup. If there are additional or increased costs, or if the general manager cannot successfully negotiate the terms of the network agreements, the general manager will bring the network agreements back to the commission for consideration. The network agreements are subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. Again, the UAB concurs.
Mr. Pelosi, can you advance the slide so people can read
shoot, I'm sorry.
Maybe just leave it there for a second.
And then number 5, we wanted to make sure, based on the discussions we've had through our budget processes, that we would use the savings resulting from the network agreements to reduce GRU debt, which would be the basis for future base rate reductions, and or reduce GRU's fuel adjustment, depending on the classification of the network services agreement payment as a base cost or a fuel cost. That's a lot of inside baseball right there. But basically what we're talking about is the network service agreement is a fuel cost because it's helping with the transmission of the ultimate power generated from those fuels. So that reduction or that payment would go into fuel cost, and the reduction in fuel cost would net to a reduction in fuel cost or the fuel cost adjustment. The base cost would be reduced if that network service agreement was classified in the other category. So UAB recommended that we direct, or the GRU bring back recommendations to the UAB and City Commission on how to use the savings resulting from the network services agreement instead of locking it in at this point based on what we know. So I'm here to answer questions. There were some questions that were asked. Do you want? I wrote them down here. I think I went through most of them, but
sure. Why don't any that you didn't address in the presentation, if you want to hit those, that'd be great.
One of the questions I think of Mr. White had come up and asked for the names of who had started discussions. Quite frankly, when we were going through the whole smart meter process, we talked to a bunch of different utilities, and as part of that, we also go through, not through those negotiations, but as part of what we do transmission planning. So we talk to folks like FPL, and we talk to Duke, and the conversations with FPL surrounded the upgrade of the system. So early on, we had the technical folks like Dino DeLeo talk about those types of things. As the discussions, evolved into what else we could do, it became, the city attorney, it became myself, and it became Tom. So the decision to move it toward a network service agreement was myself, Tom Brown, along with the city attorney. So the other question was, why now? Well, I think I talked about the fact there's an opportunity to actually have this $200 million paid for, get into a network services agreement that allows us to fulfill the mission that the commission has already set before us. And that same Mr. White said, why do we need more power now? And I think the question is, we need more power that's economical, because the community can't continue to talk about high rates. They can't continue to batter the commission, batter GRU about a situation that we can work toward resolving right now with this agreement. Mr. Tattersall asked about the rank and file requesting a delay of 1 month to understand the issues. I think that ball is in the City Commission's court. I've been told by FPL that they have other options in terms of completing the transmission interconnection. The veracity of that is between them and their Lord. But we've been talking about the benefits to GRU. The sooner that we do it, the sooner we can pay down our debt, we can recognize the savings as well. So I think that's a two-way street for both of us. Mr. Arnold mentioned about no competitive bidding. Well, we understand that there's only two interconnections. We have one with Duke and we have one with FPL. The $400 million estimate is not in our best interest, as well as the fact that under tariff, I think their tariff is somewhere in the order of $12 million as opposed to this one being $9 million. So, and that's not negotiable. They are the numbers that have been determined by FERC. 30 years without an exit. Well, they're paying $200 million to get. The reason there's no exit out of this is we could get it, but it would cost us $200 million. So it's either or, right? One of the questions was, what's the effect on the rates? The effect on the rates will be however we can reduce costs that can then flow into rate reduction. That's what we'll do. How will it impact the coal to gas at Deerhaven? That's still part of the plan. And then Mr. Arnold mentioned that he thought this would endanger the GFT, and actually, I believe that it saves the GFT. The other thing, before you ask me your questions, Mr. Conish mentioned that, my infamous BMW issue and talking about a BMW. I was talking about how we have so much renewable, and that's an option that most other communities haven't decided to do. And that when you do those types of things, it costs money, and they're the options I was talking about. So I think I answered those questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pilarski. You do have a lit board here, so we will just take each commissioner as they wade in. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, Mayor, first I wanted to know if we were going to listen to citizens' comments before we make a motion.
Yeah, we're going to take clarifying questions and sort of points of information here, and then we will take public comment and then turn back to the commission for deliberation motion.
Okay.
As is our new procedure.
All right. And then a question for you, Mr. Pilarski. When you were talking about that buyout, one of the last comments, your question that you answered about what it would take to get out would be about $200 million. Is that based on $9 million for 25 years? And if we were 10 years into the agreement, would it be less than $200 million to get out?
I'm sorry, did somebody say something? Yeah, Matt, do you want to?
Sure, yeah, if you're the best one to answer the question.
Yeah, maybe. I promise that the bigger So I'm Matt Plowski. I'm the Director of Business Development for FPL. So I've been working on this transaction with GRU, with Ed and others. So thank you for your time today. As far as your question goes, yeah, the way that it would work is we're essentially recouping our investment in that interconnection. So your example is exactly right. So whatever amount of money that we recover, yeah, you would owe whatever the leftover amount is at that particular point.
Okay, that's a little bit of a relief to know that it wouldn't always be $200 million. And then another question, considering how prior to this discussion, we've been talking a lot about developing relationships, getting contracts with other communities to buy the energy from us. How would that affect that relationship with other communities? That I think we've only got one ongoing community under contract with us.
Oh, you're talking about City of Alachua.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a couple years, I guess, remaining on that. This exemplifies, quite frankly, the status quo scenario, exemplifies why we can't sell to other communities, because the price of our power, or the cost of our power isn't as low as folks like this guy standing over here, or even FMPA. So getting access to that power may allow for those types of things.
Okay. But as I'm seeing the movement of that blue section, which is with you with FPL, I could see when the contract with Latchway is complete, they would they most likely would make a switch to whoever's got the better rates, which is looking like FP and FPL.
If I could just add one comment to Ed's comment, I think it also opens up the opportunity for GRU to bid on other contracts of areas that are not directly connected to them right now.
Okay.
So in other words, if there was another city that's perhaps surrounded by our territory or in our territory that's a municipality, if they issue an RFP, currently you would have to buy transmission power, and again, you're limited by that transmission interface right now, which is not as reliable as you need it to be. By doing this, you're unlocking the entire amount of transmission that GRU could send back and forth, therefore allows you to bid on RFPs of other cities potentially.
So it could increase our ability to negotiate.
No, it does increase your ability.
It does.
Now, you're bidding on RFP, so you could be competing against us or Southern or other entities, Duke Energy or whatever it is, right, or FMPA or others. There's lots of players out there, and it gets into a competitive process, and then it kind of gets determined from there. But yes, it does.
Okay.
So if you look at that chart, or if you look at that graph, not graph, the map, I'm sorry, can't even get it out. If you look at the map, we would get a competitive advantage in any of the turquoise area because we wouldn't have to pay that transport fee that he's talking about.
Because you're already in there. Okay, and then I think the last question I have would be if we were to delay the vote by 3 weeks, which is when we have our next city commission meeting, to allow the community to have those weeks for getting more information, would 3 weeks put us in jeopardy of being able to follow up with this relationship and partnership and contract?
It's a great question. It's for him.
Yeah, so my the reason why we're doing this, and Ed alluded to this, the reason why we're doing this is we recently bought Gulf Power. We're trying to lock in a lot of value and lower rates in Gulf Power's territory.
Yeah.
So the longer that this gets delayed, the less opportunity we have to do that as quickly as we want to do it, in addition to lowering GRU rates as well. So we're just leaving money on the table. We're trying not to delay this because we're trying to do that as quickly as possible, and we're looking at all alternatives. This alternative happened to be a really good one because it's a kind of a win-win for both FPL and GRU, which is why we're pursuing it very fast and very aggressively. But at the same time, we do have other opportunities that we're looking at that could be alternatives to this proposal. So we're really trying to move this as quickly as we can. You can imagine that by doing this by 2022, you have to go for permitting, you have to start doing construction, order equipment. There's all sorts of other variables that are included in there, and we're starting to get pretty tight on that time frame. So we would like to avoid that delay as much as
Yeah, and I'm
possible.
not talking about 2 months, 3 months, a year, but just 3 weeks. Again, just to, if it's been less than 3 weeks that the staff have, the workers in the plants have been hearing about this, because I'll acknowledge that you have teams that have to look at every part that needs to be repaired years ahead of when that part is going to be taken out to plan. And I know that you've got a team who's looking at things on many levels, always following what the trends are, and not every one of those conversations comes to us. But I want to respect that you've been having this conversation and have explored many sides to it. And again, to be able to come back to us and communicate these options as clearly as you have, to me reflects a great deal of time that you've been working with the staff to explore and weigh and allow Murphy options to be considered so that you can prevent Murphy's Law from making an appearance. I've been comfortable with the conversations that I've had with you since December and now, but I do recognize that the strength of this, to have more citizen buy-in and the employees to understand the plan is crucial. And so there again, I just ask if 3 weeks would be a possibility to delay the vote. I would consider that as part of this discussion, but those are just the comments I wanted to share with my colleagues and wait to hear from others. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar to timing, I'm disturbed by how quickly we're being asked to make a decision on this. One of the other concerns I have is it doesn't seem like the negatives and risks are highlighted. And with any decision, there's always some negatives and some risks to anything, and it doesn't seem to be anything highlighted. And that concerns me when I want to make sure that we highlight all those because we need to make sure it's a discussion. And that's That's something that I don't really see here. I see one of the negatives is we might lose some employees, but there's got to be other risks that may come with a transaction like this. And definitely start talking about like giving up our balancing authority and other things like that. There are good things and bad things about having being a balancing authority. So those are questions that I would like answered kind of in depth. And I also think it might be better for us to not make a decision today, but wait at least until the next City Commission meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. It's almost exactly what Commissioner Hayes Santos said, but in a different way. I want you to paint a picture for me. If we made this decision based upon the information that we have and you feel this is the best way to go, what is the absolute worst case scenario that you see?
Let's see. What would be the worst case scenario? I mean, when you give up balancing authority, you're giving up the balancing authority to an entity that does it for 26,000 megawatts versus somebody that does it for 400. They're better equipped to handle the NERC regulations. They're better equipped to deal with some of those issues. Maybe you don't see the savings of the full $2 million. Let's say you break even. You still have access to them, or they have access so that they can balance all of your load. For example, the one that always comes to mind, and we talked about it with the UAB, right now we can only look at about 50 megawatts of solar to come in, and we're going to be bringing that back. That's because we can't balance that in a 400 megawatt system. We could have a tremendously higher level of solar to get to the green initiative if they were balancing it. In fact, we could enter into a PPA that's solar sculpted the generation. So when you're asking me to come up with what the downside is here, I mean, let's think of the scenarios that would be a downside. Natural gas prices go up. Okay, well, we're changing fossil fuel plants that were running off natural gas for other fossil fuel plants that are running for natural gas. It's the car scenario. You have one that's getting 10 miles a gallon, you're getting one that's 20. They're still using gasoline. So if they go up in price, both scenarios go up in price. I mean, you know, I've worked with the city attorney's office, Lisa Bennett, and we've said, you know, what are the downsides to these particular things? I guess one of the things is that, you know, their cost of service for their transmission lines will go up higher than the cost of what our fuel differential would be. That could happen. So that the $9 million goes higher, moves quickly to close the gap between the 10, the 14, and the 5 and the 8. I just don't see that. I mean, this is the proverbial win-win. I mean, if
Can I add why you're not going to see that? So Ed mentioned this in his presentation, but I think it was relatively quick. The transmission that you're looking at here is regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So any rate proceeding, just like our retail rates go in front of the Public Service Commission in Tallahassee, any rate proceeding where we're going to increase because we have increased cost or we have investment or whatever, goes through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission through a rate proceeding process. So we file what we want to get as a rate. They review it, and they have to find that it's just and reasonable. And then there's a proceeding that goes on, just like at the commission here in Tallahassee, where we have to prove our case. And we have interveners, and if you're a customer, you can actually intervene in those proceedings to drive down that cost. So, for example, right now we filed a proceeding to increase our wholesale rate. FERC found that it was actually a little bit above what they thought that it should be. So they suspended that rate proceeding and they opened up a full rate proceeding instead of approving that rate. So in other words, there's going to be ongoing discussion, likely a settlement that's going to go through the process, meaning that we can't just arbitrarily increase the rates to the rates that we want to. There's a whole process that goes through to make sure that they're not increasing too much.
So how many times would you say in the past decade have you increased rates based on this process?
Twice.
Okay.
We increased rates 2011, and before that, I think it was 05, 04 or 05, but that precedes my time.
And by how much?
I don't remember the first one, but we went up to what's called $1.59 per kW rate, and that stayed from 2011 to current time.
So
Right.
percentage-wise, can you give me a percentage, like you increased rates 10%, 15?
It really depends on what our investments are
Okay.
on during the period. So it's hard to say because we didn't increase rates for such a long time.
Mhm.
We increased them from $1.59 to $2.10. That's what our rate was that went into effect. Again, FERC found that to be higher than they anticipated, so they're likely going to settle at a lower rate with us. So it just depends on what happens during the years between rate cases and what drives us to put that rate case in place. That being said, as a network customer, you also have the ability to actually protest the rate. So if you, during the time when the rate's in effect, if you feel that the rate is unjust, you can actually file a proceeding with FERC for them to open up a rate case to try to lower our rates.
What happens after 30 years?
You can renew on a yearly basis.
You can renew, you can renew on a yearly basis or any kind of other period. Most of our network customers are either on a long-term basis or they're some of the ones where there's not as large of an investment. They're on 5-10-year agreements. 5 years or longer gives you what's called rollover rights, which means you're guaranteed that the transmission's going to be there without any additional investment. So a lot of our customers are much longer than 5 years for that very specific reason.
Can you, thank you. Can you, I'm addressing some of the concerns in an email that we got, and I'd love some more clarification about it. I'm going to read what someone wrote. GRU cannot simply hook transmission lines to FP&L and grab power whenever it needs it. GRU would have to have contracts in place for power capacity and energy at a cost, whether with FP&L or someone else to even use the transmission. Can you tell me how these contracts would work?
Right now, what we're talking about is contemporaneous with the build of the transmission line, that we would still keep 450 megawatts of generation. So we would be able to self-supply. So we could participate in the daily market. We wouldn't have to have a PPA until some future date in which we retired an asset. So that would only come when you lose your generation and you're needing to back it up with a power purchase agreement. And that's when you get into capacity. That's when you get into energy payments. That's when it becomes more complicated.
So, but that time would be coming within the next few years.
No. No, you wouldn't enter into a PPA on, day one, say January 1st, 2022, enter into a PPA. There's other avenues that we've spoken about that are between a daily market purchase and a PPA, and that's joint dispatch, where we can continue to run some of the assets. There's a bunch of things that we can do that's not anywhere in that letter. And by the way, I had the response to that letter that I think pretty accurately showed that what the accusations and allegations are not the facts.
Okay.
So I'd like that to be on the record.
Okay.
One of the, Commissioner, if I can just add to that as well, one of the largest benefits that this brings on day one, if you want to talk about kind of day one benefits, is running the system here in GRU unconstrained by any kind of reliability measures, right? So as Ed was indicating, you're limited right now because you are an island, essentially. So you can't get reliability services from anywhere. Unlocking the value of running the plants to their max capacity or their most economic capacity provides that benefit on day one. And that's what you get with the transmission that you're getting from us, or for the network transmission that you buy from us. Because the services that come with that transmission and the ability to serve the entire load if something were to happen is what that network transmission really provides you. So it's that security, reliability, and the ability to run your system as you need to.
Okay.
I don't know if you caught it early on, but I said that we have a 250 megawatt coal plant that's out there that we can run to 120, 130. The rest of that capacity is lost. That 120, 130 is not its economic value level. As soon as you get into this agreement, if you had to run that to 250, you could. You could run it at 250, and it would be more economical at that level as well.
Okay. Tell me where you see, if this is something that we chose to do, where you see us in 30 years.
I think that, let me say, I envision that we have access to everything throughout FP&L's territory. I could see us working to building a green portfolio throughout their network, incorporating some PPAs, not using our own investment dollars, but investing through the PPA with other solar providers. And then when technology catches up with the expectations, you know, they're one of the biggest R&D companies in terms of batteries right now. So you could have battery backup on their facilities along with the balancing authority. This is the ability to get to where the vision of the commission is.
Okay, where do you see yourself in 30 years? Where does the company?
I can tell you our
see
plans right now.
In Florida.
So by April, we're going to be at about 1,400 megawatts of solar capacity.
Mhm.
We're on an aggressive timeline to continue to build even more.
Mhm.
We're currently in the process of also building the largest battery in the world right now down south. It's going to be a 400 plus megawatt battery
Mhm.
that's going to provide us with reliability services. We're really transitioning a lot into different fuels and diversifying our fuels. We're also one of the cleanest utilities, one of the most reliable utilities in the world. Our sister company is the largest renewable generating company in the world, next to our energy resources. So we're continuing to move in that direction. So I think we see a lot of value in renewable fuels in the future, and that's where we're moving.
What other options do you have?
So we have a pretty diversified fuel source right now. So we do have a lot of natural gas generation plants. They're some of the most efficient generation plants in the world. If you know, again, inside baseball, but if you know heat rates of electric plants, that's an efficiency measure.
If we chose not to do this, to go forward with this, what other options do you have?
For you?
For
for us. Oh, we have other projects. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. We have other projects that we're currently evaluating that we will begin construction on if this doesn't proceed forward.
Can you tell me what those are?
There's a few others that are in process.
So,
and the only reason why there's multiple parties involved, so I don't want to get into specifics on that.
So just following along with Commissioner Warren, would 3 weeks make that much of a difference? Would you all be willing to wait for us to talk with the community and hear the workers and evaluate this a little bit more for 3 weeks?
I will tell you this, and one of my colleagues was nice enough to point this out to me because I forgot to mention it. 3-week delay or a month delay or whatever we want to put it, that's money in the GRU's customers' pockets and money in our pockets. So if you look at what that cost, we calculate that to be probably about $750,000 for GRU. So I think it's. I understand, kind of your position on it, but I think that's also something that you should consider is the money that's being left on the table.
If we did take that into consideration and we chose to make this decision in 3 weeks, is that something that you would be willing to wait for us to do?
If that's ultimately where your decision is, I think we would like to continue to work with the city and with GRU on this further, and we're excited about this partnership. So I think we're willing to be there. We will continue to evaluate the other options, and if those other options are more feasible or more attractive at that point, then we'll move on. But
okay. So that's a no.
No, it's not a no. It's not a no at all. Look, we're very excited about this opportunity.
Okay.
We really are. We really do believe that this opportunity unlocks a lot of value for the city, and it does for us too. So we want to. That's the reason why we're here.
Okay.
We want to continue to pursue this opportunity.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It's not a no and it's not a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Johnson pretty much asked the question that I was going to ask, but I have one question. Maybe two. When did you inquire Gulf Power?
Last year.
Last year, and what plan was in place when you were looking in the state of Florida and you acquired that Gulf Power? Did you have a plan in place then, a year ago, how you were going to transmit? Can you tell us about it?
So we looked at a couple of different transmission lines and upgrade projects that would allow us to transfer that power. Ironically enough, in those discussions, we were also speaking to Ed and GRU about other options where we could potentially partner on transactions. Some of them are smaller, some of them bigger. In those discussions, we came to realize that there could be another option that could serve as an alternative for us through GRU, through this partnership with GRU. And that's where the network service opportunity came about. But we do have a couple of the transmission projects that we're evaluating in order to provide that power. And there was one specifically more in northern Florida that would be an alternative project if we needed to go that route.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Thank you, Mayor. The question is, I'm wondering about how many other municipalities you might have in your network of municipal utilities.
I want to say it's that we serve on a network
And
basis or
similar
just in general?
relationship contracts such as this, where it's GRU, the city-owned utility, if you have other utilities that are owned by the cities.
So we do. Florida Municipal Power Administration, and a lot of their cities that are based in our territory are a network customer of ours. Okay. I want to say total, it's probably 10 plus, maybe 15 plus. I apologize, I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Well, my main point is being just wondering, are we the first to be
No,
going
absolutely
through this
not.
kind?
No, absolutely not. So if that's your question, so we have, again, probably 15 plus municipalities. We serve various contracts with those. So some of them are just network customers. Okay. Some of them are what's called full requirements customers. We're actually providing all their power. Lee County Electric Cooperative is one of those. Florida Keys Electric Cooperative is another one of them. They benefit from our low-cost generation, and they pass through those rates to their customers. They have some of the lowest rates in the country.
Okay. The basic thing was just identifying that there has been this experience with others.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then the other question I had, with a great deal of pride, we've been able to, when we've been knocked off the power lines, our customers have lost service because of a hurricane mostly, we're able to get back up very quickly. And so the connection that we would have to your services, I just want to know, that we still have our independence and the ability to get back online under our staffing and relationships. So I'm seeing heads nod on that. And then the other thing about great pride with the protections that we have with Walter Banks and our security of the cybersecurity protections that we've got, and to be protected from interruption on the power grid in that way. I just want assurances that we will still be able to maintain the security levels that we've had already, that we're not losing anything in that relationship.
No, in fact, I'd say we're gaining something. I mean, FP&L is certainly not a slacker in their security networks. I'm not speaking for them, but we would still certainly have inside the transmission ring, and they would have outside the transmission ring.
Yeah, so that's just my concern, because I know already we can buy power and electricity from. That was one of the most amazing things I learned when I did my tour, but I think that we're hearing more and more that the interruption that can happen on our computer systems, I want to make sure that we've got those protections, that they're not going to be compromised.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The interconnect fee, the $9 million for 30 years, is that set at $9 million every year, or was that, to your mentioning earlier, could be changed based on the a rates case to the regulating authorities?
Yes, it's not $9 million flat, depending on what. That's why I put in there, depending on their increased cost of service. So just like us, when we go back for rate increases, they would do the same thing, although they have a history of not going back as frequently as we do.
And that's to FERC or PSC?
The FERC, yes. Okay. So it's a FERC tariff rate. That's why part of it's not really negotiable. It's a tariff rate that all of our network customers pay. It's the same exact rate that anybody else would pay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. If we were to consider this, Mr. Berlowski, what would be the estimated time, in your opinion, we could get to renewable, reaching our goal?
Well, quite frankly, It's how we get there. I don't know how we get there without this. That's the bigger question. Because we can't borrow $2 billion. We can't borrow the money that get to us to the renewable.
And what, in your opinion, over time, let's say within a 10-year time period, what would your estimation be for its cost savings for our residents and our businesses?
Well, it's really a function of what you wouldn't be spending. Because you saw in that scenario, maybe I didn't make it clear and I apologize, but we're looking at a future where we could spend up to $2 billion if we decided to self-build solar, or $894 million if we contracted out with that. And it would also include, to get to that level, another biomass plant. Okay? That's what the future holds for us to get to renewables in that time frame without entering into this transmission agreement.
The recommendation from the UAB, they wanted to add, they wanted to be real direct with the savings. I can't remember exactly what the recommendation was.
Well, can you put that slide up? So
Yeah.
very second to last slide, I think.
Yeah, they basically wanted us to come back with, I mean, because we do have time to
Right.
determine exactly where that goes. And I will tell you, my CFO has told me, and in our discussions with rating agencies, the biggest financial impediment GRU has is its leverage, which means debt. So we need to pay down debt. So if we see savings, they want any of that free cash to go toward debt reduction that will then end up with lower interest rates, that will end up in savings for customers in their rates. So that's kind of the process. There is an element of it where they would see savings in their fuel costs as opposed to the base rates. So it's kind of a waterfall of savings, if you would. So, I mean, I don't mind that recommendation where we could build that and show you over time. But, you know, the reality is we can't get there to the 100% renewable doing it on our own right now. We need to be able to do this. Now, if that's not important, then we'll do it on our own. But we're not going to do it by 2045.
And I understand that, and I get that. But again, it's how we do it, the manner in which we do it, and most importantly, how our customers will be affected by it. So I just wanted clarification with the recommendation that UAB wanted you all to come back with the savings and how that would be,
Sure.
I guess, distributed within the company. You're absolutely right. Times are changing. We need to look at different solutions in various ways to get to what we're trying to achieve. But I'm also in agreement with some of my colleagues up here about the window, the 3 weeks window. Or if we could have that additional time to get with the community and have their input as well. This is going to affect a lot of people, and I think it's only fair if the community have input into this major decision. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to make sure that we are setting realistic expectations. Because I think in the past, things have been said and we haven't necessarily lived up to those things, right? Like we're going to reduce rates or we're going to, and something else, and the entire bill rises. So I think that we need to, if we say that we're going to use that money to reduce the debt, then that's what we're going to do. I'm really uncomfortable. I will defer to you because you're the expert here, but I would be really, really careful to set the expectation that there will be future base rate reductions, unless you are 100% certain that that is absolutely going to happen. Because what I don't want us to do is make this decision based on, well, there are going to be future rate reductions, so this is, great for the community. And we're going to get to 100% renewable in this amount of time, so this is great for the community. Let's just be very realistic about it and set realistic expectations and make the decision based on those realistic expectations, not something that we think might happen, which I think was the direction that the UAB was going in with that, coming back to us with that information. Two, if there is a decision made that we are going to take some more time, that 3 weeks to make this decision, then I think it is incredibly, incredibly important that we get with communications and there is a plan about how to communicate the intricacies of this to the public. Both the workers and the community at large, our media, people need to be crystal clear about the decisions that we're making. All questions need to be answered. Whatever needs to happen to be able to communicate this as well as we can before we make this decision, that's what needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got just a couple questions that haven't been asked yet, and then we'll open it up for public comment before we move back to the Commission for deliberation. This isn't, it is a question, it's a request. If, and it seems we're headed this way, that we ask to delay this decision until our next meeting. One thing I would like to see, preferably prior to that meeting, but at least in the backup for that meeting, is a historical look, let's say since the beginning of the millennium, because that's fun to say, of the tariff increases, in raw dollars and percentage, and the justification, and sort of what investments led to that, just so we get an idea of what might be prospectively coming towards us if we do this.
Sure.
Mr. Bolarski, you've mentioned balancing authority several times. What I have not heard is a very clear case, and you can answer this now or you can answer this when we come back the next time, of what are the advantages and disadvantages of us maintaining balancing authority as opposed to doing away with our balancing authority. And in particular, what I'm curious about, and this probably is the kind of thing you can't answer right now, is what does that do to our fuel profile? Right now, we're between 30 and 40% renewable. If we relinquish balancing authority, what is that profile going to look like moving forward? And you've heard this before, so I think your team has probably done some math on this. Not just fuel source profile, but what does that do to our CO2 profile?
Yeah.
Because those are two different things. We might burn less biomass, but reduce our CO2 output. So that balancing authority question, that's the one that I haven't been able to have a convincing understanding of, and I think is important, not just to me making a decision, but for our community understanding how we move forward. And the commission ultimately needs to give you direction in your negotiations, whether that's something we want to entertain or not. And I think that'll make a big difference on whether something gets negotiated and what it looks like.
If I can interject at that point.
Sure.
And I'm not going to get into the full-blown issue associated with that, but it's interesting. I understand why there's confusion associated with that as you said it the way you said it. FP&L would not have the choice to give us the generation they chose. We would choose the generation. They would balance it. They would balance the generation with the demand. So we would still have...
Oh, I understand. So if we had a demand of 400 megawatts and we were producing 200, they would supply the...
And based on certain agreements, we could choose what some of that generation would be with sculpting solar PPAs.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or we could put in their turf.
That's helpful, and I hope it's helpful to other
Yeah.
people. The other thing that I think it's incumbent upon the commission to do is put some brackets around what we're willing to accept and not accept. Some of that is going to have to do with, duration, balancing or not balancing, and so I'm asking the commission to think, just like the negotiation that y'all sent me into, where I had limitations, right? He is going to be limited by what we authorize him to do. And so we need to be very clear and specific on what that is. And so he's not going in there making decisions that he thinks we may support, but we haven't given him express authority to do. And that's why we're always at a bit of a disadvantage as a public entity, that we're very clearly stating our negotiating position when the other side, not that you're the other side, but you are the other negotiating party.
No, I understand.
Doesn't have to do that.
I understand, and I hope that my
I'm
explanations
sure you
about
do,
some of
yes.
the rates, being kind of set and
I understand, and
are
that
key.
certainly I think gives us all some degree of comfort that the main part, the financial part of this is predetermined. It's not something we choose or you choose. It's ultimately that FERC does. So I think everything else I have is not a question or a point of information. It's more my opinion, so I'll save that for our deliberations. We have one more commissioner that would like to ask a question. Commissioner Warren.
Thank you very much. You brought up a thought with that, and thinking about how are we protected if FPL decides to make some big power plant somewhere, that are we as a customer going to end up having to buy into? And I'm thinking of the Crystal River plant that had been done. I just want to make sure that we're clear of any connections to other factors that you might be going into to building power production capacity in the future.
This is a highway
Okay.
that we're building to FPNL's grid, that you have access to their territory, and we don't even have to buy their power.
You do not. However, when we build solar plants or other facilities that you may want to be a part of, that's where we can get into some of those discussions, and this paves the way to do that.
Yeah, and having that option is good, to consider that we can get energy produced under the solar plant fields rather than the coal fields. It gets us to that renewable energy choice faster.
I'll give you a for instance that actually could be happening today. If we had entered into this 2 years ago, instead of looking at this 50 megawatt solar PPA that we're going to be bringing back to you, we could be looking at 100. We could be looking at more because they'd be balancing it.
Yeah.
You could have that now. So, if 2045 is important, and I'm not trying to, you take your time. I'm not trying to change that, but I really believe in this. And if there's a climate emergency, then this is the way you have to go.
I'm in support.
Yeah. I'm very passionate about this. I really am.
And I feel like our staff has looked at it very clearly. It's just there's so many staff people who haven't yet, and members of the community, that I think it's important to take a step back.
I appreciate that.
So whatever we can do that needs to be part of the conversation. I don't know if we can open that process to still say that the final vote is still waiting to come back. That'll be something that we'll discuss as we hear from the citizen comments too. Thank you, Mayor.
And if you're looking for the 3 weeks from us, use the 3 weeks because that will serve the public right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To go off of Commissioner Warren's question about, say, Crystal River, some massive plant or a massive hurricane and wipes out half of your stuff, and you have an increase of cost, isn't that part of your cost case that you then would submit to FERC, or no?
It really depends on the scenario. So we do recover our storm costs.
Yeah.
We have not recovered on the FERC side. We have not had storm riders, what's called a storm rider. that we've put at FERC, in front of FERC, in my time, which has been like 15 years with the company. It could happen. I mean, it's a theoretical, right? I mean, if there was a massive storm that created a ton of damage, I think the entire state would be putting that through. But again, it's kind of a theoretical.
And I to Commissioner Johnson's point, the worst case scenarios, those are kind of things that I would like to, I mean, climate change is happening. We're seeing it kind of escalating. And what are those kind of scenarios that may come that could increase our cost? Maybe it goes from, I don't know, 9 million to 18. I don't know what your cost basis is, but I mean, I know you have large territories, so that increase, or an event wouldn't have as much of an impact against a larger area versus a small area, but those are kind of things I would be looking for in terms of, that is a risk. And those are the risks that I want to see from our staff on, what is, if there's a massive hurricane or massive things that happen and it increases their cost, what will that affect? What will that be, the increase in that yearly cost we have as well? Does that make sense, Berlowski? You look.
Well, I think you'd be asking on FP&L's part how that would affect the tariff, as opposed to how it would affect us.
Well, that would affect the tariff affects us.
Right.
So I guess those are the risks that I want. Those are the things I want us to look at and to be presented to the commission, the public, of what are those risks. So if there is a massive hurricane, that it could increase the tariff cost at a later date because they will want to go to FERC to get their costs back.
I'm sorry. I'm just grappling with how I would quantify the damage.
I don't know if
the
it's a quantifiable thing. I mean, it's a hypothetical, but we need to state those things in the risks. This is a risk. This is one of the risks. A massive hurricane comes and increases their costs, and they have to go to FERC and they say, hey, our costs have increased, which means we have an increase of tariff.
You can go back and look at the major storm events since 2000 and look at how that affected your tariff.
We have not passed those costs through to the FERC side. I will tell you that I think the one source of comfort for you is that there's a regulator looking at our rates to make sure that what we're actually doing is just and correct, right? So you have a whole process that is part of the rate making, back to my answer to Commissioner Johnson earlier, that makes sure is that whatever we're passing through is actually the right thing to do, right?
No, yes, and I think like Hurricane Irma, there was a massive cost that came from that, but then there was a tax cut from the federal government that, in essence, offset those. There probably would have been a rate case that would have moved forward if there wasn't the.
That was on our retail side.
But
yes, correct.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. There was a storm rider for Irma.
Yeah.
The reason why I said divide up FERC and the retail side is that was a retail proceeding that took place, not at a wholesale rate. So that would not affect your tariff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner, I think that your question gets to the real heart of this matter, which is, were we to sign this agreement and upgrade our transmission lines for those 30 years, it would really depend on what we else do with our fleet. So we can buy as much or as little energy as we want for these transmission lines. And so long as we have our own energy generation capacity, we have a lot more, shall we say, insulation from events that you hypothesized. As we go down that path of 30 years, when we make decisions to retire assets, and when we make decisions to move away from our own energy generation capacity and to rely specifically and solely on these transmissions, that is when we lose our insulation. And that is the question that here, in 2020, we can't answer for 2045. And there's a lot of change going on in the energy industry. My understanding is that Virginia has become the first state to deregulate, not the first state, but a major state to deregulate energy. Florida has made certain attempts, and there's just a lot of change going on. They say they're building the largest battery in the world. What's the largest battery going to be in 5 years or in 10 years? There's just so many unknowns that I think we need to take a step back, and instead of pointing out every single unknown, I think we need to just get to the core of what's going on, which is, are we going to make a decision to increase our transmission capacity, part and parcel to an agreement, which the premise is that we will eventually retire our energy production assets. And that's a difficult decision to make. And I think I'm in agreement with my colleagues that it's a decision that needs to be thoughtfully made, and I believe that we have seen that. But on first flush, it's not a decision that we're going to make today. At least I'll speak for myself. But I will say that I think going forward, because of the major changes in the utility industry, I think it would be wise for us to increase our transmission capacity. It's already been, it's been talked about for a while now, and this is a particular item where a private company has come and said, well, we'll shoulder that capital expenditure cost for you so that you don't have to. Is that in the best interest of the people of Gainesville? I don't know yet. But I want to thank you and everyone at GRU for taking part in this discussion. I think that it's really important that everyone's voice get heard. So I'm eager to hear from the public, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bilarski. And I'm sorry, I have missed your name.
I'm another ski. I'm Matt Pulaski.
Matt Pulaski?
Matt Pulaski, yeah.
Matt Pulaski, okay, very good. Polish?
No, Irish.
Irish?
I'm just kidding. No.
Polish? I got the Polish blood in me as well. Katowicka. Okay, we'd now like to invite members of the public up to share their thoughts on this. You'll have 3 minutes. You'll have 3 minutes, and when you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. Then when the red light comes on, that means your time has expired, and we'll ask for the next speaker. Mr. Conish, welcome.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, just a practical consideration. Will this facility look like this, like this, like this, for the benefit of the citizens living along this new infrastructure? I think that's a question I'd like answered. And I would say this, a lot of things are going to change in the next 30 years. One of them is that a lot of FPNL's customers are going to be underwater. And I think that'll be a very significant game changer. While they're here, and I will also say that another meeting in 3 weeks is not enough. We need to have a workshop where people like me can actually share our knowledge. But you don't rush into a $270 million deal because you'll lose $750,000 by properly vetting it. Bilarski sat here 2 years ago and said, we got to buy the biomass plant for $750 in order to have our bills go down 8 to 10%. And that was totally false. And the interest rates never went up as he divined. So are we going to make the same mistake again? Mr. Bilarski is no match for this gentleman. Just look at their clothing. These people are sophisticated, they're competent, and we need to protect ourselves because they're not doing this out of charity. They're doing this because they are probably one of the best managed utilities in the world, and we're probably one of the worst. So, it's not really something that we want to take Mr. Bilarski's word for. Also, since there are other options, why don't we do this through an RFP process and allow other utilities to give us their offer and not just rely on Bilarski claiming, oh, we don't even want to hear from Duke. Why don't we want to hear from Duke? This is hundreds of millions of dollars. Finally, why not ask them what it would look like to just buy the electric utility and allow us to slash our bills by as much as 2/3? What would they be willing to pay us for the electric utility so we could have the lowest rates in the state instead of the highest rates? Why don't we ask Mr. Crapo what kind of money would come in if we put the entire GRU electric utility onto tax rolls? The biomass plant alone was $7 million. Why don't we look at how much we can charge these people for franchise fees to use our right-of-ways, how much debt that they would pay off like that? This is a juncture where we should really look at whether we should just cash in our chips. It's a really good time not to accept Bilarski's representations and really look at all our options to deliver the maximum benefit for the ratepayers and owners of this utility.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I'm Jeff Shapiro, and I agree with a few of Jim's points, not his tone at all, but his points. There are a lot of details to talk about, of course, and I really thank you all for thinking about taking more time. We really need it. What's the cost of the right-of-way? Is FPL paying for the entire right-of-way for the cost of eminent domain if that's necessary? Will the capacity be immediately utilized? That's our major question. We're just buying the capacity, the pipeline. And if we just let it lie fallow, then we're not getting any advantage. In fact, we're paying $9 million a year for that, maybe plus as time goes on and inflation occurs. We've already talked about liability. What happens if there's a major disaster? Do we have to pay for recovering the ability of that line that's going to be run all the way from West Florida to our eastern border, practically? Does this eliminate the need for a proposed solar installation? Of course, there's always a question about University of Florida and all. That's a Duke domain, of course, but maybe that goes away. What's in it for FPL? Well, we haven't really heard that, but I guess the $9 million a year, that's pennies for them. So I don't quite understand quite what they're getting out of it if they have to build that very long and major thoroughfare to get the power to us. Do we assume some of the liability of FPL in the case of the disaster? That's something that I'm concerned about. Will this enable early removal of our coal plant? That's important. I do think that Mr. Bielarski has some really good points, and this may be a good deal, but we need to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Welcome.
My name is Gabe Kamowitz. I have just 2 points. One, is there a specific goal or goals that at the other end we could measure whether the outcome is what Mr. Bielarski says today? I don't care if it's 2024, probably no later than that. That's number one. Second is more important. I believe this city has not had a reasonable evaluation of anything, certainly in 2019, perhaps in 2018 as well. What independent evaluation? We don't want the state. You don't have an experienced auditor in place. You didn't really evaluate the charter officers this year. What mechanism to say, okay, this is it? I've got a third point. We are supposedly in a Friendship 7 partnership. Why can't we all get together? We all have utility problems. Chamber of Commerce, U of F Shands, U of F, Santa Fe, Alachua County School Board, and come up with one utility plan that works for everyone. I understand U of F has a Duke energy agreement. I'm not expecting it to get out of that. But at least for the long range, to end this ongoing, constant bickering about GRU, can't we, if it's a real partnership, get on the same page and say, hey, how can we keep energy flowing at the most reasonable part to the board, to U of F, et cetera? Oh, yeah, you've got a contract, but if it's a partnership, when can we move on and get us all together? We're one community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Debbie Martinez. I'm really not concerned with the tone of citizens after over a decade of citizens having to sit here and watch our city commission destroy our utility. It's the content I'm interested in hearing from. So the tone really doesn't bother me. They're in survival mode. Many of them are utility experts, highly intelligent, well-informed citizens who have followed this issue for over a decade. Mr. Poe, did I state my name, Debbie Martinez? I'm sorry if I didn't. A lot of times citizens forget to say that, and I don't want to forget to state my name. Mr. Poe, at various times, you served over 10 years on this commission, and your fingerprints are all over the gross mismanagement of GRU, more than doubling GRU's debt, killing the goose that laid the golden egg. Mr. Poe, you chose to sell GRU on May 7, 2009, when you voted to gamble with ratepayers' money on a 30-year contract to purchase power, tree-burning power, for more than twice the market rate from your self-proclaimed partners, Greg, the fast talkers from Boston, at a cost of $3.1 billion for power we did not need. Mr. Poe, the sale of our utility will simply be pushed down the political road until you and your cronies have a chance to leave city government. GRU General Manager Ed Bilarski is an overpaid chief political officer attempting to help you, Mr. Poe, salvage whatever he can from the wreckage you created. You, Mr. Poe, sold us all out. This appears to be another gamble, and I welcome more discussion on this issue from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please have the next speaker? Welcome.
Calvin Camps, a retired GRU employee for 30 years. I'm always concerned about what happens to the utility here because I worked in it for a long time. And Mr. Bilarski and I had some conversations. One of the things I'm really concerned about, and this probably is more for FP&L, is your concern has been the frequency of the tariff increases. Seems like you don't really have control of how that happens and how much it will impact the $9 million. So if we're going to save $14 million and we spend $9 million with them, so our real savings is probably $3 or $4, $5 million, because you're spending $9 million, you're saving $14 million. But there are some really good things about the transmission line. I won't say that it's all bad. I understand utilities. There are some issues. I've had an opportunity to talk to some people at dispatch. There is some overloading issues as well that need more transmission lines to be able to put power through. That's always important. You have to have that. If we're going to make this decision, and I've talked to Ms. Bilarski about this, and he's expressed his concern about the employees. And just hopefully, if we come to the conclusion that we're going to do this, that consideration for the employees, their families, their grandkids, the debt that they depend on their GRU check for, that we're going to negotiate the very best deal or get them in another job that pays what they earn now, because it's going to be very important. And he's guaranteed me that his passion is going to flow over into that. And I was at the board meeting the other night, and I talked quite a bit. And I just wanted, what I said the other night is hold them to the word of how you treat those employees. That's very important. The other thing is, when we look at a layoff or buyout plan, are we just going to target the rank and file, or do we look at top to bottom? If you have less employees, what do we look at management? What do we look at professionals? Or are we just going to put the microscope on the rank and file? I don't think it's fair. If we're going to lay off people, it needs to start and be a balancing act across the board. You get more bang for your buck at management because they have much higher salaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Camps. Next speaker, please.
Please set the overhead and streaming video before I begin. Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. I wasn't going to speak because I thought my op-ed basically stated what needed to be said, but there are some few things that I want to bring to the Commission's attention, and I promise not to raise my voice like Mr. Bilarski. A decision of this magnitude warrants a broader community discussion before jumping into another 30-year contract. The Commission should have the wisdom for that. A decision of this magnitude also warrants proper vetting and consideration of strategic alternatives. This Commission has repeatedly warned GRU management to stop forcing it into making last-minute decisions. Here we go again. I found out about this on Friday. Many questions from the dais today could have been answered by reading the backup materials. I'd encourage the Commission to read. There's a lot of information in there. Mr. Bilarski hasn't been completely candid on a couple things, but I'm not going to waste my time. But FPL is being used interchangeably. That's not the case in a legal sense in some aspects. This is owned by their parent company. Gulf's owned by their parent company. FPL is not merged yet. So the service territory might be FPL sometime in the future. It's not today. Of interesting note, there in the interrogatory responses, GRU, by transparency, admitted that there was a proposal in 2016 subject to check for 335 megawatt interconnection with a cost of $80 million. That's substantially lower than the cost projected here, but no explanation as to why. The Commission should look into that. Likewise, too, our integrated resource planning process, a lot of recommendations in there kind of got glossed over. So at the end of the day, a well-written op-ed in 3 minutes before a city commission is probably not going to change outcomes, but the ongoing mismanagement of GRU at the hands of the Gainesville City Commission is clearly reflected in our GRU bills. They haven't gone down. While I'm not opposed to the proposed interconnection, creating a dependency on purchase power is not going to solve the financial problems facing GRU's electric system. GRU rightfully laments about the pressures placed on GRU by the City Commission. That has to change. You can't keep increasing the GFT and expect to get these savings. Renewable energy costs more. Those savings will evaporate if you have to pay higher costs than natural gas-fired generations. GRU constantly talks about savings, but the alleged savings never materialize into lower rates. Okay, finally, FPL is a textbook example of a well-managed and operated electric utility that delivers values to its customers through lower rates of reliability. In terms of strategic alternatives, the Commission should have the wisdom to consider a sale. Let's consider net inflows and outflows of cash. GRU proposal, at least $1.5 billion out of Alachua County. Under a sale, in sharp contrast, generates a purchase price, increased tax revenue for local government, hundreds of millions of dollars at new infrastructure, and lower electric rates. Our electric rates would be substantially lower if FPL came in and gave us our electricity tomorrow as owner of the utility. I'd ask the Commission to consider alternatives. Thank you.
Have the next speaker, please. Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Mr. Shepherd?
I also think this is a great idea. I'm looking into some other avenues to take and enhance the revenue of our city. I myself think that some of the things that you've been targeted with in their poll are not accurate. The comments been made against you, I don't feel have been accurate. I think that it's not only you to make these decisions, it's many staffs. So to put it on your shoulders is an unjust thing to have done unto you. I want to take and introduce a plan with these people, the FPLD or other companies, of my new goal for the city of Gainesville. When I become mayor of the city of Gainesville, this here plan will bring our revenue down 3/4 of what it is now. It would take and it'll enhance our revenue 3/4. It'll bring down our taxes by 25%. And my outlook of this is the future of our Gainesville. Housing department, I'm going to be bringing money into them. I'm going to estimate right now up at $5 million. I'm going to put on that. Our historical society, I want to put $2 million into that. I want to take and bring into our city a company that's called the plastic plant of Buffalo, New York, and I'm bringing that down here, and we will be the first city in Gainesville that will have a plastic plant. I've spoken of this before, and this is something I'm looking into. I've contacted people, as I've said before, about this, but they can't do nothing without money. So we're going to look into the future of making Gainesville the first state and city, Florida, first state, Gainesville, Florida, the first city to have a plastic plant in it, earning people up to 4,000 jobs. There's so many optimistic things that have happened in our city that I'm going to bring in the future. So I ask that people take a look out and come to me with those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the next speaker, please? Welcome.
Hi, Nancy Darren. I urge you no vote today. We really need to delay this decision. We need to dive in much deeper. There have been some good points and comments made of why. We are in very challenging times. We're in a transition of our utility and all utilities around the world, and it's intense. Yes, we do need to do things. We can't do just status quo. However, this is no time to give up our local power, our control over our own energy security, our local generation. I am looking at other collaborations with county, with school board, with other ways of addressing the very complex challenges. I feel like this makes us more vulnerable to FP&L. What is in it for them? They aren't doing this for charity, as was said. It makes us more vulnerable to outside forces, to their decisions over which we have no control. Why was it 450 megawatts of transmission lines? If the fracking bubble hadn't happened and was going on this last decade, this picture would look very different. And our diversity, our lack of completely going in on natural gas, which has been the cheapest thing for the last 10 years, has, if you look at the rate piece, people get upset. And I think too, like Gail said, we must stop focusing on rate reduction promises. We need to promise stability. We need to promise and connect the dots of sustainability and being able to modernize and build reserves for more challenging times. I'm looking at Boeing. There was a great piece on NPR about Boeing that was in-house for 30 years with high quality, their employees doing everything, and the caliber of that, the quality control. They merged with McDonnell Douglas that had a different ethic. They outsourced parts, they outsourced software, they got rid of employees. We have employees who live here. We employ people. This is place-based economic stability, development, power and control. And I think we need to really look deeper at how we figure out, yes, we have to do some things, but no, it isn't about just jumping into something this extensive and this big. And it's not just CO2. The correcting earlier analysis, shale gas production in North America over the past decade has contributed to more than half of all the increased emissions
Thank you, Ms. Darren. Your time has
from
expired.
fossil fuels. And
Thank you very much.
Bigger picture.
Thank you. Could I please have the next speaker? Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Welcome.
My name is Robbie Matheny. I'm a third generation local guy from here in Gainesville. I live just outside Gainesville, between Gainesville and Newberry now. 28-year employee with GRU. And I would like for us to be able to reiterate the sense that the commission knows that they don't have all the facts they would like to have to make this decision. So I reiterate that and let y'all know that I do not believe y'all have all the facts, and I would love to be part of a conversation outside where we can have freedom of speech and show some slides, give you all the information that y'all do need to make this kind of a decision, and to look backwards in time to see when we were the top 5 in the state of Florida. When that dark blue line we saw it there, that's so small, FP&L light blue across the state, we would love for that to be dark blue across the state of Florida. We would love to supply the same reliable power that we do for our citizens in Gainesville across the state of Florida. But a few bad decisions have made that where it's hard for us to sell power at any given time. It's been one of the things we've tried to do, tried to sell to UF, didn't work. Duke won that contract. Trying to sell to other people, we're just not very viable. So we need to find out why and get back to where we were viable in the top 5 in the state. And there are options. And the IRP plan that y'all have been semi-briefed on has over 50 scenarios. Those different scenarios that y'all wanted to see and want to look at, what are our options? They're there. some of which don't touch the $1.9 billion CAPEX that is talked about as a worst-case scenario, some of which are less than $30 million. That'll get us through the next 20 years without having to buy any more power from anybody. And while we make our plans to become renewable and using the natural gas, but it's the diversity that the city gives you right now. We can run on bunker C fuel, we can run on coal, we can run on natural gas. Whatever's cheaper in the day-to-day market, we can supply power to our citizens with that power. And if something catastrophic was to go wrong, we can disconnect from the grid. We can hold our own right here in the city of Gainesville. I've been involved in the last 5 years in two. Is that my light? Am I done?
You got 1 minute left.
1 minute. In the last 5 years, I've been involved in 2 hurricanes where the power plant has closed its gates. Nobody comes in, nobody comes out. And we make sure that we keep our power reliable so the lights stay on and the livelihoods of our citizens are not adversely affected. And when those power lines do go down, our guys go out in the middle of the storm to get those lines back up. Have great response times, get used around the state because we're some of the best trained in the state. So I would like for y'all to please take your time and ask for the integrated power plan to be presented to y'all and get all your 50 scenarios to know what's the best for the citizens of Gainesville. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Could I have the next speaker, please? No, we do not clap, please. Y'all, we do not cheer or jeer, please. That's against the commission rules. Welcome.
Good evening or afternoon, everyone. I'm Ernesto Martinez. I really had not planned to come up here and talk to y'all today, but when we are faced with a decision of this magnitude and this urgency, according to your general manager, Mr. Bilarski, it just baffles me how this man can come up with these disasters in the blink of an eye. Now, I ask you, what is a white paper? Is that the back of a napkin? Is that a memorandum of understanding? And Mr. Bilarski has it. Supported you, Mr. Poe, tremendously. In this last asset purchase agreement, he made sure there was a clause in there that I indemnified you by name, in particular, no one else, to get this done. And so what was $750 million? Nothing. What I ask you is, where was he a year ago or 2 years ago when these things were in motion? This is kind of like reading Reinventing Fire. If any of y'all haven't read that, it's quite an old book, but I'm sure he hasn't read it. The other thing that baffles me is, how did a CPA get the $300,000 a year job of managing this monumental monster of a utility? I sincerely believe this man does not know the difference between a megawatt and a forensic audit. I just cannot help but remember 2-3 years ago, he was giggling and singing to a guy named Jim Gordon and asking and giggling about, what are you wearing? Is this the person that is running your utility? Also, in my last few seconds here, not too long ago, one of y'all made a motion to replace this man. I fully expect, or I would like for one of you to consider doing that and start again and properly analyze this problem, thoroughly vet it, put your conscience to it, and consider the people that you're going to destroy by doing this. And I'm talking about our low-income people. And not on the east side, all over town. Your friends and relatives and your neighbors. Some of you will be out of office in a few years, and you'll be faced with the same problem. Thank you very much.
Could I have next speaker, please? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Could I have the overhead, please? The Gainesville Sun had a editorial today, and at the bottom of it, they talk about this being sprung upon the public with undue urgency. I would agree. The past decisions of this commission have put our formerly affordable and efficient citizen and ratepayer-owned utility in the untenable position of too much debt. what is it, 1.7 billion? So with that debt, we have 5 aged and inefficient plants. I would hope for that amount of debt that we would have some more efficient plants. We would have some more modern plants. But that's not the case because of the spending priorities of this commission. Restated, the pursuit of green power has made our utility antiquated and debt-laden, limiting our options for affordable and efficient and environmentally friendly power. The City Commission has set an arbitrary goal of 100% renewable power by 2045. That is just completely and utterly irresponsible. What's the rush with putting this thing forward? Have we been here before? None of Mr. Bolarski's assertions or representations have been vetted or verified. So we're going to sign another 30-year contract for another $270 million? That's awesome. Well, I don't know if you guys pay attention to computing, but we will probably have quantum computers pretty soon, which will solve a lot of problems in terms of whatever the next power is. It just really pains me to think about the fact that we're talking about signing another 30-year contract when the next power will make all of this obsolete, and we're still going to be paying those bills. So it's only $9 million a year, but didn't we just have a fight with the county over $250,000 for the homeless center? Come on, really? You're just going to blithely just strike a check for $9 million? Mr. Bolarski rejects the idea of selling the electrical generating unit to a private utility and utilizing the newly unencumbered right-of-ways to extract and impose franchise fees. We have not explored all of our options. What is this rush? I don't get it. I mean, you should have had pom-poms and some knee socks on. I mean, holy crap. Regarding the savings that this transaction might generate, this and past commissions have demonstrated a lack of concern for the debt, and I would not be surprised if these savings were not utilized to pay down the outrageous debt and were not siphoned off.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Appreciate your comments.
For more
Thank you
social
very much.
engineering and pet projects.
Could I have the next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please? Anybody else wish to make any comments on this item? Welcome.
How y'all doing? Can I get the overhead, please?
You may.
Dynamite. I don't need it. I doubt I'll ever stand up here again. I figure this is my chance to ask for it. My name is Rick Santos. I'm an employee of the city of Gainesville. Ed's my coworker, and I got to tell you, I'm a little jealous that Ed's not up here with me, looking at me the way he looked at Matt, sharing the jokes that he shared with jokes. I feel like he should be on my side. I don't feel like he should be on my side. I don't feel like he's on my side in this case. I'm asking you to not vote to allow him to enter this agreement with FP&L at this moment. I'm glad you said 3 weeks. I wish you'd do it longer. This is a very serious decision that's going to impact our community, the community that I want my grandkids to grow up in forever. Long after we're all gone, this is going to affect them. My biggest concern is how this whole thing's been presented. I feel that Ed has steamrolled the UAB. He's blindsided my upper management. I'll tell you who I am. I operate your antiquated power generators over at Deer Haven. I fired Deer Haven 2, I fired Deer Haven 1, I fired all 3 gas turbines. My crew is currently working right now. I had to take time off to come here. Hey, B crew. And they're making all the electricity that we're using right now. We came on shift Monday morning, and since we've been there Monday morning, we haven't purchased power from anyone. We've made all of our power that Gainesville is needed right here and there. And we've done it the best we could with what we've got. And if you spend any length of time with the people who work for GRU, you'll find that they're amazing people, and they're all doing the exact same thing. They're making the impossible happen, making the possible happen out of the impossible. So anyway, this whole decision was dropped on all of us last Friday, thereabouts. I feel that it's blindsided my management. It's blindsided the citizens of Gainesville, all the employees. This decision is going to affect not just the 200 employees, but the entire city of Gainesville for a long time to come. Make no mistake, FPL does not need us to fund this transfer. I don't know for certain, but I would bet dollars to dimes that it's being built right now. What they've done, in my opinion, is they found some small utility who's in a little bit of dire straits and made this great proposal to them. It's what they do at SPNL. Look them up. They're massive. They're part of Next Gen Resources, Next Gen Era. They're incredibly big. What they do is just this. They come in, they convince us it's a good thing, swallow us up, spit us out. I'm concerned with all the points. I wish I had as much time to address the points in Ed's presentation. I haven't. I feel like he's overestimated cost avoidance. I feel like his data is being used out of context. I don't think he's used proper decommission costs. And I don't think he's addressed the greening of Deer Haven facilities. We've got brilliant employees. They've done amazing things. You know, everyone complains about how old our units are. Our employees have taken Kelly 8, and they've
Thank you very
eked
much.
out 35
thank
to 40 extra megawatts.
Thanks for being here with us today.
Let them go.
Appreciate your
Let
comments.
them do it.
Can I have the next speaker, please? Anybody else wish to make any comments on this item? Welcome.
I'll be quick.
The end. The end. Ma'am?
Yes.
The end, not the whole thing, just.
It's okay, you can hear me.
I'm worried about the people at home.
Honorable Mayor, let me speak here.
Sure.
Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, Gary Basker, Officer, Energy Delivery. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I want to say a few things. 15 years experience, worked in systems control, hired Dino, worked with a lot of guys in energy supply. This has been a decision that didn't come the last year, 2 year. This has been looked at for over my whole career here. Working with systems control manager Ken Simmons, many nights we were ready to start into what's called under frequency load shedding because we couldn't maintain our loads. The stress and the amount of urgency that this deal needs to be completed, I cannot overemphasize. I'm bringing Milvia Hidalgo, our transmission planner, up here to give you an idea of what this super highway does for us. Not only enhancing smart city capabilities, AMI, and so many other technology advances for the future, you're partnering with the best in Florida. My cousin retired FPL, 35 years. It's a great company. We couldn't find a better opportunity to get on board with, and we're very lucky to have this handed to us as a city. With that, Milvia, please let your transmission planning experience educate the community as well as the commission.
Okay, thank you. And you're your own person, so you get your own 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And just introduce yourself to the people at home, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Commission. I'm a GRU employee. I've been with GRU for over a decade, and I have seen what a difficult position the GM is currently in. I'm not denying everything that all the previous and former and current GRU employees have said. GRU employees work hard. Plant people work hard, but this particular juncture in time has led with the GM to make a really difficult decision, and this is probably not the only, but it's probably the best win-win that has presented itself. The reason I can provide in generic terms for why FPL may be wanting to rush this, it may appear as if they're wanting to rush this decision, is because FPL has options. They can exercise options with other parties, and we may not be able to take advantage of the offer that is offered to us if we don't act within a reasonable time frame that is amenable to both parties. Okay, I completely understand and agree that you may want the 3 weeks to vet and have public input or have an open forum for all the GRU employees that will be affected. I completely understand, but at the same time, you have got to understand where the GM is coming from, and he's not making this decision. This is not a decision that he's making lightly. Also, in defense of what the proposed tie line, this proposed tie line, without revealing too much information, I can assure you this tie line will be, if it goes as on paper, it will be connected to the heart of the state of Florida. It's the most reliable possible transmission source that you could possibly want to be hooked to. So if you're concerned about keeping the lights on in the 30 to 80-year horizon for the citizens of Gainesville, my kids, my grandkids, if they choose to stay here, and your own great-grandchildren, this Thailand will help accomplish that. And another thing that I wanted to say was regarding the GRU personnel will still be here to help restore during storm outages. This additional Thailand will not take that responsibility or that work away. We will still have GRU staff here in the city to be on the face-serving side of meeting our customers' needs and picking up the phone when they have a service call because they want to have an addition to their house and they don't know what they need to do, or they need to connect or disconnect power. All of that will still be here. So just having this additional Thailand will not take that responsibility or that privilege away. Unfortunately, it will probably affect plant personnel, but that's a decision that the GM is not taking lightly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Thanks. Anybody else? Sorry, Mr. Camps, you already had your 3 minutes. Sorry.
Just for the workshop.
What? Yeah, one bite of the apple per person. Anybody else? Going once? Twice? Okay, thank you all for being here. Thank you for all adding your perspectives and thoughts to this. Very much appreciate that. We'll turn back to the commission for deliberation and possibly a motion. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who spoke this afternoon, particularly those of you who don't come to meetings and don't speak very often. I know it's not easy. I've been on that side too, and I know it takes a lot of your adrenaline tends to get up there. I know it's a tough thing to do, to stand up there and talk and know that you're on camera and know that people are actually paying attention and listening. So thank you for having the courage to do that. I appreciate it. It's pretty clear that I wrote a couple of things down before we started the meeting, and one of those was a couple of things that I was going to need from this meeting personally, and one of those things was more time for consideration. I will say there's a lot good about this plan, a lot good about it. The future is going to require us to be more flexible than we're able to be right now for power generation. The future is going to require us to be more redundant than we are now. And this gives us that opportunity as well. There's a lot that's good about this. I appreciate the FP&L folks being here and willing to talk through questions. And I appreciate the questions that were asked by my colleagues as well. We have to operate differently than an investor-owned utility like FP&L. We owe not only the people who use GRU power, and not only the people who work at GRU, but the 135,000 or so people who own GRU deserve an opportunity to ask questions of us, of GRU staff, etc. It is absolutely true that staff has been working on this for a long time. I get that. We've had conversations about bits and pieces of it with Mr. Bilarski individually for a good long while. I know many of you have had a lot of those conversations as well. It's not an enormous surprise. The surprise is we have to make a decision right now. Nobody was ready for that. We deserve at a minimum until the next city commission meeting to be able to think this through. And I don't think that's too much to ask. If it is, I'm sorry, we have to have it anyway. We owe that to the people we represent, who, again, own the utility. So at a minimum, we're going to need till the next city commission meeting. And it's clear that that's the direction we're headed, and I'm glad about that. Mr. Bilarski, you mentioned about one of the slides. It's a lot of inside baseball. the whole thing is inside baseball. It's complicated. It's not easy. You need to have a fair bit of training in management and operation of utilities to get it. And thankfully, you have been training us. We have been receiving training from GRU staff for years as commissioners to help understand this and make us better board members to help make these decisions. It is all inside baseball. It's complicated. But it is something that we can understand as a community and get our heads around with a little bit of time and opportunity to answer questions. Mr. Ray, I appreciate the Sun's editorial today. I thought it was pretty spot on. There's a lot that's right with this. It seems to take us in a good direction, but we need some time to let it settle, to ask questions, to talk. Can't talk with each other, but we can talk with you. We can talk with the community. We can ask questions of staff. And I would imagine that senior staff at the utilities not going to get a lot of rest over the next few weeks here as this works out, because there are going to be a lot of questions asked, and there need to be. I'd love to see a sharper pencil on it. I know that's not really possible with the tariff rates. I get that, but if there's any way to find some economies, I would love to. The biggest thing, well, before I tell you my last item, let me say this. In case it hasn't been made clear, nobody up here has any interest in selling the utility. Nobody has any interest in selling the utility. We've been very clear about that for a long time. I'm not going to change on that. If we sold the utility, I'm not convinced it would lower rates, and if it did lower rates, it would raise taxes. So let's be real clear about how that stuff works. We're not interested. And I don't think anybody's asking us to be interested. Now, the thing that I am going to need before I will consider this deal moving forward is assurance that management, in considering any staffing plan and any labor reduction, has to work with Mr. Arnold and CWA. I know that's hard. I know that's really hard to tell management you got to work with the bargaining unit to go through the plan, but that's what I'm going to need. I know you've been talking to them already, and I trust that you will continue to do so, but I've got to have that as a definite before I will be able to say yes to this 3 weeks from now, 3 months from now, whatever it might be. When a vote comes, I won't be a yes unless I am convinced that management and CWA have worked together or will work together on the staffing plan. So again, thanks everyone for listening to me get this organized in my mind, and for all the comments that you have all had, and for your time today.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for being here and speaking. I'd like to put a motion on the floor that I move that we continue this item until the next City Commission meeting, and the following items be brought back. That the pros and cons of us keeping our balancing authority, that also bring back tariff connection changes since 1990, and I would like not just for FP&L, but for all the other kind of ones that are in the state of Florida as well, just kind of sense on how things change. Like to have kind of long-term, short-term, mid-term risks of this. What are the kind of impacts of climate change as well on this, and what they could be from there?
Sorry. Okay, motion and a second.
I think that captured everything I was asking for. But
would you be willing to, this might happen anyway, would you be willing to add to that, direct the city manager to meet with employees to bring back a transition plan to the commission, what a transition plan would look like for labor?
You mean general manager?
General manager,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that has to come back to us.
Well,
positions, but like
I want to hear what that conversation goes like.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, there'll be an opportunity to talk with us. Employees, I was just wondering if there's an opportunity of a workshop of any kind, how we can have a conversation with the community so that they understand. I think there's some things that are being said out there that need to be resolve that, you know, what is true and what isn't. As Commissioner Ward said, this isn't selling any ownership of the utility in a relationship with FPL. The way I see it, the transmission lines are there. When they're looking at a map of where the transmission lines are that they need to get to the West Coast, our lines were there. You know, it's like a road being laid for somebody who needs to move their product. If it's something other than that, then, you know, I think that it can be explained to the public in a way, and again, the use of the paper and media to be able to get the message out to what it is, the real story, not fake news, would be appreciated. But again, I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to have a workshop of some kind. I'm grateful that this is coming up during a period of time where we have 2 full weeks. Well, 2 full weeks before we would be meeting in the first Thursday of February. So again, if there's something that staff would be able to look at in communications, if that could be a part of the motion to agree to a workshop somewhere for public conversation. I think that's a really important part of what we're trying to do more as we do so many conversations. We're saying we didn't have enough opportunity for the public to be involved. Is there an opportunity for a community meeting? So that's I'm in, if that's something that could be added to the motion?
I think if you want it in the next 3 weeks, that's going to be problematic. We had to go out till April to get the commission schedules aligned for a.
Well, my interest is more that GRU would be able to have a town hall meeting of some kind.
Okay.
I understand we
Yeah, I'm
may
sure
not
that
be
could happen
there,
in the next
but
3 weeks.
they need to be the ones that are at the table explaining it.
Yeah, I'm sure if we don't have to coordinate all our schedules, that would be possible. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a little bit about what Commissioner Warren said, but it's more about communicating to the public in whatever way that is best. I mean, I'll just say this, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the Slaters, that I'm a little bit frustrated by saying that we're going to have a meeting and we do that and then we call that communication and community engagement. So whatever ways that we can actually think outside of the box to reach people, to communicate with them, whether that be like, you know, a telephone call or a town hall on the telephone or a Facebook Live event or, you know, through the op-eds in the paper. But I'd really like us to think outside of just a meeting, and we are calling that communication with folks. So I would love to see just an outline. It doesn't have to be an in-depth plan, but just an outline of how we are going to communicate these communicate this to the public.
Thank you, Commissioner
So
Simmons.
would you mind adding that?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Harvey? Communications plan? Okay. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. And also, in addition to that, could we make this a time certain item?
Yeah.
For when it does come back?
Yeah, for when it comes back.
Yeah. I'll work with the clerk on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Blarski.
Yeah, somebody told me that the UAB Joint Commission Workshop will be the 28th. That might be a good time to repurpose that. It's a budget workshop with the City Commission and the UAB. We probably ought to repurpose that to make it an information workshop for what you're all talking about. If that's okay. Is that okay to do that?
Yeah. Okay. Any objection to that? Okay, so we have a motion. Can you go through the motion again, Commissioner?
Sure.
Oh, can you bring up the screen back there? Okay, so the motion is to continue this item to our next regular City Commission meeting, to bring back the pros and cons of keeping a balancing authority, tariff connection changes in the state since 1990, long, short, and midterm risk, impacts of climate change, GRU to meet with employees and bring back a transition plan, provide a communications plan, and then also we're going to repurpose that joint meeting with UAB to discuss this particular issue at that meeting and invite the public to participate with us. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Go get some dinner. We will be in recess until 5:30. All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. This is the evening portion of our regular City Commission meeting. We're thrilled that you're all here. And before we get to proclamations, Madam Clerk.
We have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, so if you are willing and able, please stand me and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our first item is Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated Centennial Celebration Day, January 16th, 2020.
Okay, do we have any Zetas here tonight? Y'all, please stand if you're able. Come on in if you want. We're so thrilled that you're here, and we're so excited. All right, it's my pleasure and honor to read this on behalf of all of the residents of Gainesville. Whereas Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated was founded on January 16th, 1920 in Washington, D.C. on the campus of the Howard University by 5 enlightened collegiate women. Its current membership includes more than 125,000 college-educated, dynamic, community service-driven, diverse, and professional women. And whereas on September 21st, 1951, 5 great Zeta women of courage, Annie McGee, Cora Robertson, Gladys Alexander, Julia Harper, and Wilma Holloway, chartered the Delta Sigma Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, which is listed in the local and national registries as the first historically black Greek letter organization established in Gainesville and Alachua County, Florida. Moreover, these women also are credited with becoming the first to institute a historically black Greek letter society at the University of Florida when they chartered the Mu Epsilon chapter in 1974. And whereas, in accordance with their founding principles of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood, the women of Delta Sigma Zeta chapter have worked diligently for the past 68 years to make significant contributions to the vitality of our community by providing valuable services and support programs, whether it be through awarding scholarships to high school graduates, adopting local elementary schools, volunteering with the elderly, or partnering with the March of Dimes and the American Cancer Society to raise funds and awareness. The Gainesville Zetas continuously demonstrate they are community conscious and action oriented. And whereas the Delta Sigma Zeta members are local trailblazers and called to advocate for social justice for all people, they have created a robust social action platform and work with perseverance in areas of voter engagement and education, community empowerment, and equity, especially for those who have been disenfranchised. As further testament to their passion for helping other people excel, they promote prenatal care and healthy babies through the Stork's Nest of Gainesville, a program to educate and support pregnant women and new mothers. And whereas Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated has established a powerful legacy of addressing critical issues and exacting positive change in communities globally, and the members of Delta Sigma Zeta chapter remain steadfast in their commitment to empower, uplift, and serve our community locally. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim January 16th, 2020 as Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated Centennial Celebration Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in honoring Zeta Phi Beta and thanking the sorority for the many contributions to this community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 18th day of December, 2019. (2020). Thank you. I signed it in 2019. And I just want to say, and then we'll let them say a few words. Over all the years that I've been in service, and I would never play favorites, but there's been one group, one sorority that has always been there. They've been there for the good times. They've been there for the challenging times. They've been there to challenge us, but they've always been there to offer solutions and offer their support. And so whenever I see those blue dresses and those white jackets and those beautiful smiles, I know that we're in good hands, and I know that good things are about to happen. So women, thank you so much. You're amazing. You're an amazing part of our community. And please say a few words. Here's the proclamation.
First of all, we just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Sarah, listen, let me hear you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for everything. It is a blessing, just number one, to be in the house, but it's also a blessing to receive this proclamation and let everybody know that Zeta Phi Beta sorority is 100 years old today. And you heard all of the things that we have been doing locally, and there are more and more things that we have been doing nationally. Those past 100 years, we're the first in so many things out there. So sometime when you have just a little bit of free time and you want to do just some great reading and some great research to find out some wonderful things that's been happening with ladies, Google us. All you have to do is just Google us. Thank you so much again, and you have a blessed evening and a wonderful 2020.
Thank you for that. And if y'all indulge me, this is a birthday. It's a centennial birthday, so I'm going to sing y'all. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Zetas. Happy birthday to you. All right. All right, thanks, y'all. Thank you. Happy birthday. Now, y'all stick around. We have lots of meeting left and all kinds of excitement.
It's just a shame
You gotta
we
go
couldn't get some
celebrate, okay.
Zetas to show up tonight.
Yvette says it's 2020, but we're going to party like it's 1999. You bring Prince back anytime. All right, Madam Clerk, I don't know how we top that, but let's go and try.
That's right. Our next item is African American Studies Day, February 21st, 2020.
Okay, do we have anybody here to accept this proclamation, African American Studies Day? Anybody here for that? Okay, we'll read it and make sure it gets to the appropriate people. Whereas African American Studies program was established as an academic unit in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at the University of Florida in 1969. And whereas the Black Student Union was central to the establishment of the African American Studies program at the University of Florida. And whereas the African American Studies program was established in the best interests of the University of Florida, the city of Gainesville, and the state of Florida. And whereas the African American Studies program developed the Bachelor of Arts degree in African American Studies in 2013. And whereas thousands of students successfully completed courses in African American Studies during the past 50 years at the University of Florida. And whereas the African American Studies faculty and students have made significant contributions to knowledge and the advancement of African American Studies in the American Academy and the global community. And whereas African American Studies program at the University of Florida celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2019. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim February 21st, 2020 as African American Studies Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in participating in all activities related to African American Studies Day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 3rd day of December, 2019. Thank you for all of the great work that you've done, and we'll make sure that we get you that proclamation. Okay, Madam Clerk, next.
Our next item is Zero Waste Week, January 26th through February 1st, 2020.
Okay. Welcome. Good to have you here. Whereas zero waste is a system where nothing is wasted and resources stay in use. And whereas we want to encourage responsible resource use with the goal of valuing resources and instilling a system of reuse. And whereas Zero Waste Gainesville and the Repurpose Project invite all Gainesville citizens to join us for 7 days of zero waste education, actions, and events. And whereas day 1 is Refuse, Reduce, day 2 is the sharing economy, and day 3 is Reuse, Repurpose. And whereas day 4 is Repair, day 5 is Recycle, and day 6 is Rot or Compost. And whereas day 7, we invite all to a Zero Waste and Circular Economy Forum to learn more about zero waste in our community. And whereas we want to raise awareness of everyday ways we can collectively make a positive impact on our environment through valuing resources and working towards zero waste. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim January 26th through February 1st, 2020 as Zero Waste Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our citizens to join me in working towards zero waste. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand, caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, the 6th day of January, 2020. Thank you, congratulations, and y'all please say a few words. Thanks. I'll get out of your way.
Well, on behalf of Zero Waste Gainesville and the Repurpose Project, we just want to give a very big thank you to Mayor Poe and the City Commissioners for supporting Zero Waste and for this proclamation. And we are very much looking forward to celebrating with you all Zero Waste Week and celebrating with our community as well. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so for those of you who are frequent guests of ours, we have a new item on our agenda called Early Public Comment. This is the second opportunity in our meeting that residents have to come and speak to the commission about items on our agenda. Typically, public comment is for items not on our agenda. We did one earlier this afternoon at the beginning of our meeting. We had 5 participants in that, so we were very happy about that. And so the way this works is if you would like to speak to an item that's coming up on our agenda later in the meeting, you can speak to that item. You'll have the same 3 minutes you would otherwise. If you want to speak to more than one item, you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak on as many items as you want. The only stipulation is then you waive your rights to speak to any items later in the meeting. This is basically intended for people that have other things they need to go do, or they just don't want to stay around for the whole meeting, but they like to share with the commission their thoughts on items on our agenda. After we get done with early public comment, then we will go to our regular general public comment for any items not on our agenda. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to invite anybody up for early public comment to speak to items that are on our agenda later on in the meeting. Mr. Davies, do you want to speak to items on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. If it's not on the agenda, then just wait. We're going to get to you in 1 sec. 1 sec. It might be really a short second. And if you would tell us which items you're speaking towards so we can, the commission knows where you are on the agenda. Okay, so that's not on our agenda, so we'll get that under general public comment just in a second. An item on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, point of order. I'd like to clarify. I was told by the clerk today that the early public comment was only for the morning meeting. The afternoon meeting had early public comment to address items on the agenda that there was no early public comment for the evening portion.
Okay, I can't speak to your conversation with the clerk, but our agenda did have it published for both times.
Well, I didn't look at your agenda. I spoke with the clerk, who
Okay,
should
so
know.
I'm just clarifying that right now. It will be at
Okay,
the
so-
afternoon and evening.
Well, gosh, if you could just settle down a second. Like, you're kind of rude.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Just trying to get
you
your
are.
clarification
Maybe-
here.
I don't know. You having too much coffee or what? But you ought to slow it down.
Very
a bit.
little coffee.
Okay. Well, having the clerk who's responsible for communicating with the public on the rules would be really helpful if they were well informed, so that when I call to make an effort to find out what's going on without having to scroll through all your meeting agenda and figure it out, it would be good if you guys are well informed and communicate. Thank you.
And from now on, just so everybody knows, the early public comment will always be on the afternoon and evening portion of our agenda unless there's a rule change by the commission. That's the way our rules are and our agendas are laid out. Anybody have any items on our agenda that they would like to address at this point for this evening? Going once? Twice? Okay, we will close this portion of early public comment and move on to regular general public comment. These are for items not on our agenda. Mr. Davies, welcome back.
Back again. Okay, I need an overhead here if I can. Hopefully this will show up. Okay. I just want to show you a picture of some garbage dumps around Gainesville. Okay, this is a cat sanctuary place that my friend of mine, Debbie, and some of her friends, we feed these cats on the other side of Publix on a bike path. And here, as you notice, it's a garbage dump from a homeless camp. Here's another garbage dump from another homeless camp. Here's another garbage dump from another homeless camp. All in the same location. Trash on the bike path, most likely from homeless people, I'm sure, because it's food containers and stuff. That's what we're dealing with. Anyhow, you can't fix stupid, which is why I don't come down here much anymore, because you really can't. Until the people start voting differently, we're going to be putting up with the same nonsense. You go ahead and do all these anti-constitutional UN agendas. You run down our throats. You did it with the biomass plant. You had the Kyoto Protocol climate change agenda, which cost us a $3 billion biomass plant, which the public did not even want. The public was more against it than they were for it. You didn't take a vote on it, even though you say the public utility is owned by the people of Gainesville. That's a bunch of garbage. And then you run this other UN agenda down our throats, banning plastic straws. For what reason, I don't know. Because 90% of the garbage on the streets is put out by college kids and mostly homeless people. I certainly don't litter. I pick up litter, in fact, when I'm on my bike. So you can see, and plus not only that, but most of the plastic products now can be recycled into petroleum. British engineers have developed the technology to do it. So, like I say, you might as well ban everything, because there's nothing under the sun that the homeless people don't throw on the ground and litter the woods and the bike paths and the roads with. So, you might as well just ban everything. The heck with it, just the plastic straws. And, and don't give me the stuff about the landfill, because I just showed you a bunch of pictures of the landfills we have going on in Gainesville from the homeless people. And like I say, you can't fix stupid. I'm sorry if that offends anybody. I'm sorry. My boss said, "Oh, don't say that, John. You offend someone." Well, I told my boss, I said, "Look, I get offended every day I wake up, from the day I wake up in the morning to when I go to bed at night. So if I offended someone by saying you can't fix stupid, I apologize." Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next speaker, please? Welcome.
My name is Gabe Kamowitz. I'm here on a personal matter. It may involve city business. Some of you know I am running for Gainesville Commission at Large, and I've been announcing that I'm a one-issue candidate, that is Bring Back Butterfly City. I received 4 emails, and what I want you to consider is that they may be being sent to me by a city employee. I will get to that briefly. The first came across as follows. "Hello, my old friend Gabe. I see you intend to try and win a seat at my old stomping ground. Will you at least be wearing a belt to the upcoming candidate forums and city meetings? City staff got very tired of having to cut away from your very pale, very saggy buttocks." It's the next line that has me worried. "We record videos to inform the public, not to shock them with grotesque and disturbing imagery." The other comments relate specifically to the candidacy. It truly is odd to see a man spending so much energy trying to bring back something that he himself demanded the end of. Then again, what should one expect from a product of 2 incestuous grandparents? Gainesville certainly does not expect much from you, and yet you never exceed expectations. The last one, "It truly is sad to see someone like you degraded degrade to such a degree in their old age. One needs only to review the publicly available video of you demanding during a city commission meeting that Mayor Lauren Poe remove all Butterfly City signage under threat of litigation. No wonder your children have to give you money each month. You truly are incapable of even remembering the very things you say. Perhaps someone should do a wellness check. You don't seem. I'm sorry.
You got a minute left.
There was yet a fourth message when at that point I started to respond to the city that I want this investigated. The individual who goes by the name of Simba Mufasa, the Lion King, withdrew his fourth email, and that's it. But I am very concerned about his claim that, quote, we record videos to inform the public. If he is back there, if he has ever been back there and seen my saggy bottom or whatever, I would be very concerned as a city commission that this is being done to an individual as unlikable as you may find me. Thank you.
Thank you. And first of all, I'm very sorry that you received those. There's no call for that whatsoever. And if you forward those to me, I'll forward them to whoever on our staff might be able to determine who those were sent from to see if it was a city employee. I'd be happy to pass those on. I don't know who that person is, but our IT folks probably. Next speaker, please.
I am Debbie Martinez, and I speak for fed-up residents of Gainesville. As you know, Mr. Poe, in the 5 decades you have lived in Gainesville, in parts of 3 of those decades, you have been on the public dime, drawing taxpayer-funded paychecks, looking down on the people of Gainesville, lecturing, pontificating, and posturing. As you have instructed us on your tax-funded mayor's website, you are a professor of economics and government. You have told us you possess a MED in secondary social studies. In previous iterations, you have told us that your credentials are a master's degree in social sciences, then a master's degree in secondary social sciences. You have told us that the burden of your service has caused you to forego what used to be your spare time activities like reading, cooking, spending time with your family, and watching sports. As you know, Mr. Poe, you and Confederates sitting at your right hand on the dais have spent tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money and traveled across the nation and around the world on self-aggrandizing junkets. As you know, Mr. Poe, 4 months ago, you and 3 city government overseers jetted off to Colorado, renting cars, checking into luxury hotels, hobnobbing with other government junketeers at a Metro Lab conference. Your 5 paid city employees junket entitled you to as much as 9 minutes participation in a 45-minute mayor's panel that you shared with other junketeering mayors. The thousands of dollars expended entitled you to attempt to seize 9 minutes to explore or pontificate on the civic leadership you have demonstrated here in Gainesville. As you know, Mr. Poe, days after you and your bearded Confederates jetted back to Gainesville, you set up on the same dais you are sitting there now, emperor-like. You bestowed 3-minute dollops of time at your discretion for members of the public to give their views on an unprecedented package of fee increases, tax increases, and utility rate increases. Dozens of residents attempted to make their diverse voices heard. If you didn't tersely warn them when their time had expired, you moved on with a clipped next speaker, please. As you know, Mr. Poe, many residents of this community are afraid to speak because you have turned City Hall into a lockdown citadel against the citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. I'm afraid your
Private
time
armed
has expired.
security guards under your control through
Ms.
your
Martinez,
new
your time has
city
expired.
manager.
I need you
I
to
do not
cease your-
want to risk
Ms.
the
Martinez,
fate
your
of
time has
other
expired.
retirees forcibly expelled.
Ms. Martinez,
at
I
the
have to warn you, this is your
direction
second
of
warning
your
that you are
direction.
preventing
I
the orderly
yield
running of this meeting.
to others.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
Appreciate
please.
your kind attention.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bob Tuning. Good evening, and
good evening
to you, commissioners. Mr. Poe, Mrs. Martinez speaks for me and for many. I speak for her and others because you will not allow her time to express her thoughts. As you know, Mr. Poe, Mrs. Martinez was describing or trying to describe the evening of September 26, 2019. That fateful evening was less than 4 months ago. Dozens of residents came to this podium and attempted to make their diverse voices heard. These were civically engaged citizens. These were new voices and old, but they did not feel welcome at City Hall that evening. As you know, Mr. Poe, or as you should know, City Hall that evening was a designated public forum. Gainesville residents' tax dollars and utility payments paid to build and maintain this City Hall. Their tax dollars and utility payments fund your travel junkets and your salary, which already far exceeds the salaries of similar mayors in cities larger than Gainesville. As you know, Mr. Poe, or as you should know, City Hall is a place the public has a right to come. It is a place the public has a right to come to petition their elected representatives. They have a right to be heard, whether they are registered voters or not, whether they are one of the 10% of registered voters who mark their ballots for you. As you know, Mr. Poe, as Mrs. Martinez told you, or tried to tell you, what those dozens of residents requested on that night, less than 4 months ago, was a simple delay and a reconsideration of the enormity of the tax, fee, and rate increases you wanted to impose on them. As you know, Mr. Poe, on that evening, after the last Gainesville area resident had faced your unresponsiveness, you proceeded to your predetermined vote to raise taxes, fees, and rates hundreds of percentage points above the rise in inflation. As you know, Mr. Poe, days later, one of your Confederates flew off on a South Pacific adventure, and you flew off to Moscow and the Black Sea of Russia. How long, Mr. Poe, do you believe it will be able to continue using the instruments of city government, including expanding high-paid city staff at your beck and call, to continue to oppress the people of Gainesville? How long? We want to know, Mr. Poe.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Can I have the next speaker, please? Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. I'm Robert Mounts, and I'm here tonight as, again, president of the University Park Neighborhood Association, which has unanimously recommended that I convey their concerns on behalf of our sister neighborhood across the street, 13th Street and Seminary Lane, 5th Avenue, Pleasant Street, about the huge student luxury apartment development that's being pushed by CHW and Mr. Diedenbach, and the sale of the property by an entity under the Gainesville Housing Authority, the Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, which evidently has control of this property and has agreed to sell the property for $8.5 million to an Orlando investor. I know many of you are avid readers of the Gainesville Iguana, and if you read this week's edition, which just came out on page 2, there's an op-ed there written by me entitled, "Is it game over for Seminary Lane?" And that's because, looking at the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code, the developer is presenting this now as a scaled-down project, still with 313 units, 891 beds, as a by right development. And that's because in 2017 you all approved a process within the code that allows the developers to get approval much quicker and much easier in a friendly customer environment for them. Now we see the consequence of this, because we see a historically African-American neighborhood that's desperate to prevent this development, and they can't even get a public hearing. The neighborhood workshops were well attended. The last one's particularly well attended. There was many objections, but it is unconscionable that this major change to a historic neighborhood can take place without a full public hearing before an elected body. That's the consequence of these changes in 2017. And it's hard to determine who's accountable. You know, I don't even think the price is right, because that property that the 3rd Avenue apartment is being built on was resold after it had approved development plan for $7 million, just north of the Publix. This is 6 acres, just off 13th Street. And we'd like to know, we'd like to have the Gainesville, that separate board, the Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, come before you and explain to you and to the public what they're going to do with that money, where it's going to be invested, and how they're going to achieve affordable housing in Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. Tana Silva. And thank you to those of you who give your attention and eye contact to the people who are speaking to you. We saw Tuesday, I'm sorry, Tana Silva, if I didn't say my name. We saw Tuesday that Seminary Lane is a hot potato that supposedly and mysteriously is not subject to sunshine laws and no one's responsibility. I will send you a timeline of the lack of transparency soon. I had a work deadline that I just met. Meanwhile, here are some key points. The City Commission that passed the Land Development Code overhaul in July of 2017 was not the commission that went through 2 years of hearings about that Land Development Code overhaul, or it wasn't intended to be an overhaul, actually. A year and a half later, from 2015, okay, let me say this. The City Commission of October 1st of 2015 asked to change the rezoning of 5th Avenue to 20 dwelling units per acre instead of the 50 to 60 units. A year and a half later, it came back completely overhauled and with 50 to 60 units per acre still in the 5th Avenue rezoning. It passed a different commission, unquestioned, in July 2017. Within days, the Gainesville, Florida Housing Authority, the CRA, and the city signed the listing contract with Bosshart Realty. And I'd just like to read you part of that. Purpose of redevelopment. The owners require developer to use the properties in exhibits A, B, and C in a unified development that includes, at a minimum, some form of retail frontage along 5th Avenue targeted to local businesses providing neighborhood amenities, an affordable housing component, maintaining the architectural character and fabric of the community, attracting families for home ownership, providing a mixture of affordable and market rate housing with both apartments and home ownership, attracting working professionals and families. The owners will require developer to provide assurances that the project will not be developed and marketed to students. The description in the project will detail developers' plans to create a project that will be cohesive with, sustain, and support the surrounding residential community. That is not what is happening. And I would ask you, let me say, a public records request for follow-up on what happened to that listing was met with a demand for $7,400 for a couple of documents. I ask that you dig into the proposed transaction and that you not proceed with the Gainesville Housing Authority request that were presented to you on Tuesday, and that you rethink the trend of reliance on expensive staff and consultant PowerPoints and amateur meaningless opinion surveys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Welcome.
Can I have the overhead?
You sure can.
I'm going to continue that topic, but this is too big. Let me try this version. You gave the proclamation for African American history, African American studies, but the celebration event is coming up Thursday, February 20th and Friday, February 21st. And this great list of events begins in room 100 of Smathers Library. Also, I don't have a flyer for the other one, Friday, February 7th at 6 p.m. at Mount Pleasant Church, there will be a memorial service for all the victims of lynching in Alachua County history. For more information, you can contact Chestnut Funeral Home. And I'll repeat, since I didn't bring paper, Friday, February 7th, 6 p.m. at Mount Pleasant Church. memorial service for lynching victims in Alachua County. Where I left off earlier today, I was talking about Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, Inc. I want you to understand more about people who run public housing. The PHA, Public Housing Authority, that is a national term and concept. People who run these organizations participate in several educational and lobbying organizations, FADA, NARO, and FARO, and I'll explain those when I have more than 3 minutes. But there are national conferences and trainings that members of housing authority boards, like the one I'm on with Alachua County, like the one I used to be on at Gainesville Housing, attend and prepare themselves rigorously for dealing with the federal government. That's a big training right there, and running these housing supported housing facilities. Gainesville, Florida Housing Corporation, Inc. has none of that expertise. They never staffed, never managed, and while they are great citizens serving on it, that board gives you expertise in social work a generation ago, running a police department, running prosecutorial investigations, and operating county government. None of that is relevant to supported housing. And they are not prepared, they don't have the capacity or expertise to make decisions. Everything about this Seminary Lane deal is Gainesville Housing Authority driven. When I was on the board, that body met once a year, if that, just to have minutes reflecting the decisions that were actually made by Gainesville Housing Authority. Unfortunately, that also meant the terrible maintenance culture that GHA operated. Particle board on top of particle board, which was the reason Seminary Lane was torn down.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Next speaker, please. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lizzie Lunier. This past July of 2019, there was a public tour of Seminary Lane and Fifth Avenue. I believe Commissioner Warren was there. If one was to see me during that tour, most of the time I was hiding my face. The reason why I was hiding my face is because I could not stop crying. The reason why I could not stop crying is because of the depth of the erasure and the loss that has happened that no one would even know even existed decades ago, that this community has created for generations of people. I'm here tonight because the city needs to be held accountable. To claim that there is no power in the city to do something about Seminary Lane is disingenuous and a force of white supremacy. Let me be clear here. We may not be living in Nazi Germany right now, but cultural genocide happens in silence and complicity as well. Cultural genocide and erasure happens in complicity. We want to talk about $8.5 million and where it can come from? Let's talk about Innovation Square, sponsored by the city and UF, that is a pure force of gentrification of the Porters area. Where is your outrage, Mr. Poe? That's what I'd like to know. I'd like to know what happens in the absence of your outrage, because the city needs to be held accountable for its decisions. And I'm here to let you know that a lot of us are watching and are very, very upset. Can you imagine what it's like to sit in the room with Jerry Diedenbach telling residents that are in their senior years, telling them directly that they've never wanted this, ever. And that Jerry Diedenbach is telling them that they're doing it to help the homelessness problem. Can you imagine what that feels like to get that kind of violence returned back to you? I expect more from y'all, and we will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have the next speaker, please? Please,
Hello.
please,
I'm
please,
sorry.
please,
I'm
Jeff,
sorry. Try to
calm
hold it
down.
Still, steady. My name. There, is that it? Okay. My name is Jesse James Larson. I hope you all have been well. Lately, I've been traveling around Florida. There's been a lot of politics that needed to get finished by the different deadlines, and I managed to get some of the different gigs to do that. I'd love to brag about all the things that will be on the ballot coming soon, but I don't feel that the comments are general enough to get to all of that. While I was in other cities, I found many of the same problems that we're faced here in Gainesville with, and some of the solutions that they're doing about them. I would actually have to go on at so much more than 3 minutes length to tell you about all of them. I feel like I could solve almost every problem that you see when you go outside here that you can see when you go outside there, and I'll actually offer myself to every single one of the 7 of you, because right now I have a break between work. I could divulge all the information to you one by one, or all as a collective group, or whatever you really want to do. I'd like to be help with that, because I think that we have a lot of people in town that really get just disregarded, forgotten about, treated like crap, and effectively erased from history, attempted to try to kill them off, whether it's even, a few hundred years ago, or this 100 years, or even today. I myself actually have a person from the city government, not any of the 7 of you, and not actually anybody who I even see here. So let me make sure that I'm not accusing any of you. But there are some employees, and I know that you guys like to stick up for all the employees being the best ever, but that's not really true. There's a couple of employees who've hated myself and hated some of my family members long before they've had the job that they have now. And they abuse the force that they have in their job to try to fight us out of existence. I don't like that one bit. And I've actually gone around and documented a lot of other things in this city and the rest of the state. And I think I could actually work with the rest of you to help equality, equity, and rightful actions to actually be what occurs. It's wrong what's done. The way that city codes is used, and the way that police are used, the way that different stuff, these forces are there to help us and create health and safety and welfare for everybody. Every time an officer arrests somebody for a small piece of marijuana, that's another time that they weren't able to arrest someone who hurt someone and drew their blood. Every time city codes wrongfully cites dangerous land on my house or someone else's grass being too long, when really that's lyropy and that's supposed to grow that long anyways, is another time that they weren't able to do the things that they do in other cities that cause it to be a safe place. There's an open septic tank near 16th Avenue across from Tonka Charlie that used to be recently owned by the city of Gainesville after it was taken from the family that owned the property before. It was now sold to Peter Polshek. They opened up a case against him with city codes for having dangerous land, but it wouldn't have been dangerous if when the city owned it, they filled in the septic tank instead of leaving it just as dangerous as it is now when it was under their ownership. I can't believe that you guys wouldn't have just fixed it yourself when you owned it. It was equally dangerous then. No fence either. Meanwhile, over at Hurricane Lane and 16th Avenue, which is just up the road from the mayor's house and just down the road from the high school, there's that house at the corner there. Oh man, I was there today. I took all these pictures and footage and stuff, and it's so bad I won't share it.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Anybody else wish to speak? Any items not on our agenda? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Christine Larson. I would like to say that I wish that the city of Gainesville would understand that we, the people, are who should be heard and listened to. Please do the things for us. We are individuals. We have feelings. We want to stay alive. We want to be able to afford our utilities and stay in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to make any comments?
We the people would never be this evil.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Tamara Robbins. I watched some of the earlier meeting today, and I came down here to address you. And the only question I have to ask you really at this point is, when have you had enough of being ambushed by the general manager of GRU? I mean, the fact that he came before you with suits today and told you he'd been working on this for years, and nobody I heard speak sounded like they knew anything about it. I mean, Commissioner Warren, Mr. Mayor, stated that she appreciated the conversations that she had had with the general manager, Bilarski, in December. Wow, that's enlightening. So have all of you been having discussions about this big deal and been just so awesome at withholding it from the public? Or have you been having one-on-ones? Or are you just allowing this to happen, this rush to make this big decision? I don't claim to know anything about the utility business, but I do know like a boondoggle when I see it. It could be. You should not be pressed into making decisions. I mean, Commissioner Johnson actually asked the question, could we have 3 more weeks? Are you kidding me? The commission is asking Mr. Bilarski if you can have more time to set policy? I mean, who is the tail is wagging the dog here? And I think it is time for Mr. Bilarski to go. I don't know if he's having late night conversation with these suits like he did Mr. Gordon, but you should have been informed. The public should have been informed. And when you are being pressed to make a decision last minute, your red flag should be going off all over the place, because they did when I was watching it. The real reason I came down here, I was at Sweetwater Park last weekend, which I love that park. They've removed the horses from the park. Don't know why. They were majestic, amazing animals. Love to see those out there. It's not as many gators as there used to be out there. Don't know why that is. But the big issue is you guys you ban plastic straws and styrofoam and plastic containers. That's not my issue. The issue is the collection area that brings in the debris, the water from the park, is absolutely covered in plastic bottles and styrofoam and garbage. There's herons out there, there's egrets, there's turtles, there's gators, there's snakes, and they're all living amongst all of this garbage. And we were told, my daughter and I, that you guys didn't have the resources to keep that clean. Seriously? How many millions of dollars are you getting through Wild Spaces money and keep expanding the infrastructure? Take care of what you have, live what you preach, clean up your own plastics and protect the wildlife before you want to outlaw and act like you're all these environmental guys. Get out and get the resources and clean up your own parks. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And we have run to the end of our time allotted for public comment. I know we clean the collection area there regularly. I don't know if it's daily but it's quite often. The problem is we have so much plastic and litter that people throw out that and that is the collection point. That's the watershed collection point. And it really speaks, I think, that if anybody wonders why we should be regulating and reducing access to plastic, especially drinking bottles and styrofoam, that's what you see mostly out there. That's where you go to see the end result of the problem. And so we do, it just fills up the next day. I'm sorry, ma'am, this is my turn to respond. No, that's absolutely not true. They're wrong. So, ma'am, we're not going to do this. This is not civil. I'm trying to answer your question, and if you'd let me do that. And so, also the horses have free reign to the entire prairie. They sometimes come to Sweetwater. They other times go to other parts of the prairie. And alligators tend to not come out when it's winter. They like the warm summer and they come sunbathe. And then in the winter, that's why when you go to most places where there's gators, in the winter there's not so many, which for many people is reassuring. It gives them a chance to walk on some of our trails and paths that they otherwise wouldn't. But there are an incredible amount of birds out there.
I've never been there without a gator.
Yeah, and the birds, I was out there with my family, was it January 2nd? Right around New Year's, and might have been January 1st. And the diversity of birds out there was just phenomenal. We saw all kinds. My wife's getting into birding, Commissioner, so God help both of us. And there were so many that we'd never been able to identify. But I'll get a better answer on the frequency of the cleanup, because I know it's not twice a year, and it does speak to the magnitude of the issue that we have with is telling that we had zero waste proclamation earlier, and I think it's helpful that you brought that to our attention. With that, Madam Clerk, we are ready for our next item.
We have a public hearing for item 170427, order application to rezone certain public property owned by Weyerhaeuser and our company, with the recommendation that the City Commission approve the written order and authorize the mayor to execute and the clerk to attest the order.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shelley?
Thank you, Mayor. At your last City Commission meeting, you all held a quasi-judicial public hearing for this. So the Land Development Code just requires at this point, because it was a formal quasi-judicial hearing, that our office reduce your decision to writing, which we've done, and that final order is in the backup. So you are just considering that order, making sure that it does indeed reflect what your final decision was, and if so, approve the order and authorize you to sign it.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Shalley. And just a reminder for those of you who've been following this, the commission voted at the last meeting where we heard this 7-0 to deny their petition. And so this is simply the written order that will be transmitted explaining the reasons, the competent and substantial evidence as to why we denied that petition. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that recommendation.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second that we forward the written order. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, turning back to the commission. Is this roll call vote? It is, okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-0 with Ariola and Johnson absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is 190264, the second reading of ordinance amending sections related to the City Beautification Board. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections of the Code of Ordinances related to the City Beautification Board, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 190264 on second reading by title only and approve the revised rules for the City Beautification Board.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the ordinance on second reading and the rules revision. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Mr. Shepherd?
Yeah, I kind of heard it and then didn't hear it. So I'm going to not speak against this. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, these are just some, the board actually wanted to revise their rules, so but that has to go through us. So they just sent them to us, we looked at them, we approved them.
Yeah, a lot of the codes I'd like to revise. The codes do need revising, and so that's my words.
Very good.
So I'm for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Okay, back to the commission. It's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-0. Johnson, Ariola absent. Next item, please.
Item 190289, land use change, 20.74 acres of property located at 6400 Southwest 20th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 20.74 acres of property generally located at 6400 Southwest 20th Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County high density residential residential to the City of Gainesville residential medium density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 190289 on second reading by title only.
Second.
Motion is second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Mr. Shepherd, welcome back.
Yes. Is this the property that's on 20th Avenue on the right-hand side of the road that's been under construction? I drive by there.
No, I don't believe so. This.
This is, I believe I heard her mention about 20th Avenue, sir.
Yeah, it's the 6400 block.
Yeah.
I would have to see
down
the parcel
like-
you're talking about, Mr.
Yeah.
Shepherd, to know for sure.
But it's a new parcel that in that area that's been under construction, and GRU's been down there trimming all the trees and out of there, and the plumbing's going in. Looks like a housing complex is going up, but I don't know. So
Yeah. This is a different part of 20th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Okay, back to the commission. It's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes 6-0 with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
190290, quasi judicial rezoning of 20.74 acres of property located at 6400 Southwest 20th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 20.74 acres of property generally located at 6400 Southwest 20th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County multiple family medium high density to district to City of Gainesville multifamily residential district, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 190290 on second reading by title only.
Second.
There's a motion and a second that we adopt the companion rezoning on second reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, we'll turn back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ariola. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 190129, ordinance amending regulations for utility use of public rights of way. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Article 6, public rights of way use by utilities, and Appendix A, schedule of fees, rates, and charges relating to regulations that apply to public rights of way use by utilities, including communications facilities and small wireless facilities, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. Sean McDermott, Assistant City Attorney. This should be very brief. This ordinance just amends our section that regulates utility use in the city's rights-of-way to be consistent with state law. 2018, the city adopted a fairly comprehensive ordinance to regulate utilities use and rights of way, primarily focused on small cell infrastructure and the deployment of that technology in the city's rights of way. That was in response to a state law. And then just last year, the Florida legislature amended that section of Florida statutes, kind of following the theme of the last decade or so, where the state is preempting certain authority of local governments. There's a variety of amendments that are outlined in the backup materials, but the main one is just that the 2018 ordinance from the city, there was no state law requirement at that time that communication services providers were allowed to put in new utility poles within the city rights of way. In other words, the city at that time could prevent the proliferation of new utility poles. However, the session last year changed that to where communication services providers can put in new utility poles if there's no reasonable access to other poles and infrastructure to deploy that technology. So that's the biggest change. The practical impact of that is this is just a diagram of the city's, and this is at least a year and a half old, so it might have changed slightly, but this is a diagram of and it's hard to see on this, but of the city's above ground infrastructure, utility poles throughout the city. The blue dots are city-owned utility poles, general government, and everything else would be GRU. GRU has by far the more above ground infrastructure. So we just had a meeting yesterday or the day before with GRU officials and AT&T, Verizon, other providers of communication services, because GRU will be shortly allowing, it was to negotiate and finish up some agreements to allow the co-location of small cell wireless technology on GRU poles. And I say that all because that will alleviate a lot of the demand for where those technologies can go, and so that we hopefully to not only allow GRU to bring in some revenue because they can charge a lot more than the general government can, but also to alleviate the demand for new poles within the rights of way. So that's it. That's just changes again to be consistent with state law, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDermott. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 190129 on first reading by title only.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance, which is a change due to change in state law and required for us to accept. Would any members of the public like to speak to the motion? I'm going to be honest with you. Out of all the items on our agenda, this was the one I thought least likely to have public comment. I'm thrilled that you're here.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Barnard, and I'm actually here on behalf of Verizon. And I just want to let you all know this is a statement from our general counsel. And so I'm not really prepared this evening to answer any questions. We were actually notified about this proposed change yesterday, and as such, we do not have an opportunity to do a complete review and analysis. We will do that before the next reading. However, for now, we are concerned that the changes change the impermissibility requirement, which wireless carriers to prove that there are no co-location opportunities before a new wireless support structure will be approved. So the co-location issue, currently we feel that the proposed changes are actually not in alignment with state law, with Senate Bill 100 that passed. And this would be a clear violation of state law. So this is section 23-117C, page 20 and 21. But at this time, we have not had a meeting with the city attorney. We have not been aware of this. And at this point, I think that, it's something that needs to be met with and discussed, because we do not feel that this and possibly other sections would be in alignment with state statute.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to this item? Okay, and just, Ms. Shalley, barring anything unusual, our second reading for this would be in 3 weeks at our next meeting, correct? Okay, so we have actually an extra week to answer questions. Okay, back to the commission's roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 190308, ordinance amending chapter 18 of the Code of Ordinances relating to parks, recreation, and cultural affairs. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending portions of chapter 18 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to parks, recreation, and cultural affairs by amending the title of chapter 18 by amending section 18-1 regarding the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs by amending section 18-18 to update the list and names of parks, by amending section 18-20 and 18-21 relating to prohibited activities, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance item number 190308
First reading.
on first reading. Yeah.
Okay.
By title only.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to adopt ordinance 190308 on first reading by title only. Any members of the public will speak to that motion? Back to the commission's roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Simmons. Aye. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos absent, and Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson and Hayes Santos absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 190419, voluntary annexation of 86.64 acres of property located near Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 86.64 acres of privately owned property generally located south of Southwest Williston Road, west of Southwest 29th Drive, north of Southwest 56th Avenue, and east of Southwest 34th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Castillo, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Doing here at the City of Gainesville. The request before you this evening is for a voluntary annexation of an 86-acre piece of property that's located at the intersection of Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street, which is also known as Rocky Point Road. The property comprises 10 parcels owned by 6 neighbors, all of whom have submitted voluntary petitions to annex into the city. The property has a major portion that is currently vacant. However, there is commercial development over in the northeast corner. Also, the property has a full set of services available to it, which includes fire rescue services, police services, and also mass transit. The full list of services with their respective maps is located within the Urban Services Report. Staff has reviewed this position before you today and has determined that it meets all legal requirements. And that's, of course, because it currently is contiguous to the existing city boundary, is reasonably compact, and also does not create an enclave. And just really quickly, just to give you an itinerary for this item, the first reading of this annexation is today. The second reading will take place February 6th. At that time, if adopted, it would become effective. With that, I thank you, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
I didn't have any questions. I was ready to make the motion.
Sure.
If there's other comment, I'll.
Nope, you're the only one.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the proposed ordinance 190419 by title only on the first reading.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the proposed ordinance for voluntary annexation. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Warren?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Hayes Santos? Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Simmons? And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. All right, next item. I think we're going back to the items that were pulled for
Correct.
consent. All right.
First item is on the bottom of page 3, item 190791, general government budget calendar.
A question about that?
Sure.
Since it was Commissioner Johnson that asked for this, could we delay that and pull in some of the others and save this one for later?
They were both ones that she pulled, and we let her know that if she wasn't back, that
Okay,
we weren't gonna. She's not gonna be back until probably 8:30. She said.
okay.
So.
All right, I just wanted to consider that.
We talked about it, and I just let her know. I mean, we would delay it as long as we could.
Yeah, I
but
just
if it
don't know
came
what
up-
her questions were why she wanted it pulled up. I
Okay.
hope she shared her questions somehow with the clerk.
Ms. Philbin.
This is not time sensitive, so if you'd like us to move it to February 3rd, we could do that.
That's fine. That's what I was going to ask. That's fine with me if we just continue to the next meeting. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Move that we continue whatever this item is. To the
190791 to our next meeting.
So moved.
Okay, motion and second. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Back to the commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Johnson absent.
The next item is 190801, First Amendment to Agreement with EDSA for Planning Services. And the recommendation, I'm sorry, hold on just one moment. I marked it wrong. I believe that is the correct item.
Page 5?
Yeah, on page 5. Yes, with the recommendation that the city manager to the city commission approve the First Amendment to Agreement for Services as described and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents after approved as to form legality by the city attorney's office.
Okay, Ms. Fidalfan, did you have some perspective you wanted to add on this? I know Commissioner Johnson pulled this as well.
Sure, I can, if
Sure.
you'd like me to.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah Vidalfin, GCRA. So this is the original contract total was $74,000. This is an increase due to an extension of the timeline for the plan, and then also we added 6 additional meetings to the scope when we extended the timeline. The original contract had 7 community engagement meetings and only went from October 2019 to January 2020. So this extends the deadline to March 2020 just to add additional months for these additional meetings. And so that's what the fee is comprised of.
Okay, and I wouldn't want you to speak for somebody else, but have you had a conversation with Commissioner Johnson? Are you aware of any concerns she might have had?
I'm not.
Okay. Mr. Feldman, how about you?
I do.
Okay.
Her concern was the amount of, or the total fees involved in this process, so she wanted to express her concern that she thought they were excessive.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, I was just wondering if this was an item that was time sensitive or not. Again, with the consideration of Commissioner Johnson's request, but if she conveyed that to the city manager, I'm okay with going forward with the vote on this.
And Ms. Vidalfan, if we want them to continue doing the work that they've been doing with us, we need to take this action.
Yes.
Otherwise,
yes, sir.
they're not under contract and they will back up and go home. So,
Yes.
so see. Okay. Mr. Feldman?
I was just going to say, it is retroactive because they have been performing work for us with a contract that the scope has expired, so.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner
So,
Santos, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd just be willing to make the motion to approve the
extension?
The extension.
First Amendment.
Agree to the First Amendment and authorize city manager to execute all necessary documents after approval as a form of legality by the city's attorney's office.
Okay. Is there a second? And are you good? That was her motion? Okay. Any members of the public would speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Okay, and then the item we didn't get to this afternoon. Madam
Right.
Clerk.
Item on the bottom of page 15, item 190802, Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Draft Reinvestment Plan, with the recommendation that the commission hear a presentation and provide feedback on the draft reinvestment plan.
Okay, Ms. Vidal-Finn, we're waiting with bated breath. We're excited to hear what great work's been going on out there and where we stand as of today. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah Vidolphin, GCRA staff. So just to update you on the timeline for the plan consolidation effort, we're right here at the City Commission on January 16th. Last night we had a very well-attended community meeting at the Thelma Bolton Center. Great attendance and really good conversation, really good feedback, and really where we are right now is around three main questions in our process of this plan consolidation. The first is around our objectives. So if you remember from the 4 original redevelopment plans, they each had their own set of objectives, and one of the things that we've tried to do is really consolidate those, because those are sort of the guiding themes of the work that we do. Also, we've gone back and forth with the community about areas of focus. You know, where do you really think, now that we are a new GCRA, we're one district with one fund, where would you like us to focus moving forward? So we have some information back that we've compiled since we began the community engagement early last fall. And then what's the preference for implementation? So we know we have the old money and the new money, different restrictions on both, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are the community's preferences, and what are your preferences for the way that we implement with the budget that we have? So that's what we're going to be talking about today. But back to the schedule, we go to our advisory board next week with the same presentation we went out with last night to the community. We'll actually get to see them twice. We're having one more community engagement meeting middle of February. Then we're back to you on March 5th. And then we are also planning a public unveiling event, and more will follow about that. And then we'll end with joint city-county, which is to be determined. So these, again, are the reinvestment objectives. And just wanted you to kind of take a look. We did an exercise last night around these objectives, you know, just making sure, are we on the right path? Did we cover everything? And really what we're trying to do is synthesize the work that we do into 3 different areas. One being more the public realm with public space and streetscape initiatives, one being more focused around community initiatives, and then the third being economic development. And you can kind of see the types of activities that would occur under those 3 sets of objectives. Most of the feedback received last night was about more consolidation of some of them. For instance, little things like consolidating bicycle facilities and pedestrian facilities and things like that. But moving forward, there was also a lot of discussion about kind of what percentage of the work that we do would fall into each of these objectives. So that's something that we're thinking about moving forward. So this is a lot of information on this slide, and so hopefully over the next week or so you'll get some time to kind of look through this and look through the draft plan and see what this picture represents. But this is informed by the community feedback and is a direct representation of the feedback that's been received to date. So what you see in the colors, the purple and green, are priority initiatives in each area, either economic development initiatives or community initiatives. Also, you'll see highlighted priority streetscape initiative corridors, priority public space initiative sites, economic development initiative cores. So the 3 circles are cores where the citizens really wanted to see economic development community initiatives completed in those areas. And just a little insight, we received feedback that in Duval we should have a larger economic development focus. They felt like that was an area that could use a lot more economic development. So that's some feedback that we've received to the information we've received to date. But it's really interesting that really the core of our efforts moving forward seem to be focusing around neighborhoods like Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, the Porters community, the Duval community, and out near Hartwood and Cornerstone. The other feedback that we received is, just look more east, more investment in the east, and the feeling that our investments in Innovation Square should be exhausted and we should start moving to other places. So that, I think, recaps kind of what we've heard last night since this information has gone back out.
If you'll pause for a second, Commissioner Simmons.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Can you repeat what you just said, the last portion, that the community wanted to focus elsewhere?
Well, I was just saying the feedback received was more, if you see in the Innovation District, there's a really big green box, and it's because from the feedback compiled and received, that kind of shows the amount of feedback we got towards investing in that area in economic development. But from the community standpoint, at least the people who have shown up for the meetings, the community engagement meetings, they would like for us to shift our focus east and to not be investing as much in the Innovation District.
So the feedback you received for, just say for instance, the Pride District portion, how was that gathered? Where did you get that feedback from?
So this has all come from our community engagement since last fall.
Okay.
Yep. And so basically all the sheets of paper, all the online surveys, everything that we've received back from the public from our engagement is represented here.
Okay. And your recent community engagement was, let's focus more out east versus, okay. Thank you.
So, basically, Commissioner Simmons, we went back out last night with the plan that you have in your backup, just to say this is what we've received so far, and we're kind of in the validation phase, if you will. And so a lot of the message last night is, are we getting it right? Are we on the right path? This is what we've heard from you. Will you validate if this is what you'd like to see? So this represents the trust fund balances. So I want to explain a few things because we wanted to prepare you for the next set of meetings, which will get more into projects and funding. But right now, these are the 4 trust fund accounts under the Community Redevelopment Agency. So again, this is funding that must stay in the district and be expended according to the Florida statutes when we were a CRA. So I want to explain a few things. Unencumbered funds are budgeted funds towards a specific GCRA project or program, CRA project or program, but encumbered funds are obligated towards a specific CRA project or program with a contractor PO. Did you catch that? I just wanted to explain the difference. So encumbered means the money's tied up in a contract, so if we were to release it, we would have to cancel the contractor PO. But we wanted you to see all the funding that was still left in those accounts. So those are the totals off to the right, and that's money that we're looking at moving forward once the plan comes together. And then I also wanted to include the city and county contributions moving forward. So we just received the county's contribution within the first couple weeks of January. And one thing that I'll clarify is you can see that the county's contribution goes down. I know that you all know this because you voted on this, but it was unclear to the public why. So I want to state for the record that that money is going to be spent just outside the city limits in areas that need reinvestment and redevelopment. And so the purpose of the joint city-county meeting was for us to come together before the end of March to report what our redevelopment activities have been. So I wanted to make that clear as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, thank you, Ms. Vidolphin. I wanted to make a brief correction that the portion of county funds that decrease, that doesn't have to be spent outside the city limits. It can be spent inside the city limits. Okay. It's at the county's discretion where it gets spent, but it does not have to be in the unincorporated area.
Oh, okay.
So, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. If we go back to the previous slide with the budgeted funds, what's that process? Is that currently there's no projects in the pipeline with those funds currently?
No, so this funding was all budgeted under the old work plan and roadmap that were approved by the commission.
Budgeted for upcoming projects.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and have we identified the projects?
Moving forward?
Within, say for instance, in the downtown redevelopment area where over four million was budgeted,
Mm-hmm.
do we currently have projects in the pipeline to offset the 4+ million that's already been budgeted?
We do. I think that the purpose of putting the funding forward is to let you know that our, potentially our priorities have changed. And so we want you to know everything that's available to work with moving forward as we adopt the new plan.
So as we move forward, the money that's previously been budgeted has to go to a project in the downtown area where it's been budgeted for.
Yes.
As we move forward for the time being, and then we'll go into the new.
Right. So the new funding can be spent throughout the district,
Right.
but it has to be spent according to the plan. The old funding must remain in each of those districts.
Right. So do we currently have? I would like to see the current plan based on the money that was previously budgeted, the projects that would coincide with the money that has been budgeted for. Do we have any projects currently in the pipeline for the funds that's been budgeted? I guess that's my question. Or is the money just sitting there? It's been budgeted, but we don't have any projects.
Right. So according to the way that the Florida statutes read for CRAs, all money has to be budgeted towards something. You can't just have it sitting. So all of these funds are budgeted towards a specific project or program. It just, some of them we may have moved forward with and some maybe hadn't started yet.
Can we get a copy or a list of whatever those projects have been budgeted for with this existing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman?
So I was just going to clarify, that's exactly what we're going to be bringing forward to you. So we're going to bring you a plan that shows you what you have budgeted for, the projects that are in each of these trust funds. Give you our recommendations as to which projects are still relevant based upon the feedback that we have gotten, and what projects we think you can reappropriate to other projects. And then we're going to give you the, based upon the next 10 years, what we think the projects should be based upon what we know. So you'll in essence have 5 different trust funds, lack of a better word, to prioritize. So you'll have the downtown, which has the 4-point-something million in it, that you'll have to look and validate whether those projects are still good now or whether they need to go to some other downtown project.
Thank you. Mr. Dolphin?
Okay. I think I was here. Okay. So the last question that we posed to the community last night was, how can we make the biggest impact with our funding, right? So there are different strategies for moving forward with this funding. The 3 that we describe here would be number 1, which is a front-loaded budget, which could include bonding the funding up front in order to move some really major projects forward. Option 2 could be an even spend budget approach. And then option 3, maybe a mix of both approaches where you have maybe 2 major capital projects and the rest being more medium-sized or projects and programs. So we discussed that a little bit, about did they like the idea of front-loading? And it was interesting because the majority were really into option 3, more of a mix of both approaches, where potentially you would bond money or go out first with a couple really major projects and then, just kind of amortize the rest over the life of the CRA. So that was kind of an interesting question to get feedback on last night, and we wanted to pass that along to you. So again, this is our timeline. Next week we'll be meeting with our advisory board on Tuesday night after the holiday. And then we'll come back in the middle of February with more projects and programs and funding scenarios to show you with those different funding strategies what it could look like, right? These are the proposed or recommended projects and programs, and this is how we would recommend funding these. So that will be in February where we begin bringing those scenarios back to you for feedback. So in closing, we just kind of pose the same 3 questions that we asked the community to you for discussion. There is no formal recommendation for today. We wanted to update you on the timeline, the extended timeline for this, also let you know some of the community feedback that we've received to date and the feedback from our community meeting last night. So if you have any questions, I'm available, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Fidel-Finn. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you very much. If you can go to the reinvestment plan slide that had the map in essence. And thank you for all your work on this. I know it's been a lot. So a few things I think we're missing. One of the biggest ones is, in essence, our downtown core is missing, and that's an area I'm worried about a little bit. Our downtown is missing from that, and I don't think we are at a place where we can just say, downtown, you're good. Downtown's a weird place now, definitely when there's competition from Celebration Point and then things moving further out west. We need to make sure that the heart of our city is strong. And 2 other corridors I think that are important on how do we break these gaps between east and west is 2nd Avenue and 4th Avenue going all the way to East 15th Street, going over there. I think those are corridors that should be looked at. How can we create more east-west corridors in our city? And the other area is the Fifth Avenue area. I see it as like an investment corridor, and I don't know if that's, or as a priority, the Blue Line. What does the Blue Line mean again?
Blue Line are priority streetscape corridors.
Okay. I think the Fifth Avenue needs more than just kind of a street. I mean, the streetscape has already been kind of done in that area, but there is a lot of empty places along Fifth Avenue, and I think that rebuilding that as a commercial hub, I think, would be great. So those are my kind of main areas, and definitely the downtown. I think that's important that we need to invest in our downtown. We can't give up on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you so much for the update. I know this has been fast and frenetic, but it also seems like the advisory board is doing a lot of good work, and you're getting a lot of community participation. So that's all we can ask for to get us where we need to go by March. So it's I'm hopeful that we're continuing to get closer to where we need to be. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, I would like to echo what Commissioner Hayes Santos said, especially about our downtown. I think that really needs to be a part of the reinvestment plan in a major way. That is the heartbeat, in my opinion, of Gainesville, and we need to just not say again, like he stated, oh, it's okay, it's in good shape. I think we need to really put that, in the plan and have some significant focus on it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to this item? Welcome.
Kristen Torres, nice to meet y'all tonight. I haven't been back since our last meeting in September, but I'm back with more energy now. I'd like to disagree with you, Hayes Santos. I think if there is going to be any development in Pleasant Street and Seminary Lane, don't know what's going on here. Hello?
You're good, we can hear you.
Thank you. I believe if there's going to be any type of development over there, it should be catering to the community. We're having a low to moderate income crisis in housing here. Like I said a couple months ago, when it comes to safety and investing in safety, that is not just police officers and firefighters. Housing and education is very much a big part of that, and there are African American communities that are constantly erased, pushed out, and forced out through raising of property taxes and displacement through different types of gentrification, which is just as violent. So I just wanted to add, when it comes to just moving these funds around and investing, it's my understanding that a lot of the things that got invested in on the west side towards Archer, the expansion of Butler Plaza, it was my understanding that those food places, all those new places, were supposed to be towards the east side, and it's currently a food desert over there. Food and access to healthy food and water and safety is all part of that, with the housing and everything like that. Investing in those communities doesn't necessarily have to be just commercial entities. We don't need more student housing. We don't need more standard. The standard is never full to capacity because even students cannot afford to live there. So when it comes to encroaching, at least on Seminary Lane and Pleasant Street, I think we need to focus on low and moderate income housing, because there have been historic black businesses that have been pushed out. There are people who are currently getting pushed out because of the people trying to encroach and buy them out. We have $8.5 million on the line, and the people paying chump change for people who've owned houses for generations out of slavery. So I think when we're thinking about those budgets, we should keep that in mind. And also when we're talking about the east side and trying to bridge it from the west to the east side, I think there's more than there's even being spoken about of what's been added to the west side that could have very well easily been put on the east side, including the food expansion. I understand downtown is the heart of Gainesville. I go there, I'm 22, like I enjoy the bars, I enjoy the food, I like the top. But there's other places that are literally starving with families. Because I feel like Gainesville has been catering a little bit too much towards just students, and there's families that are being displaced. There's families that have to drive 20 minutes west just to get to a Walmart, a Dollar Tree, a Publix, more access to medical care. There's just more investments just by the numbers and the figures, and I thank you for that, on the line. So I just think when we're talking about investing and actually bridging that gap, we need to think of what we actually mean by commercial investment. I want to just know what that actually means. If anybody wants to interrupt me, that's mainly what I was trying to make a point of. Just make sure if you're going to encroach on those communities that it's not 8-story high-rises, 6-story high-rises that don't have access to low-income housing, that people who are currently homeless that don't need to be because certain apartment complexes were bought out and those residents were told that they would have to leave and then they could be welcomed back after the remodeling and are not welcome back. There's a lot of...
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Thanks for being here. Welcome.
The most important comment to me that I wanted to add to last night's activity is the phrase development without displacement, also known as anti-gentrification. Until this commission develops the fortitude and finds the strategy to leverage the private sector into participation with creating affordable housing, we have to be extremely careful about anything that restricts or eliminates any housing accessible to low and moderate income people. We have a housing problem and a homeless problem that is not being addressed and is going to get worse without without you guys exercising your prerogative as city government to change the direction. So development without displacement, I would like to see be the guiding framework of everything GCRA does.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Welcome.
Hey, I'm Lizzie Lunier. Is it possible to get back the trust fund slide
Sure.
up?
They'll pull it up for you if you want to continue your comments.
All right. Well, once they pull it up, I just couldn't help but notice that the unencumbered funding for the east side was approximately 1/20th of that of the College Park area. From an outsider perspective, I'm just saying that looks pretty heckin' racist. And I'm just wondering if any of y'all could help me understand how these decisions are made to only provide about 1/20th of that unencumbered funding to the east side that is currently experiencing a food desert and has for many generations.
Sure, I'd be happy to explain that once everyone's done. Can we pull that slide up?
Great.
The fund balance. Y'all back there? Is the force with you? There we go. Yeah, so I'll explain that when everyone's done with their public comment. Ms. Lee, welcome.
Hello, Patricia Lee here. And a couple of things that I wanted to mention with regards to the GCRA reinvestment plan that's going on. First of all, I don't think it was adequately expressed that it wasn't looking for a larger area just in the Duval part, and you saw that little corner on the map. It was in the meeting last night, it was expressed that the entire Waldo Road corridor from University Avenue up to 39th should be show more green in terms of economic development activity there. The other thing is the focus on East Gainesville was the larger part of the GCRA advisory board meeting that was held a few weeks ago. And I don't think that that was adequately expressed tonight. During that meeting, practically every board member and everybody saw the need for more economic development in East Gainesville at a more rapid rate. And so I think the commission rather, should have been made more aware of that as well. And I was really pleasantly surprised and pleased to see that the necessity for development in East Gainesville was foremost on the mind of the advisory board members, including those that were originally in some of the other CRA districts. The timeline for getting this investment plan to finished kind of puts me out of the loop.
Thank you. Thank you. But we'll continue to include you in whatever loop there is. We'll work on that.
Can I have like 30 more seconds to finish that statement about?
I'm sorry, I have to be equitable, Ms. Lee.
I understand.
Anybody else have any comments on the item?
My name's Donald Shepard, and my opinion is exactly what this young lady just mentioned. Why is there only 2,061,842 for East Gainesville when there's higher amounts for the other? Where is equal rights here? Equality. It's not. I've been screaming in this since I come up to this microphone. East Gainesville has been left in a ghetto and treated that way. And why isn't it given more money to do things? You say that you want to take and help the city to be a bigger city, or help our beautification board. Well, here's an opportunity. I've had lots of ideals that I want to do for East Gainesville, and I haven't mentioned them because I don't want to take and have other people take my ideals. And once I get into being mayor, I want to produce those. And this here will blow the skirts off everybody that's been in, or slacks off to everybody that's in the commission or a public office area. This year will be making Gainesville a map. And nobody else sees it. I don't understand. I've been with CRA meetings, and their vision, where's their vision for development? I don't see it. They do not have any vision towards development. If they did, then that little bitty spit of the hospital center that they put on Waldo Road is a slap in the face to the people over there, because we asked for a hospital. We asked for a theater. We asked for many things, and we keep getting denied. Why? This has been a big question since 2002, and has not been addressed. When is the city going to wake up and see that East Gainesville is where Gainesville started? Right there on the corner of University and Hawthorne Road is where the city of Gainesville started. And it was a military grant money that made Gainesville start there. James P. Wilmot is a founder who helped build Gainesville. Shands and the hospitals, the VA, and so on. But yet, it's been overlooked. So we need more attention towards East Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the item? Anybody else? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm not sure I can understand why, if y'all could explain.
And we all know you, of
that
course, but if you could
difference
tell our viewers at home who you are, just so they know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank
I
you.
apologize. Ellie Chisholm. I'm not sure I understand the inequity that I see before me on the slide. I just need some help
Yeah, I'll
with
explain.
that because we've been talking about improving the east side for years and years and years. I've been here for over 30 years, and so if you could help me with that.
I definitely will. It has to do with the state statute that the CRAs exist under. Anybody else? Okay, so let me answer that question. I think it's a great question. If you haven't been active with CRAs, for a long time, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Excuse me. Under the state statute that CRAs were enabled through, it allows communities to first identify an area of blight, and there's a bunch of metrics that you use to check that, and it's got to meet a certain threshold of those. It doesn't have to meet all of them, but a critical amount. So it can be things like crime rates or abandoned homes or a combination of things. Through an objective study, if it's determined to be an area of blight within the borders that you surveyed, you are allowed to create a community redevelopment district. Once that happens, the property tax value is assessed and frozen. And from that point forward, and I'm simplifying a little bit, actually 5% of the value goes back, but the other 95% is frozen. And then for every increase in property value from that year forward that it was created, that money beyond what the base property value was and the increase in property value must be respent in the district. And so the idea is that you're taking tax dollars from a district and reinvesting them back into that district. So as there's more reinvestment, property values go up and more money goes back into the CRA and so on and so forth. And so because there was faster reinvestment and economic growth in the College Park district and the downtown district, their trust funds grew more quickly because there has not been a substantial increase in property values in the East Side district. That fund did not have as much money going back into it, and therefore there wasn't as much money for the CRAs to work with, which is precisely the reason the commission took the action to get out from under state statute and create our own reinvestment district that did not have the barriers and that allowed us to move funds freely throughout all 4 districts, now one large district, to make up for that inequity. Because the East Side district was never going to catch up for the life of the CRA to what was happening in College Park and downtown, and to a lesser extent Fifth Avenue. So that was the whole point of our sort of reset. We don't have to follow state statute anymore. I mean, we have to follow state statute in many, many areas, but not as far as how the CRA is operated. And it allows us a tremendous amount of flexibility in where the money gets spent and how we prioritize that money. So I think this slide illustrates the exact reason. Now, the reason for this money, because this money was collected before the CRA transitioned, it's still under the state statute guidelines. And so we would be literally breaking the law and sued for a bunch of money. And I don't know, there might be criminal repercussions as well if we didn't do that. So this remaining money we have to spend in each of those districts, but all the money going forward, which was that $7 million plus you saw on the other slide, every year can be spent. And that's what this planning process is doing, and that's what the advisory board is working on to bring back a recommendation of the commission as to how we do that moving forward. I hope that explains. I mean, it's both simple and complex, and so I hope I parsed the middle there. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was a question posed about my support for doing things on Fifth Avenue and in the downtown. Just trying to answer your question on. So trying to answer your question of why I support things on Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue used to be a vibrant local business corridor. That is not that today, really. And that's what I want to bring it back to, is the vibrant local business corridor that it was before, long time ago. Downtown we don't have enough residential downtown. And what residential that we do have is higher end. And I think one of the things that's very important in our core areas that are most likely higher income and things like that, that we need to ensure there's affordable housing in those downtown areas. Under state statute, we have to give something now to developers. So there's things we have to do to be able to ensure that there's affordable housing options. More people living in our downtown means there's more retail here. And you look around our downtown, it is 95, 98% local businesses. And that's why I think it's important that we support our downtown, unlike other portions of our city going out west. So more residential, more affordable residential, I think are very important things our downtown needs and does not have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to follow up on what you were saying about not only this, but the newer plan going forward with the $7+ million per year for the next decade. The entire reason that we built the new plan and the new restructured CRA and worked with the county on that for a year and a half at this point, maybe longer than a year and a half, was to fix this inequity, to change this. Dozens of people, primarily CRA staff, but a whole lot of people have put their blood, sweat, and tears into this over the last year and a half to change it. The whole idea was you could look at this ongoing CRA district fund balance and realize that the East Side district was never going to change on its own, that there isn't enough tax base there to increase the funds available. So we knew lots of people could look at this and realize that it was not going to work as it currently existed. It did great work for 2 districts and pretty good work for another district and essentially nothing for the East Side district. So lots and lots of back room and front room effort went into creating the new structure. And that's what was the impetus for the outreach that's going on now for this entire process since October that will end in March, was saying, how do we fix this? How do we make it possible to continue to get money from the original College Park, University Heights, and downtown districts, and Fifth Avenue for that matter, and spend it in East Side, the former East Side district, where it was not going to fix itself? How do we make that happen? This is the product that we came up with. As the mayor said, we have to continue to use what's currently encumbered, and we have to use the current formulas legally. But going forward, $70 million over a 10-year period, we can spend wherever is best to spend that within the now borderless, internally borderless district. And the whole idea from day one was that we would spend the lion's share of it, not all of it, but the lion's share in the former East Side district. That's been the conversation for a year and a half. I can see how if you walked in at the last minute and see that slide, it's jarring. It's been jarring to a lot of us for many years, and that's why we worked to change it. Yes, that is a visual representation of the remnants of racism, absolutely. But that's what we've been working to fix. So, you know, let's value the work that's been done over the last year and a half to try to get to a better place, instead of saying, wow, y'all are a bunch of racists. Because a lot of people put a lot of work into trying to get to a better spot. And it feels like we're almost at a place where we can spend some money and get some good things done in the right place. So, thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may add, the commission felt so strongly about really investing in East Gainesville, and we recognize the disparity that we moved the CRA, the past CRA department in East Gainesville. They're working out of the GTEC building if they're not already there. Not yet. Well, they will be going to the GTEC building in East Gainesville, so they can have that relationship in dialogue with the residents in East Gainesville and be more attentive to the needs and to the residents and business owners in East Gainesville. So I commend staff for the hard work and the things that they're trying to do, because we all recognize the disparity and for us to actually have to just take the initiative to say, you know what, we're going to move our department in East Gainesville so we can have firsthand knowledge, get firsthand information from the people that live in East Gainesville, and we can build a relationship and partnership and hear what the folks need in that area. So my hat goes off to this commission, to the staff, and also to the board and the residents that come to these workshops, because everybody understands that this is important. And so all hands are on deck. And so I just want to commend staff for doing what you all do. Thank you so much for being involved and being committed to the change that we so desperately need. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for that. It's going to be a ferocious next 6 weeks or so, 6-8 weeks, but we're excited about it. We look forward to it and can't wait till we get to the finish line. With that, Madam Clerk.
Next item is general public comment.
Okay, so this is our third opportunity for people to speak to us for items not on our agenda, and it's reserved for those who weren't able to speak at either of our first two general public comments. Mr. Shepherd, I believe you spoke at an earlier. Yeah. Right. So yeah. It's only for people who haven't been able to speak yet. Welcome.
Once again, my name is Kristen Torres. I'm going to speak on the current development going on towards Seminary Lane in the big lot behind Sweetberries. It's $8.5 million on the line, and like I said earlier, it's a historically black neighborhood. A lot of those houses have been run down. I've seen that you see the literal night and day to who's been bought out, who's been driven out. A lot of people are displaced, and it's just not okay. And I've just understood that by the city standards, there's been a lot of cut and dry, very quick and dirty sales made. I went to the workshop at the Hilton on 13th and University. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember the name of the hotel. And the workshop was 9 minutes long. I was late and I was trying to film it, and they were just answering questions by that time. And they said that the city only told them that they only had to have 8 units of affordable housing in this 5-story high-rise that will devastate that community. There is no need to be having those high-rises in those communities. We don't need more student housing. We don't need more high-end places right there in downtown. Like you said, we need more local business. We need more affordable housing. We are having a low-income to moderate-income housing crisis. The homeless problem is getting worse. The people getting displaced is getting worse. And with the expansion of UF and all these student housings that are never full, I'm going to reiterate that the standard is never full. And there was a whole lot that people could use for parking that even students can't even afford to live there. And you're seeing this grow of less of access to low income and moderate income housing, and even just black spaces in general. Fletcher's just got bought out. Like, where can people go and congregate safely without feeling that encroachment of being on the east side and having more increased police presence? There's no real spaces. Like, the community needs rec centers, activity places for the kids during the summer. Like, there just isn't that presence there. And from what I understand, there's just been more help from the city for these developers that are not from Gainesville, encroaching on these communities, buying up the cheap land, and making an impact that is not necessary or needed. And it's just as violent, and it's unnecessary, and it's against the safety. Like I said, safety is not just police and firefighters. Housing, education, access to healthcare, access to Publix, access to everything that we have on the west side. And I'm sure that none of you live over there. I don't either, but it's not just because we don't live there, it doesn't mean it's not important. So I just want to reiterate the fact that what's happening in Seminary Lane is criminal, it's violent, and it's displacing a bunch of families that don't need to be homeless and be looking for places and being promised false things, and people being paid chump change in comparison to this 8.5 land and these developers trying to buy out all the other people there who've been there for generations. This is for preserving history and preserving African-American communities that have been forced out violently, and their history is being forced out violently as well. I see that my time is coming up, but I hope that you really take this to heart and understand that families are on the line, and it's very, very violent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that wasn't able to speak earlier today? Yeah, for general public comment, yeah. You have not spoken.
Thank you.
Sure.
Patricia Lee again. I just wanted to finish the comments I was making before. What I was saying, the timeline that we have set to finish the reinvestment plan, and the reason I bring that up is because I was asked to wait to make that presentation to the commission that I was asking about back during the summer. As a matter of fact, when I came in, one of the ladies that was here said, "Oh, you coming to make your presentation today?" I said, "Not yet." But the timeline is very important because that timeline ends in March, and a very major grant that I wanted to try to go after as also additional funds to help with this project. It usually comes out in April. So that does not give very much time for me to get city buy-in, to pull people together, to get a grant written and submit it by the deadline. And what I was going to say, we seem to be thinking very linearly in terms of getting things done and developing projects and bringing in diversified funding seems to be kind of at a standstill while we work on the CRA project. So that was a kind of a concern because if we miss this grant, we miss the opportunity to write for an additional $2 million. That's what a construction grant under SAID is for. So from March to April does not give me enough time. It doesn't give me enough time to even pull people together to help me pull the parts together that I don't know enough to do. So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
And thanks, Ms. Lee. Anybody else wish to speak to any items not on our agenda that wasn't able to speak earlier today? Ms. Chisholm, welcome back.
Ellie Chisholm, a couple of things. First, I want to thank you. The explanation really helped me and made me feel much better about the change that's coming. I kept thinking when you guys were explaining everything, I kept seeing a Monopoly game that I used to play with my kids when they were growing up and get out of jail card. And it seems like you were kind of in a similar position until you decided to do the right thing and to do better. So I just want to thank you, and that we want to keep in mind the housing issues for the low income, and I think you spoke to that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much too. And we are still in the middle of developing our affordable housing action plan. That's going on right now too. That's not sort of waiting until the CRA plan's done, and that will be coming back this spring. And so lots going on right now, and this is going to be a very busy spring and summer as we move into approving our budget for next year. Anybody else? General public comment? Okay, we will close general public comment and move on to commission comment. Commissioner Warren?
Thank you very much. Timing of this is great because the request I have relates to housing issues. I've been involved with the continuum of care for the last 3 years, and it's been a really great experience. One of the tasks that we have is to develop better relationships and educate the community about the housing first model that HUD has put upon communities across the nation. And one of the things that we did a couple months ago, we had a housing landlord summit at GRU, and it packed the room. The housing committee was really, in the United Way and the continuum of care is really excited about that. And we've planned another housing landlord summit too for February 11th. And we would like to hold it at GRU again. And we need to ask for permission from the city. I need to get approval from my colleagues here that the GRU facility could be used for this purpose. And again, the city is on the continuum of care, so we're co-sponsoring many things with that. We also have the United Way is co-chairing Meridian. What we're going to do at this next landlord summit is have some of the providers who provide the case management that gets people off the streets into housing. Meridian, Peaceful Paths, Grace Marketplace and Three Rivers will be the three panels that we'll have in one part of the discussion, and then we're going to be talking with landlords straight up, giving them an opportunity to talk about the services and really just gain that educational knowledge and buy-in from the members of the community that are the landlords, property managers. So my request is to ask for approval from my colleagues here that the continuum of care can use the multi-purpose room at GRU February 11th from 5 to 8. The meeting for the public will be from 6 to 8, but we need to have setup time. Actually, it will be until 9 so we can clean up. And to also have permission to send out a flyer through our city's landlord licensing department. They were able to do that for the first landlord summit we had, but we get a flyer from United Way and then we just send it out to everybody who's on the email list that pays their landlord license. So those are the two items I'm requesting permission and approval from the commission to use those facilities.
Okay, motion and second for those two items. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Is that the only item?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noted that earlier this week, the county commission voted to keep Lake Wahlberg, or not Lake Wahlberg, but Camp McConnell, across the street, basically. And I was heartened by that. I'm glad that they started that meeting, and I thought it was going to be only one vote to keep it, but over the course of the conversation, it looked like they flipped that, and it was a 3-1 vote to hold on to Camp McConnell. I think that's a very good thing for the people of Alachua County and for the people of Gainesville. They, as part of their motion, their intent to have they instructed their staff to have a community charrette to talk about what to do with it sometime in the next 90 days. And I would like, I'm not sure exactly how, but I would like the city to be involved in the charrette and to keep an open mind about how we might participate in the ongoing use of that facility. Because and the reason I said Lake Wahlberg earlier, if you're familiar with Lake Wahlberg, it's UF property that is a recreational facility in the same general area. I could see Camp McConnell becoming the Lake Wahlberg for people, for the rest of us, for everybody who's not directly connected with UF. And I could see a place for the city of Gainesville as a part of that, and I would not like us to miss that opportunity. So I'll move that we direct staff to find a way to be involved in that charrette and report back to us. And we also should make an effort to be involved if possible.
Is there a second? Okay, motion and second. Any members of the public? Shepherd?
Thank you, Mr. Harvey Ward. I think that's an excellent idea, and I think that's exactly what needs to be moved forward on our new calendar, because that there will also bring people from other states here to see what the great city of Gainesville is. And it was a missed opportunity if they let another entity take over, because this here is an opportunity knocking on our front door as far as people coming to Gainesville. We have our 441 where people stop along the road and take pictures and bird hunt, take pictures of birds and stuff. So thank you for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Lee?
I too want to say that is an excellent idea. I had the opportunity to be at Lake Wahlberg many years ago, and it was wonderful. I love water. I even have a little pond in my backyard. It's a retention pond, but I enjoy it. Because I like being around water. And the more of those kinds of things that we have in this area, the better we are going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Retention pond by any other name?
That's right.
Anybody else? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Was that the only item? Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reconnect with the commission on something we asked staff to do a while back. I think last weekend, 4th Avenue Food Park had a wonderful turnout. It was great. I didn't physically go and partake in it, but I rode around and just saw a great turnout, family-friendly atmosphere. It was a good vibe. My concern is, and has always been, is the parking and the cars, and because of Dick Mondale's and that whole stretch of 4th Avenue is becoming so popular, the place to be. And we asked staff, Mayor, if you remember, to come back with a solution, well, not a solution, but let's look at some options on how we can look at the streets, look at parking. And we received a memo maybe a couple of months after that, but it did not address what I was hoping for. And I don't know if you saw that memo and if that satisfied, because you also added Williston Road to that motion.
Well, yeah, we're looking at the whole 4th Avenue,
Yeah.
2nd Avenue corridor, and not just that specific
Right.
spot. Yeah.
So we did receive something back, maybe a couple of months after that, but it didn't address what I was hoping, and I don't think it addressed what you were hoping. It was just a short memo, and I can't recall the details, but it just not addressed what I was hoping that it would. So I want us to really look at this again, because what I saw last weekend is just what's to come, and it's going to get worse. Again, I've seen vehicles trying to go into Dick Mondale if they're heading west, and they're in the median waiting. If the line is long, they're just there. And incoming traffic, you have walkers, you have bikers, you have pedestrian, and it's becoming so congested. So I don't know what motion we need to put on the floor to really look at this and take this seriously. But I just wasn't satisfied with the memo that I received. It didn't address what we were talking about. And if there is something that's still out there that we haven't seen yet, when is it coming forward?
Yeah, I'm happy to work with the city manager. There are many other public and private interests interested in improving that area and corridor. You know, I know that we are. I know UF is actually, and willing to sort of put some skin in the game, and some other folks. So if you'll allow me a couple weeks to get some folks together and talk about where we are with that, and then we'll give you an update at the next meeting.
Okay.
Would that be okay? And then we'll figure out what we need to do from there.
That's fine, because what I don't want to see is I'm concerned about safety again. You know, we don't have sidewalks, we don't have mechanisms saying crosswalking, we don't have anything.
Yeah.
So I'm really concerned about that intersection and that whole 4th Avenue.
And they've definitely indicated that that would be the first of many events like that.
Exactly, and it was a wonderful turnout.
Yeah,
so.
that's a great little development there. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner, someone's comment about parking brought to memory of back in NTPO meeting months ago. We asked for staff to look at doing paid parking on Newbury Road out by 43rd Street. I don't think we ever got anything back on that. So I guess I could reiterate that NTPO motion was to look at what it would take to do paid parking along Newbury Road, was it 43rd Street to, you guys know what we're talking about, right?
Right, and we have a workshop coming up just on parking in February.
Okay.
Update us then.
Yes.
You can update us at that point? Okay.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Do you know what I'm talking about, or do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I do.
Okay.
Okay, good, we'll do that. Okay, well, good work, everybody, today. Thank you. Great first meeting of the decade. Last time you'll have to ever hear me say that. And with that, no further business before us, we are adjourned.